after months of preparation and after weeks of intense drivers getting ready for this event, we are finally at the situation. We have 16 nations across 4 continents ready to do battle as Acronis presents the VCO Cup of Nations in aid of UNICEF. And it's here live on Racebot TV on the iRacing Esports Network across VCO's social media platforms and WTF1. My name is Will Vincent. I'm going to introduce the rest of the gang in a moment. But first of all, let's think about the 16 countries that are represented here this weekend. We've got Argentina, Australia, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Chile, the Czech Republic, Finland, France, Germany, Hungary, Italy, the Netherlands, Spain, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. Today, it is all about the group stage. We're going to have 3 races to get things going, and from that, we will get ourselves our first set of teams. Weekend will be done. Tomorrow, we'll have ourselves some head-to-head semi-finals. 1 race, you get it right, or it's basically game over for you. And that means 5 teams will head themselves over to the final, which will then have a last chance race with just 1 more team. And then finally, we reset all the points to 0, and we have 4 races across varying disciplines. And the best team, well, they will be classified and crowned the VCO Cup of Nations champion. So that's what you've got to look forward to over the course of the next 2 days. And as I say, it's not just going to be me you'll be talking to and hearing from over the next 2 days worth of coverage. We have on commentary Paul Smith and Connery Maddock, and joining me in the hosting studio virtually, of course, we have Matt Gallagher from WTF1. And Matt, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here on this coverage. We have got ourselves 2 incredible days worth of racing to come.
Yeah, we absolutely do. I'm very excited to see some esports once again. We've had amazing few months of esports. We've got a week's break of real life motorsport, and what a way to fill it, especially with the amazing charitable cause that is going to be going towards as well, UNICEF. So I'm really looking forward to this. This group of nations, a group of nations is not just one singular driver, and that's what excites me about this competition.
Yeah. And I've got to say, up top, you can see Paul Smith, Connery Maddock. They will be calling the action. And I'm going to come to you first, Connery. We were talking before we went on air, and there are favourites. There are some who would absolutely love to see getting themselves into finals day and maybe even being crowned champion. But the first thing to note is that these 16 country teams, they have already had to go through a grueling qualifying process.
Yeah, so everyone that is here today competing has gone through that entire process, and they are worthy of being here. So it's a big task to even get to this sort of finals weekend, so to speak. But of course, it's going to be another task completely to take the win at the end of Sunday. One of those strong teams, though, Team Germany. They have basically a star-studded roster. 4 drivers, Max Benecke, you've got Jonas Warmeyer, you've got Patrick Holtzman in there as well, and it's just going to be an incredible performance from them at the end of the day, but there could be a couple of upsets.
Yeah, and Paul, well, you've got the green screen, I've got the blue screen here. It's incredibly warm in this little blue screen environment. You've got the same in the magical British Racing green screen, actually. Yes. No favoritism, honestly. But in terms of some of the other teams, I mean, you and I, we've commentated on a previous iteration of a similar type of competition of the World Cup of iRacing. There have been a couple of teams who have come very close in years gone by. Countries like United Kingdom, like Brazil, like Australia, they are looking to make a statement, along with a couple of others, like France and Spain in particular.
Yeah, Spain is going to be quite a strong team, I feel, along with France as well. I think a little bit of a dark horse, however, is going to be Italy.
Yeah.
They've got a couple of really strong drivers in that lineup, and they could pull off a few surprises here today in this competition. But, this is a chance, this is an opportunity of saying, well, you may have great individuals, but how well do you work as a team? Because if you end up, say, with one of your drivers ahead and another driver 2 places back, you might work that person in between you to get that other driver of your team up a position. So it's quite a tactical bit of racing we're going to see out there.
And it's worth noting that it's not just about oval racing. It's not just about road racing. There are going to be 10 different tracks and also 10 different cars that these teams only found out about yesterday that they've had to master and adapt to. So we are going to see some standard road course racing across things like the supercars, things like the Porsche Cayman GT4, as well as in tomorrow's competition. If they make that far, they get to do themselves some racing in the famous Williams FW31. On the oval side, if they make it or they have to run in the playoffs today, well, they go to the Brickyard. They go to the Mecca that is known as the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and they got to challenge and deal with the IndyCar. And if they make it through to finals day, they're going to be running in NASCAR as well. We've also got ourselves the opportunity to do some rallycross racing. So this is by far the most diverse club and team-based competition we have ever seen across sim racing, and it is going to really make it for some exciting action over the course of the next couple of days. And Matt, is there a particular event as the expert pundit that you're looking forward to out of everything?
I'm just really excited to see the amazing tracks like Spa and Barcelona, the ones where they can really go at. And to be fair, you were saying about the disciplines, I'm just glad that I'm not part of this. I'm very much a one-car pony, if you call it that. But as you say, I'm really excited to see how the drivers adapt from race to race, because that's something you don't really see, especially over the course of such little, 2 days. So for me, as much as, say, Germany, you've mentioned, looking very, very strong, can they adapt with the fact that they haven't seen these tracks until only the morning of the day? It means they can't put in extensive testing, and that's what I like to see.
Yeah, and we start with event number 1, and we're going to go to Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Where else to start but one of the greatest racetracks in the world? And we're going to be running the 19-turn famous racetrack in something a little bit different. It's going to be the Supercars Holden ZB Commodore, which is not your typical track to go running at Spa, but it is really going to be exciting. Qualifying is just moments away, and with that, let's hand it over to the two up top, to Connery Maddock, but first, Paul Matthew Smith.
Thank you very much, Will and Matt. Yes, so here we are then, Spa-Francorchamps, one of my favourite tracks in all of motorsport. It's a terrific venue. I do encourage you all to head on over there. But right now, we've got these Holden Commodores, and, well, Connery, we see the Holden Commodores race out at Bathurst, for example. This is just like a big wide open Bathurst, effectively, isn't it?
Yeah, it's you could probably make that comparison, and how much would I give to be able to see these cars actually go to Spa in the real world? I think that would be absolutely insane. And of course, if you're not experienced with how these supercars tend to race, just imagine your normal sort of touring car races, but just a good amount faster and probably even more elbows out.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that these cars do well is, of course, the little rubbing door handle racing. It's great to see from these cars, and we've seen some fantastic action from these vehicles over the summer period, over the spring and summer. And, well, these drivers, some more adept than others. We're looking towards you, Australia, for being better at these cars, but a lot of these drivers, top-class drivers, I'm thinking of someone like Jamie Fluke as well. These top drivers, Max Benecke, Martin van Loosnod, they are good adapters at jumping into a car, going, oh, this is how it works, and then getting on with it.
Yeah, and that adaptation is going to be so important in a format like this. Like Will and Matt were discussing just a couple of moments ago, it's, you know, you might be very quick in one car or even one type of car, like open wheelers or tin tops or touring cars, you know, NASCARs or anything like that. But you need to be that fast and that consistent across all of the cars that we have here today and tomorrow. So it's going to be a big task, which is why you think on paper Team Germany are going to be the top of the standings. But like we've already covered, you know, Team Italy, Team France, Team Australia, they can all really put in good performances in some of the other disciplines. So that's going to be a big thing to keep an eye on coming throughout the rest of the 2 days of competition that we have here. We've got qualifying underway. We're on board with one of the Team UK representatives right now. That is Jamie Fluke. And I would say he's probably one of the strongest drivers on that roster. He's heading his way out of La Source, down the old pit straight into that ever treacherous Eau Rouge and Radion complex. Up the hill he climbs in his supercar, and you've got to be careful about the corner cut on the top of the Radion complex there. It's so easy to get an instant point coming through there and invalidate your qualifying lap.
Yeah, you could see how much he was having to work the wheel up through Radion, then up over the top in towards Le Combe. It's a really long uphill section up the Kemmel Straight. And that really, it means it can break a lot later into Le Combe, through Malmedy, then the right-hander, downhill, plunging downhill now through the long sweeping hairpin. You can either hug the apex or V out the corner, so just let it run out wide and then back in. No name corner, well, that's now going to be the Jackie X corner. Downhill towards Pouon, the double apex left-hander onto the brakes. Big, heavy, powerful Holden Commodore. Back onto the power, uphill. Vanya chicane next. You make sure you get the car over to the left-hand side. Entry. Try and hug the curb. Don't go too much on the curb. It can unsettle the car. Fluke doing an excellent job so far through the Vanya chicane. Onto the brakes for Stavelo, the first right-hander here. And then you go through curve. Paul Freyer, the second right-hander here, on the power all the way. And then as we look from the front bumper, we're heading towards Blanchimont, the daunting left-hander. Okay, it's had a lot of runoff put in to not make it quite as tricky as it used to be. Uses a good amount of the curb on the exit, onto the brakes now for the final bus stop chicane. You can maybe use the curbs but not the sausage curbs, because again it'll unsettle the car. Onto the power and across the line. What will Jamie Fluke's time be as he comes across the line? A 2:21.4, so that's going to put him up into second place here so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time. If we can pull up that sidebar, there we go. It seems like producer's just reading my mind. Antoine Hichlan, currently provisional pole position for Team France at the moment. We also have Simone Maria Marciano in third place for Team Italy. So it's a bit of a smorgasbord of nations up at the top of the standings at the moment. Here's Martin van Loosnoord. He set the fastest time in practice here at Spa in these cars. So we're expecting a good qualifying time for him as well. But these are the first flying laps that these drivers are going to be able to do. They get 3 flying laps before the session is done. So even though the session is 15 minutes, you can actually only do 3 fast laps.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of time to get your lap times in, so you need to get your times in and get them in quick. You want maybe a little bit of a banker first and then just really push it to the limit. Matt van Loosnoord then, the Team Netherlands driver, up through Radion onto the Kemmel Straight once again. I can tell you from experience that is a steep incline up the Kemmel Straight. It looks flat in the sim, it looks flat on TV. It's not. It is a steep incline up there into Le Combe as we focus away then. Max Benecke, Team Germany, yet to get a lap time in here, Connery. Has he basically been playing the waiting game, seeing what other lap times are being set, or, I'm just having a look here, he made a mistake on his first lap.
Yeah, he did. And Spa is always the trickiest of tracks when it comes to instant points. And like I've already said, if you're on a qualifying lap here, even if you get a 0x tap, if you go 1x by going off the circuit, that is going to mean your lap is invalid. And the off tracks are quite strict around here at Spa. You know, you think you can get up all over those exit curbs, but you can't. You just have to keep at least 2 tires inside that white line at least. But for Max Benecke, big mistake into the bus stop. That's going to be a lot of lost time. He'll take the tow back to pit lane. He'll have enough time to get out on an out lap and then another flying lap in. But for Team Germany, this is not the start you wanted. You're coming in as favourites, and one of your strongest drivers is potentially, if he doesn't get that flying lap in, going to be starting at the back of the grid.
Yeah, this is high drama, really, for us here. There's quite a few drivers who have not set a lap time. Johan Half, another driver for Team France, who has not set a lap time. His first lap was invalidated, but now he's on his second lap. And this is why I said on that first lap, really, you need to get it right that you don't make a mistake, because if you make a mistake at that lap 1, all of a sudden you put yourself under intense pressure for laps 2 and 3. It's still Antoine Higelin, though, for Team France in pole position provisionally. Jamie Flug, second place, with Simone Maria Marchena in third for Team Italy. Alexander Thebe and Michele Constantini in 4th and 5th, and Xavi Ross in 6th place. That's your top 6 at the moment. You can see how close the times are on the left-hand side of your screen. So don't forget, there are more than just one driver taking part in this first race from each team. So that's why you see multiple drivers out who are out there in their team's colours, trying to do as best as they can in qualifying to get themselves the best grid position for race number 1 here, Connor.
Yeah, absolutely. Johan Half, though, coming towards the final sector of one of his flying laps. You can see the sector times on the bottom left of your screen so far with his lap, but you can see at the on the sidebar, actually, you see Higelin, he's only leading qualifying at the moment by 4 thousandths of a second over Jamie Fluke, and Collins as well getting himself up there. So that's another big effort from Team UK to get to those front couple of positions on the starting grid. But Johan Half now into the bus stop chicane. He needs at least a banker lap here, otherwise he'll be starting right at the very back of the grid. So across the line he comes, and that's a 221.8. Where is it good enough? It's going to be up into P8 for Johan Half. So he's bailed himself out there. He might even have another lap to try and get back around and do an improved time. Augustin Canapino, though, the star from Team Argentina, the real-life driver, he's still not set a lap time. So time is of the essence for these guys at the moment. We've still got a good group of cars that haven't come across the line to set fast flying laps at the moment. There's David Prada across the line at 222.7, but that's not going to be valid. You can see his position to the left of his name doesn't update, and just until now, so it ended up being valid. It just took a while to come through, but P26, not the greatest effort, but Max Benecke, this is going to be an important lap for him now.
Yeah, this is the last shot. By the way, Simone Marchena has gone provisionally to pole position. The Team Italy driver up to the head of your field. You can see how close all those times are. 33 thousandths of a second, covering 1st to 4th place on the lap times. That is absolutely incredible. The big story, Max Benecke, Fabrice Cornelis, Augustin Canapino, Diego Cabanella, and Elias Seppänen are all drivers who have yet to score a lap time here in qualifying. This is going to be crucial, because with only 4 laps remaining, these drivers are running out of time right here, right now. In fact, Seppänen is not even out on track at the moment, so he's not going to get a lap time in here. Canapino is on an out lap at the moment, so time is running out for these drivers here, Connery.
Yeah, it really is. We got about 3 minutes 40 seconds left remaining. As Benecke still searching and looking to put his first, lap on the boards. He's done many laps already, but none of them have been valid. You have to be very careful with those off tracks, especially through Stavolo, through Curve of Paul Frere as well. You can pick a couple up there. exit of Blanchimont, sometimes an issue as well. We're riding on board with Beneke as he angles that supercar in, clatters the curb on the inside. Don't go too wide onto the exit curb. That's where you can pick up one of those instant points, and then you slam hard on the brakes into the bus stop chicane where you can really monster those curves, but he stays away from the first one, a little bit tighter to the second one, hits the power out of the corner. And what's this lap time going to be for Beneke? He doesn't even need to go pole here to try and recover his qualifying, but across the line at 221.7, not good enough for pole, but good enough for P8 on the starting grid so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So a good lap from him at the time. Canapino has gone back to pits as well, so he is done for qualifying. So it really is four cars who have not set themselves a lap time here at this stage. We've just got to wait for the clock to tick down before we could give you the full grid, but we can tell you that Simone Maria Marcheno then, provisionally, until we get the final confirmation, on pole position, but the times are unbelievably close at the top of your field here, Connery. I mean, there's 0.007 of a second covering second to fourth.
Yeah, it's incredibly close, and I am excited for this race now. Let's just say that. You might be wondering, okay, why are we not showing the rest of the qualifying and there's still time left on the clock? Well, it looks like everyone has actually completed their allocated lap, so there won't be any sort of last-minute across-the-line drama for pole position like you see in other series sometimes. It's just because the limited amount of laps that they have here in qualifying, we won't have that drama. But we've got a suitable storyline, though, with everyone just so close, and I don't think anyone really can pick a winner of this race at the moment.
It's going to be absolutely nail-biting. It's going to be that run down to La Source at the start. It's a relatively short run at the start down into La Source. Then, of course, you got the run down into Eau Rouge Radion. That's usually where we see on lap one of a tightly packed group a really big incident can happen through there, especially up over the top of Radion. I can see there is one driver still out doing a lap at the moment, which is Martin Stefanko. He's currently 19th place, so he's just getting his final lap in here. But I'm looking down my timing screen, and by the way, live timing is available to everyone, racebot.tv/Cup of Nations, if you want to keep an eye on the timing. But I can tell you that first to 18th, all within 1 second of each other.
Yeah. That's absolutely insane. And remember, in this qualifying session, it's solo qualifying, so you don't have any help from your teammates or other cars with the draft, which can be quite powerful here at Spa. So once we get to this race and that draft does become a factor, then that's just going to mean the field is kept even closer than they already are here in qualifying. So this race is going to be absolutely bananas. We're just a couple of minutes away from finishing up the qualifying session. We will then switch over into the race session, and then we can give you the real starting grid for round number 1 of this group stage. So everyone's going to be on track together, no matter which group they are in, but you are still only fighting those other teams and other drivers in your group.
So then, we have the grid set here, and it is Simone Maria Marcheno, pole position ahead of Antoine Higelin. So it's Italy and France on the front row of the grid. UK in third and fourth on the second row of the grid. 5th place for Alexander Thebe ahead of Michele Constantini. He's 5th and 6th place. Carlos Fenalosa, 7th ahead of Max Beneke. It's a real mixture, Germany, Italy, Spain and Germany again. Johan Haas for France ahead of Julian Santaro, Argentina, Patrick Holtzman of Germany, and Martin van Loosenhoorn in 12th. Xavier Roos, Alessandro Bicco, Pedro Albert, and Norbert Leitner. Rodrigo Mez and Diego Garrido there, both on the grid, same row of the grid. Martin Stefanko and Balzas Remnicek in 20th place. Jack Boyd for Australia, Bernie Lava, Lucas Prada and Felipe Ruiz in 24th. Samuel Lubert, I'm surprised to see him down in 25th. Esteban Gini in 26th. Dallas Pataska, 27th ahead of James Pinsker in 28th. David Prada and Fabio De Camo in 30th place. We're still going. Bram Van Putten and Bart Holstein. Holsten is the first of them. Tim Claessen's Tapana, oh my goodness, Lena Lulota with Peter Zuber and Neto Nascimento. And then just the final few then, Halkin, Banfield, Canovas and Catlia. Verano, Perwin, Morley and Stevenson. But we're going to go to live pictures then. The grid is set for the opening group race here. Green lights, away we go. And it's a good start from the front row for Marcheno. But look at that, Hijla up and alongside him, trying to take the outside line into La Source. Getting on the power, there's a spinner, it's Jamie Fluke who's around, he's dropping down the order. Everybody else, are they able to get through? But it's side by side for your race lead. It is Marcheno, it is Hijla, and Marcheno is going to have to just back out of that one. And here comes Alexander Thebe as well as they go through Radio. Everybody's just fanning out as they're going up the Camel Straight for the first time. We're going to battle pack for the front 10 right here. This is unbelievable. 3-4 wide on the brakes. Marcheno trying to make it around the outside. We've got cars off. Italy and Germany are off. There's more door banging. Johan Haas is up to third place now. Constantini was the one who was bouncing along the grass.
Yeah, Team GB, though, they had a horrible start. They came together, the two teammates from the UK that started on the second row of the grid. They get into a bit of a tangle and they've fallen all the way back through the field. That's an absolute nightmare there for Team UK. But a good start from everyone else at the front of the field. Yes, we had a bit of shoulder barging, a bit of dooring, but no one off the circuit, no one hitting a barrier. So they'll be able to continue on as they are. But the leader of this race right now, Antoine Hijlan, making the move from second place on the starting grid. He's followed by the Italian of Marcheno, and then you have Johan Haas in that other Team France car in third place. So Team France have had an amazing start.
We'll get a replay of the start then, and here is the Acronis replay down into La Source. You can see Fluke on the inside line. He's trying to get the tighter exit, and Collins just comes in and boom, around he goes. Back to live pictures then, and well, coming through to end the first lap then, it is Antoine Hijla and Marcheno trying to make a breakaway at the front ahead of Johan Haas. Now this is where tactics could come into play for France, or do they just basically go for it? We'll have to wait and see, but it's a 20-minute race into the bus stop chicane for the first time. Hijla looking very calm and cool through there, but Marcheno right there with him across the line. Beneke up 4 places into 4th place. Matt van Loosenhout up 7 places into 5th place. So absolutely incredible first lap for those two. And we've got a replay coming up here, and we've had some more action happening further down your field, and well, Team Brazil is involved in that. The UK is involved as well. That's a UK driver getting hit. A number of cars going off at the Fania chicane. Big drama further down the order there, Connery.
Yeah, big drama in the mid-pack. It's all a massive amount of squabbling. Remember, these guys, even though they're all on the same track, they're only fighting with the teams in their group, but you might as well have that sort of go-forward attitude and just try to score as many points as you feasibly can, no matter if you have to pass a car that's not in your group. But back to the front of the field, though, it's France from Italy, from France from Germany in that order, all keeping themselves together here on lap number 2. But look at that 3 wide behind them there, coming down in towards Ravage. Robert Leitner involved there. There's Team Hungary car. Leber in the French car around the outside of Ravage is going to lose a lot of time there and a lot of positions as the driver at the front of this, Pedro Alba for Team Spain, trying to hold on. Yet more scrapping further back, dooring coming through no name corner. That was Lucas Prada heading his way through on Das Pataska. So the American drops one position there. Felipe Ruiz from Team Chile down the inside of one of the Hungary cars there. That's Remniak as he gets shoved to the outside of Puon. It's just absolute madness back here in the pack.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff. This is what you expect from a touring car, really, isn't it? Absolutely chaotic racing, but it's certainly going well so far up the front. But this mid-pack, there's all fighting going on with these because they want to get as good a positions, and if they're fighting against the rivals that are in their groups, they desperately want to get themselves ahead of them, ahead of their compatriots in the same group. So we'll have to see how this all pans out after this first group race, but right now this mid-pack is giving us some great entertainment, great action, and these drivers, they're not scared of pulling a move here and there. As a number of cars running out wide through Blanchimont.
Yeah, a couple trying to have, well, interesting definitions of track limits, but look at this, multiple instances of side-by-side into the bus stop chicane, and even coming off of it there. Further ahead, that's Mies and Bico that were briefly going side-by-side there, as Bico in that Italian machine. Here comes the dive, though, for Garrido. There's a bit of a tag, though, as the Italian gets punted out towards the runoff of La Source, but he's back on the track and he doesn't have too much damage. But here we go, back to the race lead though, because here comes Marceno. He's gonna make a move on the Frenchman around the outside into Lecombe. Higelin's losing a bit of ground, but he still has a nose inside. He still has the inside line to try and retain his lead, but he's fighting a losing battle, and Marceno is the new race leader.
I could tell you as well that behind them, Matt van Loosenhoorn has made his way past Max Benecke. Now I don't know why Marceno and Higeline are fighting so hard for the battle here, because these drivers, they're not even in the same group. Let's remind everyone of this. You're only fighting out on track against people in your own group. If they trip over each other here, they're going to cost themselves some significant opportunities to score big points against their compatriots in the same groups. You can see the group listings on the left-hand side of your screen as well. So Italy and France, for once, they need to stop fighting and come together and just work together here. But you look at that, the Netherlands doing well with Matt van Loosenhoorn up against the rest of the opponents in their group as well. So, you know, this is... it's an intriguing format of racing, and a lot of these drivers here are just hardwired in thinking, I must get to the front.
Yeah, that's that racing driver mentality, though, isn't it? You have a car in front of you, you want to pass them, no matter if it's for points in your own group or not. It's just that little instinct that, you know, real-life drivers have, and it's the same thing with sim racers. We got a bit of a leading pack, though, as down towards the inside, Martin van Loosenhoorn for Team Netherlands tries an overtake on one of the Frenchmen, Johan Haaf, a bit of shouldering coming through the apexes there. Haaf gets very loose off the corner. Benecke is behind this in the German car, trying to find a line through. Where can he capitalize on any of these two cars ahead of him fighting? But whoa, Martin van Loosenhoorn, he tapped the grass on the entry to La Source. He has to take a very, very wide line and lose multiple positions.
Yeah, he does. There goes Benecke. Constantini is coming up alongside as well. In fact, he's going to go side by side down into Eau Rouge. No, Constantini decides, do you know what, I'm just going to slot in behind Martin here. He will have a bit of extra temperature in those tyres, but now Constantini needs to look behind him because he's got Alexander Thebe trying to make the move on him. So this is great action. I know they're not all fighting in the same group, but still, this is fantastic to watch. Onto the brakes then, and a few of these cars I do not feel are going to end up back on the forecourt, the garage forecourt after this race, because they're a bit battered.
Yeah, the Netherlands car that just passed us, Martin van Loosenhoorn looks completely beat up. The Czech, was that a slowdown penalty there for Lucas Prada? He let a lot of cars by on the Kemmel Straight, and it's so easy to get a slowdown penalty coming off the top of Radion, so that you'll have to try and serve that by slowing the car down coming down the Kemmel Straight. And it's usually not a good idea to just slam on the brakes and get that penalty served right away. It does give you a bit of time to try and actually serve that. We'll get a replay of it, though, as we'll see them coming through Eau Rouge and Radion. Oh, this is more contact. Actually, that isn't the slowdown penalty. That's another issue for Team UK. as they have had the most horrendous start to the race possible.
Yeah, that was Jamie Fluke, as you mentioned, and that, I mean, of all the places to stop, right on the exit, on the racing line at the top of Radion right there. That's not a place you want to find yourself, really. You don't want to be sat there, and luckily nobody else got involved with him there. But yeah, this is definitely a fantastic race so far. Fluke is out, Stevenson out, Milner is out, Sepinen out, and Pinsker also out. So UK and Ireland, UK should I say, get that right, I'll make that mistake a few times today, trust me. The UK having a nightmare with 2 drivers out of this race already.
Yeah, they are. So they're going to be losing a lot of points from this first round. Of course, we've got a couple more rounds of this group stage where they'll be able to recover, but you know, you need that confidence coming out of the first round with a good point haul, and that is something that Team UK just does not have here at the moment. You can see, there we go, there's the live points. So these are updated as of just a couple of moments ago across the line. Germany leads Group A from Hungary, from USA, from Canada. And I'm trying to look to see which is the very closest group at the moment. Group B is looking pretty close, with Italy and Spain not too far away at the very top. We've also got Group C with Netherlands and Australia battling out for the top slot in that particular group. You can see Team UK, well, they've had a bad start, like I've been banging on beating the dead horse, but they haven't had as bad of a start as Team Argentina.
Yeah, absolutely. So live points then we just saw, and we'll be getting that throughout, and we're getting news of even more incidents happening out here on track. So we'll get a look at this one down the inside of the bus stop chicane. That is Australia. Oh, contact between Australia and Belgium. Can't quite make out which car that was, but the Belgian car coming off worse out of that particular battle.
Yeah, I think that was Fabrice Cornelis that was in the Belgium car there. You do kind of have to forgive us. It's sometimes quite hard to tell the difference with all the cars in the same livery in their country. So, but there we go. That was Fabrice Cornelis as part of Team Belgium involved in that incident there. But we've got about, well, just under 9 minutes to go here in this one. The fight at the front of the field has calmed down quite a bit. And in fact, Marcello has been able to gap Antoine Higelin for the race lead at the moment. So Italy trying to pull away with that one, as he's 1.5 seconds ahead of second place. But you can see there's still quite a bit of clumping here in the mid-pack. By the way, of course, this broadcast and this whole competition is in support of UNICEF, and we would very much appreciate it if you go to that donation link under the ticker there, and that support will be very much appreciated. But look at this 3-car pack through the Franchement.
Yeah, great stuff of flicking amongst all the different battles that are happening throughout your field, because it is important to keep up to date with what's happening, not just at the front, but also further down. There's Boyd up on screen at the moment for Team Australia, and he is further down your order, battling with the number 7 of Pedro Albert in towards La Source. Albert taking the inside line, and there's the Hungarian Norbert Leitner trying to get past. This is 12th, 13th, 14th, and going downhill towards Eau Rouge once again, and somebody has taken a brave pill right there, and that is Jack Boyd. The Spanish driver of Albert had to get out of it, and that will compromise him potentially up the hill, up the Camel Straight now. Here's the slipstream, but Boyd is going to be giving these drivers a great slipstream, and Leitner, he's the second in line. He's wanting that, but Albert looking to the inside. Move not happening this time, but he's certainly showing his nose as they're running through. But 7 minutes remaining, so time is running out for these drivers. Boyd running out wide. And well, we've got another one up on screen, and this is going to be Brazil and Argentina. The Argentinian without a rear wing, and the Brazilian punting them out the way. I'm not going to get involved in that international incident as a British person, because I will be accused of bias in that one. But yeah, this is great stuff.
Sorry to cut you off there, Paul, but these guys, while we were on that replay, they were just absolutely scrapping it out. Boyd's having problems keeping that car on the circuit through No Name Corner and somehow he's able to keep ahead of this group. Again, a bad entry to Lafagna, so that car is not behaving in the way Boyd expects it to, and you can probably see why with how beat up the side of that car is. Running on the back of him now from the rear bumper cam, there is Pedro Albert trying to follow closely, but again, he's just not quite in the position coming out of curve for Paul Frere to be able to do anything about this. He can just sit in the slipstream, yes, but he might even be more concerned about the Hungarian Norbert Leitner behind him.
Well, this is it. You can see how much these cars move around as well. So these cars, they really are moving about and giving them a lot to think about. Leitner to the inside. Whoa. Will he make that move stick? Albert holds that line, and here comes the Czech driver now of Martin Stefanko, trying to make a move and trying to get the cutback out of the bus stop chicane. So if you make a dive for the inside into the bus stop chicane, there's a bit of bumping and barging going on in the background of that shot as well. So these drivers, I tell you what, this is like being down the local in a seen a bare knuckle brawl at about 3 a.m.
I was wondering where you're going to go with that. Into Rouge and Raudillon then for the 7th time. We got about 5 minutes remaining, so about 3 laps here is what we'll see coming to the end. This is the battle for positions just inside the top 20 is what we're looking at right here at the moment. But, you know, with the points format being the way it is, every single point is worth so much. As Pataska in the background had an almighty dive over Garrido. But back towards this battle that we've been keeping an eye on. This is Xavi Ross, Charlie Collins looking to try and make a move over Ross. Gives him maybe a bit of a shove to the back bumper coming through Ravage. He's going to basically not give him any space there any margin for error, shall we say, if there's any difference in the braking points. But Collins at the moment, he's taking the Team UK on his back at the moment because there's multiple Team UK cars that are down out of position. He is, I believe, the highest scoring UK car at the moment. So he's doing all he can to make sure that UK don't drop to that bottom spot in Group C.
Yeah, Charlie Collins did actually lose a position then up the Camel Straight to Xavi Ross, but you know, he really is trying to hang on there. Looking at a bit of action here, and it is Finland versus USA. Down into the hairpin, oh, and the USA gets knocked off bottom right-hand corner and into the kitty litter. He'll be not enjoying himself right there. Around towards Blanchimont. Time running out for these drivers. We're going to get 2 more laps of this race here with just under 3.5 minutes remaining in this one. Collins trying desperately to get back ahead of Ross, but he's got Carlos Fenalosa right behind the other Team Spain driver. You can see them sliding out the bus stop chicane. They're using and abusing these tyres here, Connery.
Yeah, this is important points for Team Spain in Group B, considering how close they are to Italy. So if they can get that second Spanish car in that group past the UK machine, then there'll be a couple of extra points in their fight with the Italians, who are running away with the race win at the moment. Marciano has a 1.7 second gap over the Frenchman of Hichland, but meanwhile fighting at the front actually, because Benecke has been able to make a pass on Johann Haaf. So Germany up into P3 now. That's going to be decent points for them in the lead of Group A by quite a margin as well. So they don't really need to go for these risky moves, but it's still decent to see them in this position considering how that qualifying went.
Yeah, absolutely. They're pushing on and they're trying their hardest to make up those positions where they can. Collins did not make his way past Xavi Ross in towards Le Combe. Tried his best to do it, but couldn't quite make it work for him. So he's got another lap behind this car, unless he feels that there's an opportunity elsewhere around this track. But as we mentioned, we're at the 2-minute warning, so just 2 minutes remaining in this race, and if people want to make moves and make it work, they've got to do it in as short a time as possible here, Connery, because we're going to be heading on to that white flag lap the next time around.
Yeah, we will be. That clock ticking down as this little group continues on its way around, and just trying to have a look up and down the field to see if there are any massive battle packs. There's one, again, for the inside of the top 20 positions, which is what we're looking at right now, involving some of the Chilean cars. I'm seeing Team Hungary also involved, Czech Republic as well, also in this one. So those guys are continuing to try and sort out their differences. But back to the front of the field, though. Beneke, big slide through Blanchimont. He's able to keep hold of it. He takes the off track, though. And Johan Haaf is not in a position to try and capitalize on that. Again, Team France are leading Group D by quite a comfortable margin. So both of these teams, oh, there's an Italian off there through the bus stop chicane. I think there's someone else spun as well. And that Italian taking the slowdown penalty. Not sure who exactly that is. It might be Constantini, but let's have a look.
It was Thebe is involved
on the brakes.
Bang into the back there, so Thebe around. We've had drama as well further down. I can see on my timing screen because Xavi Ross has suddenly dropped down a number of positions. Albert, Leitner and Lebert have made their way past him, so down to 15th place for Xavi, and that is drama for him. We'll get a look on screen then. This is going to be into the bus stop chicane. Charlie Collins, of course, was the man involved. He gets onto the grass, and it's that recovery of Thebe, Alexander Thebe, trying to make it, and then just the slightest of power application, or even a slight contact there as well. Around he goes, back up underway, but disaster for him there. That was an absolute nightmare. He's missing a rear wing as well, which will make the back end really terrible for him. But we're back to this battle then. Beneke and Haaf up in that third and fourth place. They're battling out. They want to finish on the podium here. Beneke up 5 positions. Johan Haaf up 5 positions as well. Martin van Loosenhoed still up 7 positions. Patrick Holtzman as well up 4 positions. Jack Boyd, one of the biggest gainers in this field, up 10 places in 11th place. So these drivers have certainly been pushing as hard as they can for as long as they can. Collins up, still there, and he's behind Thebe. He's trying to make moves, but we'll look forward to the front here because it is Simone Maria Marcheno for Team Italy. He's just got a few corners remaining to take a victory here in this opening race. 2.2 seconds is his lead. He can almost taste victory here. He's just got to get around this final chicane here through the right, then the left. Get on the power, not too hard to spin it, and it's going to be a win for Team Italy across the line for Marcheno. We've got battling Holtzman, battling away there with Constantini. He forces his way alongside as Holtzman keeps a hold of that 5th place. Thebe and Collins, Germany versus the UK, across the line in 8th and 9th place. Xavi Ruz is still battling away with his damaged car as well. He's going to finish in 15th place. Finland, we've got drama for Finland. Oh, there's big drama. How on earth did he save that when he was that low around there? That was the Team Australia car, the 28. Oh, Brazil barging their way through on Finland. Finland and Argentina getting involved with each other. My goodness, it's all fighting right to the end of this race. Connery, I mean, that was an incredible first race. I don't know how we're going to top that for the rest of this competition.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. If every single race is like that, then we're probably going to lose our voices by the end of this race. I'm losing my voice now. We'll get to see, a couple of at least brief bits of replay there. There's the contact as somehow that Team Australia car, as we'll get a live action view of how we replay things. As Jack, I don't know, I mean, yes, it's Australia. Yes, it's an Australian, supercar, but still, how has he kept hold of that?
But you look at how they're going side by side in front of him. That slows them two down. He then takes the advantage, but the Finland car returning doesn't realise that he's there. Incredible car control. That bunches them all up then. The Brazilian then makes a dive down the inside of Finland. They half spin. They go into the side of the teammate, and then Argentina gets involved and turned around. Well, I'll tell you what, this is going to be something for Will and for Matt to digest, because that was an absolutely thrilling first race.
Wow. Here's the results. Before we go any further, And it is Simone Maria Marciano from Team Italy who claims victory by 2.4 seconds then over Team France's Antoine Higelin. Max Benecke in third place for Team Germany. Johan Haaf for France in fourth. Martin van Loozenhoord for Team Netherlands rounds out your top five. Then it's Germany, Italy, Germany, United Kingdom, and Spain to round out your top 10. And you notice there that there's been some very good showings, but it is 3 drivers in the top 10 then for Germany, 2 for Italy, and 2 for France. So we go back, and you've got your first driver from Australia, Jack Boyd in 11th, Team Spain in 12th, with Alva. Hungary, their highest placed driver, with Leitner in 13th, Liebert in 14th, Ross in 15th for Team Spain. The Czech Republic, their highest placed team, in 16th place. Team Chile, their highest placed driver, in 17th place. And for the USA, their highest placed driver in 19th position. The rest of those results are going to come up on your screen. I am joined as ever for this part of the broadcast by Matt Gallagher from WTF1. And Matt, all we can basically say is that was an absolutely crazy race, but I think we probably have the save of the competition already bookmarked already, what we saw by Australia in the end there.
Miraculous, absolutely ridiculous save right at the end of the race. That would have been so heartbreaking to finish the race upside down or wherever he was going into that bus stop chicane. But it just shows that race in particular, how important qualifying is. With such a huge pack, you can't be getting mixed in with the midfield, because I was looking at the times throughout most of that race, and the race leader wasn't any quicker than maybe 10th, 11th and 12th was when they had a bit of free air. So it's all down to qualifying. And I also love the whole layout of the fact that although they're racing each other, some countries aren't actually racing each other, and they have to always be thinking about that as they go on.
Yeah, I want to talk about the group situation in a moment. One thing I do note is that France and Italy, very good early pace and a very good showing here in the supercar. Germany, well, they do lead, I think, overall. They lead Group A in particular, and there are the points up on your screen. Germany do have the most points at 246. France, second most at 240. Then Italy, the third most at 228. But it is currently Germany and Hungary who will progress from Group A, Italy and Spain progressing from Group B, Australia and the Netherlands from Group C, France and Chile from Group D. So in terms of the Germany situation, they looked, I'm going to say, partially underwhelming in qualifying. We saw the issue for Max Benecke having to do 3 stabs in qualifying to get himself even onto the grid. They looked to have a couple of issues early on, but actually they recovered incredibly, and this is why they are recognized as some of the world's best sim racers, because these are all world championship caliber drivers who are all actually a part of the same team, Matt. So they know each other when it comes to outside of this competition. I think that might give the Germans a bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, you say underwhelming, but I mean, all of them being in the top 10, all they have to do is score enough points to get through to the finals. So, and as you saw from the leaderboard, they are well clear at the moment. Obviously, there's still a couple of races for that to be decided, and you can see how many points a team can score as well. So it can all change as we head into the rest of this broadcast. But yeah, you know, they've got huge amounts of talent, Germany, and the fact that they've already got that points clearance, even though in qualifying especially they looked pretty underwhelming, as you say, they still managed to haul in a huge amount of points, and they're looking very good into the next few races.
And in terms of Finland, absolutely disappointing. I mentioned Finland because in the previous iteration of the World Cup of iRacing, only 2 sets of teams ever won. Team Finland or Team Diaz, as they were known, Germany, Austria, and Switzerland back then. So Finland having a really disappointing day, something I picked up on my radar. One thing that's going to be important, though, for this second race is that only 3 cars participated in this one, and only 3 cars will participate in the next race. And that will mean that someone won't be able to race, but importantly, the driver who sat out in race number 1 must race in race number 2. And one thing that we'll see throughout this competition is occasionally these teams, when they come to the team competition side of things, when they come to working out who's going to be participating, they'll be looking at strengths and weaknesses, but also working out when they need to have someone in their car, Matt.
Exactly. They probably, as much as I mentioned earlier, they wouldn't have had much time to prepare for each circuit. I imagine as soon as everything was announced, they'll go, right, you focus on that track, you focus on that track, and get as quick as you possibly can. Otherwise, they're just wasting time. So I'm sure that they would have assigned the drivers right from the get-go. And we'll see which teams are prepared the best. And, it's a day, not even a day, maybe half a day to get up to speed on a track. How much time have they put into just practicing a whole plethora of tracks? We don't know, but I think that will then be translated into the results we see over the next few, and whether or not some teams have gone, right, we have to produce in race 1 because our drivers don't suit the tracks later on in the competition.
You're right. We're going to put the points back up on your screen in a moment, and we're going to have a look at them again because it is worth noting the top 2, there we are, the top 2 will progress automatically to the semi-finals tomorrow. And you make the point a moment ago, Matt, about, when you're in your group, you don't always want to battle with them. But you got to remember that there are going to be implications for seeding for the semi-finals tomorrow. So every point still does count. So Germany, with 246 points right now, they are going to be the number 1 seed, and it would hopefully for them make their run for the semi-finals just a little bit easier if they're able to keep that number 1 seed.
Absolutely. I think Group C is quite tantalising at the moment, quite close all the way from Australia to Argentina. Obviously, Argentina getting involved in a few last lap collisions and spins and whatnot, but I think Group C is definitely one to watch out for over the next couple of races. As you say, Germany very much out in front, same for Italy and France. I think, ideally they just want to be in the top 2. Seeding obviously is a bonus, but I suppose that first race is really getting a nice baseline of points, which Germany, France and Italy have done. So maybe we'll see them take a few more risks into race 2, maybe try and push a little bit further up now that they've got that buffer.
Yeah, you're right. And I think at the moment, the group that's going to be struggling the most are going to be Group C, because only 124 points for Australia, 123 for the Netherlands. That group is wide open. And even if those 2 teams do manage to go through to the semi-finals tomorrow, they are going to be ranked lower than some of their competition around them. So there are some things that is worth thinking about. But with that, we will say goodbye to the supercar and we'll say hello to our second car track combination for the weekend. And this is the Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. And we are turning our attention to circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, or as I once said, Barcelona, and Martin Haven will never let me live that one down. But we are at Barcelona, 16 turns, 2.89 miles, and in some ways, Matt, we're back to a bit more normality. GT4 cars at a track around Barcelona, that seems a little bit more reasonable.
Absolutely, yeah. You don't tend to see supercars around Spa, and it was nice to see, and I like the fact that that's the layout of this tournament. This one, as you say, is a lot more normal for us. We've got a huge run down towards turn 1, so I can imagine the stewards and the commentators will be unbelievably busy trying to keep up with what's going on with the amount of cars heading down there. But as you say, it's a little bit more normal for us. It'll be easier to keep an eye on. But that tight and twisty last sector, I see so many collisions, and that's what I'm looking forward to. And that's what the teams are going to have to keep an eye out for, is just not getting involved in every battle they possibly can, because it's all about the points, and it's all about, as we saw with the UK, turn 1. What were they doing? He just drove straight into the back of him. I couldn't believe it personally, but it just shows they have got the pace and they can turn it around.
Yeah, they have. Whilst we have a moment, by the way, you can stay social with us throughout the course of the competition. Live timing and scoring is available, racebook.tv/Cup of Nations. That will be up from basically the start of qualifying onwards, and you can use the hashtag VCO Motorsports as well. And even more importantly, the tournament is raising funds for the incredible work that UNICEF is doing around the world to save lives, especially in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And therefore, the organisers, VCO, as well as Williams Esports and ourselves at RaceSpot TV, we're asking all competitors and viewers to make a voluntary donation, however small, to support this great cause. You can do this online via Just Giving, completely fast and secure. And if you are based in the United Kingdom, you may also claim gift aid for doing so. And the link for that is racespot.wtf/CON donations, but will be up on your screen when the races progress as well. And it's great to be raising money for an incredible cause such as UNICEF. As we say hello to the two up top, Paul and Connery again. And Paul, this track, Barcelona, I promise I'll say it correctly today. It is one of those tracks that I actually don't like the final sector. I much prefer the old double apex right-handers that they used to use. But for GT racing, that final sector actually does make for more exciting racing.
Yeah, it does. It gives them an opportunity to make an overtaking move into that chicane. And me and Connery, we've got a bit of previous around this track with these cars as well from the Porsche Esports Sprint Challenge. So, this is a car that a few of these drivers, not all of them, but a few of these drivers will be familiar with. And I tell you what, these guys are going to have an absolute amazing time in this car. It is going to be close pack racing. One thing we did discover from that particular broadcast is down that long pit straight, you think it's going to be a really strong slipstream in these cars. It's not actually, because there isn't actually that much of an aerodynamic drag on these cars. So it doesn't have as big an effect as you would imagine.
Yeah, you're right. As this track, we are a few moments away before we head ourselves down to qualifying. And Conor, I was going to say to you, we had a bit of a surprise in some way that Australia struggled a bit more than we would have thought in what is their native car in the supercar. Here, in terms of the Cayman GT4 car, there is one name that I think we've been talking about, or you've been talking about, the entire Porsche Sprint Challenge season, and he is a part of Team Italy, and it's Simone Mario Marcheno. Mr. Pizza Man is, let's be honest, gonna set the entire race on fire. He's incredibly fast. In fact, that entire Italy team, having a look through, incredibly fast in this GT4 car. But it's important for them to bring all three of their drivers who are going to be entering to the end of the race.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them in action, that's for sure. Of course, Simone, always a big competitor in the Porsche Esports Sprint Challenge that we have before the big World Championship events here on iRacing. So it's going to be his playground for all intents and purposes. So Italy looking to come away with this one with even more points than they were able to gain at Spa. But I gotta say though, you mentioned Australia. You did say that they had a bit of a struggle, compared to what you would think with the supercar being their home turf. But they still ended up coming top of their group. So that is really kind of all that is important. And that's a platform now that they can build off of on that group. So even if they go to cars or tracks that they aren't quite as experienced at, they have that buffer to work with.
Yeah, you're right. And I'm currently playing a game called Know Your Continents, trying to make sure I know exactly how many teams are competing from each of the 4 continents that are taking part in this event. And I would say, in terms of what to do next, Matt, on one hand, those teams that have had really good showings at Spa, it's about consolidation. However, if you are a Finland, or a Club United Kingdom, for example, or a couple of others along the way, you have got to go hell like leather, flat out, and do everything you can in qualifying to get yourselves a good starting position, because working your way through the pack here, it just is not going to work, as there we are, I thought we've just been blessed by the black screen on night here at Spain.
Absolutely, yeah. I think for the UK, I think they've maybe had a little bit of a different team talk of don't crash into each other, whereas maybe the other teams were lacking a bit of pace. The guys from the UK were on the second row of the grid, if I'm not mistaken. So they were really quick round Spain, Will they translate it to a more normal track, as we mentioned earlier, around Barcelona? I think so. I think they've clearly got what it takes to be up the front. They're not struggling with nerves, which maybe some of the other guys were from the first race. You know, you get in your simulator, you're feeling a little bit nervous. You've got the pressure of your country on your shoulders. So maybe the second race, they get a bit of a kick up the bum with the fact they maybe only have 30, 40 points on the board, Finland being one of those. Let's see. I'm excited to see how qualifying goes, but it is so crucial to get a good lap in.
Yeah, and so we are just waiting on qualifying. It will start in a couple of moments' time. There is a look at the Barcelona track, and it's been hosting Grand Prix racing since the 1990 season. Of course, it's one of those tracks, one of the many Spanish tracks that they use in MotoGP. By the way, MotoGP do have the best graphic package in the world right now. I was looking at qualifying for their race earlier today. 1991, apparently. But qualifying is going to be in 5 minutes then. So we've got a bit more time to talk about a couple of things here. And we can start previewing what's coming up for the rest of today, Paul, because after this race, we stopped talking about drivers in singularity, and for the third of our races, it is going to be teams. So 2 cars per team, each with 2 drivers.
Yeah, and that again is going to be where how do you 2 drivers mould in with each other? How do they work together? Now, you mentioned Team Germany. A lot of those drivers have worked together in the same team. I'm thinking Patrick Holtzman's the only one who isn't involved in the same team as the other 3 drivers in that team. So, you know, Patrick, I would imagine, will just sort of slot right in with one of those drivers and work really well together. But it's some of those other teams where they maybe haven't worked together before in the past. How quickly do they get together and say, right, you 2 have a similar driving style, you 2 go in that car, you 2 then in that car, and we'll work it that way. It's a tricky thing to do with a team race, but it's something that you have to do. You have to make compromises, and that's what team racing is all about, compromises.
Yeah, I'm not going to reveal to the viewers who haven't seen it yet what car and track we're running yet. I'd like to keep that one a surprise for just a few more minutes. And then Connery, after that, we're going to have ourselves 8 teams qualified, ready to go in the semi-finals tomorrow. And then everyone else is going to have to run in the playoff race. And well, I'm surprised I didn't basically demand that I was going to be on commentary for this one, because it is IndyCars at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So if you thought the races we have so far has been fun and entertaining, when we get to Indy, I think it's a 15-minute race. Chaos, pandemonium, but you've also just got to make sure you finish.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the main point when we actually head to that race. It's going to be a bit of a bloodbath, I think, if I'm being completely honest. But we're still quite far away from that point. Of course, we got a couple of races to go before we even get to the to the last chance qualifier. Of course, the top 2 teams in each group go through, then the 3rd place team, they'll be able to compete in that particular race at the end of today. But right now, I'm just everything's been so positive. We've seen some great racing. I mean, in the supercars, we saw some a bit of shoulder-to-shoulder action, but that's par for the course with those types of cars. Maybe here things will be a little bit cleaner because the GT4s aren't quite as forgiving with the contact as the supercars are, but it still should be great racing.
Yeah, and whilst you have the moment as well, I want to say a big thank you to a number of people who has managed to make this event happen. Of course, first of all, to our partners, Acronis, to VCO, Williams Esports, and of course, our charitable partner, UNICEF, for this, but also the people who have been working very long nights behind the scenes. Rani Cheneth, Hugo Louise, Jerome Kaiser, Ajura Kantapati, and of course, our producer, Tyler Maxson, as well, who have done so much hard work to get us to the point that we have pictures. A couple of final things to talk about before we head ourselves over to qualifying. We're speaking to the stewards a moment ago, Matt, and they were saying to me that although there was a rule book, surprisingly enough, not everyone bothered to read the rule book. And there is a rule in there about not pulling your car over to the side of the road, hitting that virtual toe, going back to the pits and going back out. We saw one driver do that. I'm going to keep nameless for the time being. So they are going to start enforcing that one. And that's partially designed to make these drivers think more as if they were in a real world racing environment.
Absolutely, that's what they should be. It's we don't want to be seeing as much as it is virtual. We want to see it translate as much as we possibly can to the real life racing, as we can't go do much real life racing at the moment. You mentioned the rule book. I think we didn't see many adhering to the rule book in the last lap of the Belgium race because. Connery said that was rubbing his racing. I think that was just straight rude. A lot of the moves on that last lap. So I actually foresee this race around Spain to be even more carnage because there'll be a few unsettled disputes from the last lap around Spa.
Yeah, there's a look at the track, by the way, up on your screen. For a moment anyway. But it's also worth noting that there is a 107% rule written into the rule book. Now, Spa's such a long track that you're not really ever going to need the 107% rule on a 20-minute race. A slightly shorter track like Barcelona, damaged cars like these GT4s that might come into play. So, if you see some drivers all of a sudden having to come down towards pit road, that will be the reason why, because there is a 107% rule built into all of the events here this weekend. So qualifying is almost underway now. We can finally stop listening to my horrible voice, but instead you can start listening to the voices of Connery Maddock and Paul Smith once again.
I was wondering where you were going with that, Will. About to say it was our horrible voices, but this is we're just in the final stages of the warm-up session beforehand. Look at that view of that amazing circuit, and then you get to see this just aberration right on the screen here in front of you, right here. I'm talking about myself, Connery, not you. You're fine. You've had a haircut. There's a reason why I wear the hat. Second race here. Then I mean. That first race, it almost made me lose my voice. It was just action everywhere. And as I say, we've commentated on a race for these teams and these some of these drivers in this car at this venue in a 20-minute race. So a few of these drivers got a little bit of experience of this car around here.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll see the likes of, like I said, even in the pre-show, it's Marciano's going to be up there. I mean, the Team UK complement, Charlie Collins, also competes in the series that we're talking about, so they'll be up there as well. Many of the more GT specialists will come into their own here as well. I'm seeing some fast practice times coming through from Max Benecke, Alexander Thieves, so the Germans are looking pretty strong here in this little warm-up session. The French are up there as well as ever, as they were the strongest in their particular group. And actually, it was a representative from Team Finland. It was Jonni Alekainen that set a top 10 time for Finland in the practice session. So, Finland are going to need anything they can get at the moment, considering how their Spa went.
Yeah, absolutely. Australia will be hoping for a bit of a better run this time compared to the last round, even though they did end up at the top of their group. Mia Ott, Bart Horsten and Josh Purwin are all going to be representing Australia this time, and that's some good quick drivers there in GT cars, and they'll be hoping for a good result here.
Yeah, they'll be hoping for that. That's, they got decent points all of Australia, so they'll be able to try and capitalize that in this race. As long as they don't fall too much by the wayside, they should be very, very comfortable here coming into the second group stage round. So we have qualifying now up on screen. Of course, it's the usual 15-minute session, but only 3 flying laps that these drivers are going to be able to manage. That's a hard limit. And of course, like Will said just a couple of moments ago, you're not allowed to take the tow back to pit lane. You have to drive an in-lap back to the pits. So it's going to take a little bit more time just in case you want to abandon a lap or get back out there. It's going to mean that time is going to be of the essence. But you've got one of the Germans out there at the moment. That is Maximilian Benecke. He had a bit of a struggle in qualifying for Spa, and hopefully he can get things a little bit more clean here at Catalonia. Of course, there's less of a risk at this track of getting those off-track penalties, so you won't get your lap invalid, but there are still a couple of places where it can be an issue, but nowhere near as much as Spa. So Benecke, he should be able to get himself a bank lap in here just fine.
Absolutely, saw him through turn 3, there's turn 4, tricky corner to get right, get it out wide, then get it back over to the right hand side, onto the brake straight away for the hairpin at turn 5. Turn 6 is flat out, just through this left hand kink, and then you're heading into the chicane at turn 7 and 8. You've got to use as much of the curb on the right hand side as you possibly dare. You can get a corner cut penalty if you go too far wide. Turn 9, this is a tricky one because it's over the crest of a hill. Get your line right. Again, using all of that runoff and a bit more of the curb on the left-hand side. Get it over to the right, brake just before the 100-meter board for turn 10. This hairpin. This is one of your overtaking spots here. And then up over the curb on the left. Hold your line through this right-hand hairpin. And then get on the power nice and early. Again, using all of the road available onto the brakes again. 90-degree right-hander. Avoid the sausage curbs, especially through here, because this left, it will unsettle your car. Through the right, doesn't matter too much if you hit the sausage curb on the outside in this car. Flat out through the final corner. It's Antoine Hijla that we are looking at as well across the line. So there we go. Across the line, time's coming in, and it's Max Benecke who is currently at the head of your standings at 53.8. The only driver to get into the 53, Samuel Lebert for a second place, with Alexander Thieb from Germany in third. Nicholas Ribler in fourth, although drops down to fifth because Charlie Collins there with a 54.0 up into second place. The times are coming thick and fast now, Connery.
Yeah, so, Collins up into second place. We got the other Charlie on Team UK. That's Charlie Summers in P8. So, the two people with the namesake there inside the top 10 for UK. We got Olli Kainen inside the top 10 for Finland at the moment. Marceno, though, kind of off the pace on his first lap there. 0.6 of a second, well, 6.5 of a second behind your current pole sitter. But there's still a lot of time left in this session, a lot of laps for Marceno to be able to improve his position. And you have to remember that with these cars, the first of the flying laps is definitely not going to be your fastest one. Your tires are still trying to come up to temperature, even if you're on your first flying lap. So these times will get faster and faster.
Yeah, the temperatures and the pressures, the tyre pressures as well, coming up to the ideal spot. So lap 2 and lap 3 are going to be your quicker laps here in this car. Marceno through the long right-hander now, onto the power, and then brakes again. You see the car just dip down the front end as they go into that right. The final chicane. Tricky to get right. It's all about getting your exit out this corner because you want to get the speed and carry the speed all the way through the final turn and into the start and finish straight towards turn 1. So Marceno coming across the line. What's his lap time going to be? A 53.8. That puts him pole position provisionally, but go. More times are coming in now. So Alexander Thieb at 53.9 there. So that's moved him up into third place. The times are so close. It's broken our timing screen here on the left-hand side. So we'll have to, the positions are right. It's just that the times aren't working, but we'll be able to tell you. Charlie Collins fourth and Antoine Hijla pretty close together in fifth place. Samuel Lebert sixth. Jeremy Bootloop in seventh. Carlos Fenalosa up to eighth place in quali with Joni Ollikainen in ninth, and Charlie Summers rounding out your top 10. Jamie Fluke has fallen outside of the top 10. Martin van Loosenhout for the Team Netherlands. We saw him have a really good race at Spa-Francorchamps, down in 21st at the moment in qualifying, but still laps remaining for these drivers here.
Yeah, still got a couple of chances to be able to improve. A bit of a slide there from Thieb as he was heading his way through the S's section. So you got to be so careful. And it'll be maybe a lost 10th of a second or so coming through there as he goes through the fast right-hander, then down this little back straight towards the left-hand hairpin, towards the final sector of the lap. Thieb in third place for Team Germany at the moment. So it's Germany P2, P3 at the moment, but Marceno for Team Italy is provisional pole position. Here's Martin van Loozenhout, a very quick driver in his own right as well. He's down in 22nd at the moment, but of course with those tyres and those pressures starting to come up to temperature, we'll see another bit of a flurry of colours on the left-hand side of the screen in just a couple of moments' time once those drivers come through and complete yet another flying lap. But at the moment, it's quite a big, very few. The gaps are small, is what I'm trying to say. If I'm trying to speak my native language properly,
I can tell you right now, Beneke did improve on his final lap, but did not get pole position. Jamie Fluke, however, on his final lap, up into second place for the UK. Charlie Collins on his final lap, up to fifth place as well. We've got other drivers. Pedro Albert is going to be finishing his lap. He's in 13th at the moment. What is he going to do as he comes across the line? Well, he's got the final couple of corners to go, as Albert. His second lap wasn't that strong. It was the strongest lap, but it still wasn't that strong. Through the final corner and across the line, I can see on my timing screen, and he does not improve. I'm looking down my timing sheet to see if anybody else is in a chance to improve. Really, there's not that many drivers who have got a second lap available to them here, or third lap, should I say, available to them. But look at that. Simone Maria Marcheno, pole position provisionally. There are still one or two to finish lap times, Connery. But Jamie Fluke, look at how close he is. He's 300ths of a second off of Marcheno.
Yeah, it was very, very close indeed, as we did have a couple of runners come across the line. In fact, late on there, Garrido up into 12th place there. For Team Chile, I believe that is, for Garrido. So they're looking to try and improve here. But we got about 5 minutes before the end of this session is done, and it looks like everyone has completed their laps here. I'm seeing a couple of changes further down, though.
Lorenzo Bonda up into 32nd. Marcus Nunez as well. He's completed his first lap, so he's still actually got 2 laps available to him, has Marcus. The man who's in 34th at the moment out on track. But, Nunez currently doing laps, and he's currently, for Team Spain, still got 2 laps available to him. So he could improve yet.
Yeah, if we can maybe get a look at him, but if he does actually have the 2 laps left.
He does,
He's basically... he has the track all to himself by default anyway, even with everyone on track. But since no one else is kind of running laps at the moment, he is kind of just rolling around at the moment here. As the number 50 car is actually still out there on circuit, so they have plenty of time to try and get their qualifying laps in and see how high that they can climb. But there we are, there they are out there on circuit. 4 minutes left remaining in the session, some laps to go as everyone else is done.
Well, Philip Schiff has still got some laps available to him as well in the car 35, but he's down in 46 at the moment. So we'll focus on the Spanish driver here of Marcus Nunez, who is running around here right now through this long right-hander. Of course, the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya is the home track for these Spanish drivers. And we were discussing this in a previous broadcast, Connery. Is it a factor for these drivers to be able to race around their home track? Do they know it better than other tracks? Maybe they do more laps around here than others?
That's one of the things we've definitely discussed before. Of course, usually in real-world racing, their home tracks, the tracks in their own country, are going to be the tracks that they grew up with in their junior series in their country, of course. But I don't think that's as pronounced of an effect in sim racing. Of course, maybe when you're younger playing other racing games, you want to go to the tracks that are from your country. But in sim racing, I don't think that is as much of an effect as to what we see in the real world. There's a slight effect, but there isn't this huge dramatic difference that we sometimes see in the real world. So if you ask me, it's just a small talking point.
Absolutely, but so everybody has pretty much done their laps now. There's no final lap times being set here, so we've got about 2 minutes before we go to the qualifying grid, the grid for the race, and it's going to be a rolling start here, Connor. So they're going to be starting just before the corner we can see on screen there, turn 10. So not the longest of time for them to be able to get any tyre temperature heading into this next event here.
Yeah, so the first lap here coming up is going to be pretty sketchy because, like you said, there's going to be stone cold tires on the start, and there's a lot of cars out there on circuit, so there's going to be people around you that, if you break traction or if you understeer into a corner, you're going to probably hit someone at some point. So drivers do have to be very, very careful here on this first lap. Otherwise, they're going to get cycled to the back, just like Team UK were at Spa with their contact into La Source. So that's basically the example of you don't want something like that to happen. You know what the saying is in motorsport: the one person that you don't want to hit is your teammate, and you just gotta keep things clean with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking through our times then. So it is Marciano on pole ahead of Jamie Fluke. But looking down the order, Nicolas Rublier up in 9th place, Carlos Fenalosa 10th. Joni Ollikainen, great qualifying for him to be in 11th place for Team Finland. So some good results here on the top end of the field. I'm looking further down. Martin van Loosenhoorn, he will be disappointed with that qualifying down in 26th, for example. I'm just having a look as well. Again, the USA, Dallas Pataska, he'll be gutted about being down in 37th.
Yeah, we'll get the full order in about 20 seconds time, but yeah, a couple of disappointing runs there from a good couple of drivers. You mentioned Van Loosenhoorn down in P26, but the thing is, like, the field is so close. It's almost as close as what we saw at Spa. The top 25 cars are all covered by 1 second, so it's incredibly close, and it's going to be the same situation at Spa. Of course, with these cars, though, the draft is not going to be as much of a factor, as you've already said, Paul, but it's still going to give that little 1/10 of a second extra to try and keep these cars clumped together, and we've already seen what that results in sometimes.
Absolutely. So we'll be getting ready for the grid here to come up on screen right now, and let us run you through that starting grid then. So it is Italy and UK on 1st and 2nd place. Second row of the grid is all German with Benecke and Thiem. In the 3rd row of the grid, it's UK and France with an all-French. 4th row of the grid, Higeland Bouteloup. Chile, the first Team Chile driver in 9th ahead of Spain driver Carlos Fenalosa. Finland and Chile round out your 6th row, or the row of the grid there. UK and Spain and Chile and Argentina, the first Argentina driver in 16th, Julian Santero. Another Argentinian, and Jonas Wallmeyer will be disappointed with that for Team Germany down in 18th. Alessandro Bicco and Matteo Ugolotti for Team Italy round out row 10. Espangini for Argentina and the Netherlands, Bram van Bruggen in 22nd. Norbert Leitner and Martin Stefanko, Hungary and Chile. And then Australia and the Netherlands ahead of Spain and Brazil in 28th. Got a lot of cars to get through here. So Australia and the Czech Republic then in 30th. Mia Ott for Australia, and then the Hungarian Riminček in 32nd. USA and Brazil represented 33rd and 34th, with Belgium and the Netherlands 35th, 36th. USA and Brazil with Hungary and Belgium Belgium again with the USA, and 2 Finnish drivers, 43rd and 44th. We're nearly done here. Canada, Czech Republic, and 2 Canadians at the back of the grid in 48. 48 car grid here for us today. And, well, we're getting set for the start of this one. The pace car is rolling. Everybody getting moving now. This is their short opportunity to get some tyre temperatures and pressures into their cars. This is the opportunity to try and get a feel of the conditions. Partly cloudy skies, 26 degrees track temperature, 25 degrees air temperature. So in the evening here for this particular event in the sim, it's going to be Italy and the UK, the front row of the grid. Jamie Fluke has dropped back a little bit from his front row. He's getting lined up now, trying to keep that Italian car in sight. They're underway then, the green flag in the air. Marceno, perfect start for him, and it's Fluke has been caught out with it because Beneke, Phoebe and Charlie Collins are all there in towards turn number 1 for the first time. Hard onto the brakes. Beneke makes it ahead of Fluke into turn number 1. Phoebe ahead of Collins, but Collins has got a nose inside. That's going to allow him to get the move down the inside. The car 33, Charlie Collins keeping it, but Phoebe can hold the power around the outside of 3 into 4. It's tricky to go too wide around this corner, but Phoebe is doing his best to be able to do that. He's going to have the inside line for the hairpin now. And here comes Team France as well with Samuel Lebert. All of a sudden, Charlie Collins is going to lose 2 spots here, Connery.
Yeah, not ideal. He's keeping himself in the race, though, which is the most important thing. No contacts just yet. He'll try to challenge Lebert into the S's, but he can't get any progress. And boot loop. Oh, there's a spin behind. There's a Spanish car around, and actually another one involved. Oh, there's a huge wreck behind these guys.
This is
in the S section. 3 Spain cars involved. All 3 of them have crashed.
But a big accident. Albert. We've also the timing screen is changing all the time. Dallas Pataska's involved, Riminchek is involved as well. A huge number of cars involved in that incident down at the turn 7 and 8 chicane. So easy to make a mistake down there and to have contact. I can tell you Charlie Summers is out of the race as well. He's dropping down my timing screen. We'll get a replay then up on screen, so we'll have a look, and it's the Spanish car that spun around. Big hit. There was one of the Germany cars involved in there as well. That wasn't ideal for them. So a number of cars involved in that incident, but we still carry on racing, and it's Marceno in the lead by less than half a tenth ahead of Max Beneke in second place. Jamie Fluke, third place ahead of Alexander Thebe, Samuel Aubert, Charlie Collins, Jeremy Bootloop, Antoine Hijla, Joni Olikainen up 2 places into 9th, and Nicolas Rubler in 10th place here, Connery.
Yeah, so you can see a couple of different lines being taken there through the very high-speed first sector corners. Look at this gaggle of cars, though, on the way in towards turn number 1. These are positions very deep in your field at the moment. This is towards the tail end, in fact, as they're heading their way through there. A couple of cars that have been involved in incidents, a couple of beat-up cars. You can see one of the Germans there, and amongst
Josh
the Australian.
The Australian.
Yeah, there's... that car isn't as it rolled off the factory floor, as we'll get a replay of this situation. I think this is the start here into towards turn number 1. Wow, one of the Australians just went... Well, I think there's a definition of send it, and we've just seen it.
They send it. Oh, and then the USA car got involved in that one as well with Van Lisnard. The Canadians trying their best to say sorry and get out the way, but unfortunately ended up having to get onto the grass and gravel there. Not an ideal line. Back to your lead battle then, and Beneke, he knows he's got 16 and a half minutes remaining, and well, he's just going to play that patient waiting game, I feel. He's experienced. Beneke is experienced enough to know what's happening here at the front and know what to do. Oh, we've got a car on its side.
Slick.
Oh, he's got helped over. He's got helped over there. That's one of the Netherlands cars. 45. Car 45 is Van der Slick, yes.
Yeah, Van der Slick, he somehow ended up on his roof. And I remember one of the series that we broadcasted here in conjunction with Team Redline, I think it was a similar sort of place where Jimmy Broadbent was stuck on his roof. But we'll get to see our replay of how in the world that happened. As, wow, there's a car coming in hot from Team Belgium. Just tags the back of the Netherlands car. And the Brazilian just forces Kevin onto his lid, stuck stranded like a beach whale in the middle of the circuit. He was able to get back onto all fours, though.
Yeah, he was almost turtled there on his roof, couldn't get over, and thankfully somebody came around and helped him out with that one. But yeah, some impressive driving and some impressive curb strikes there from the Canadian driver. That was up on two wheels. And carrying on, we have, by the way, lost Alessandro Bicco from this race. He has gone out of this race. I can see on my timing screen. Yeah, that is what's happening there for them. But we're just going to get a replay then into that big accident then. This is earlier on. Big drama further down, and lap 1 this is. And then it was onto the brakes into turn number 10. And again, another send down the inside. And that's one of the UK cars. The Australian car up and over. Oh, dearie me. Don't go the wrong way. Go the right way. There we go. He's getting stuck behind. He's getting back stuck in behind a ball there. But we're going to come back to live pictures because side by side, Fenalosa and Morley. And Morley is going to try and make his way around the outside here.
Not successful, though. Here comes the dive from Banfield. One of the Americans shoves off his fellow North American through the hairpin, but Morley able to keep the position, get back on circuit there, as that was a bit of a shove there between the two. And I think Morley has now might have a slowdown penalty because he's given the opportunity to Banfield around the outside, up over the curbs, just at the back of this shot there. There they are, into the final chicane. So tight through here. How they've negotiated this, as Van Putten's involved in this as well, in and amongst everything. He's going to go side by side with Vollmeyer in that German car as Vollmeyer works his way around the outside. Driver's left-hand side coming down the pit straight. It'll give him the outside for turn 1, but he might be clear by the time the braking zone arrives. He is. So Van Putten's able to slide back in as Michael Morley making the pass on Banfield ahead of these guys. But look at this, still more fighting into turn number 1. Multiple instances of side by side as Rodrigo Mies involved in this for Chile. We'll see 3 wide coming up through turn number 3 because why not? Mies trying to make some progress a long way around the circuit, and you see Josh Perwen there in the Australian car stuck on the inside as these guys continue to scrap through the end of the first sector. Mies, he's still side by side. He's gone side by side through the entire first sector.
Yeah, this is great stuff to see. Points up on the standings. This is your live points as they stand at the moment. Of course, this could change by the end of this race. But you look at that, Germany pulling out a lead over Hungary in that Group A. Italy consolidating their position at the top of that order ahead of Spain. The Czech Republic making a bit of a run along with Brazil. The UK jumping both Australia and the Netherlands in Group C. That's pretty close between them, and France really solidifying their position in Group D ahead of Chile and Belgium. So a couple of names that I didn't expect to see. One being Hungary, second place at the moment, but still plenty of time left here to go, Connery.
Yeah, for Group A, I think Germany are running away with it, but Hungary, good performance to haul themselves up into second place. They've got one over Canada, over the USA, which have been in the wars so far in this race. So it's not entirely surprising that they've been able to pip them to second place there. But towards the front of the field, though, there's Samuel Lebert for France, as he has Charlie Collins from the UK all over the back of him coming through the first sector. So there's still a good potential for things to change here at the front of the field. There's, again, a good couple of French cars towards the front. You got a couple of Germans as well also involved there. So it's the cars that we usually expect to see at the front of the field right now, just like we saw at Spa. But Group C and Group Group B and Group C are going to be the ones that, well, it's going to be very close for that second automatic qualification spot, because you don't want to have to run in that last chance qualifier, which is basically a dice roll with the car track combo, at least in my opinion. So for Australia, Netherlands in Group C, for Spain and the Czech Republic in Group B, they want to get into that second spot, so they automatically qualify to tomorrow.
We're almost at the halfway point of the second of 3 group stage races. The top 2 teams from each group automatically qualify for finals day tomorrow. The rest of the teams, well, they go into that knockout final last chance race after these group stage races. So there's plenty of opportunity still for this to go on here and for racing to happen here, but Collins and Lebert are the ones that we're looking at here, although also we've got that's Jamie Fluke and Alexander Thebe in front of those, pretty close together. They're all sort of grouped together in battle packs, haven't they, at the front of the field. You've got the front 2 out on their own, and then this group of, say, 5 cars, and then it's another group of 2 and another group of 2 behind them.
Yeah, of course, exactly the opposite to what we saw at Spa with the supercars, due to the fact that those cars can just keep each other close. In the draft, these cars not so much. Meanwhile, Italy and Brazil looking to fight. It's Lorenzo Bonda versus Matteo Ugolotti. Lorenzo, well, he does commentate for us sometimes here at RaceSpot TV, and now he's trying to show his skills out there on circuit for Team Brazil, trying to keep the Italian behind him as Ugolotti tries to go around the outside, clatters the curb a little bit, does that Team Brazil car, but Lorenzo Bonda's able to stay ahead, and now Australia are getting involved.
I don't think that was a curb that he clattered. I think it was Ugolotti's front bumper that got into the back of Bonda's car. But now Australia, as you mentioned, getting involved in that. Bart Horsten then moving up ahead of Matteo Ugolotti. Ugolotti is a very skillful driver for Team Italy. He's a very handy driver and can handle these cars very well, but right now stuck in that mid-pack, he's still trying to push on. Don't forget, by the way, that if you do want to support this, we are supporting UNICEF for this VCO Cup of Nations. We're aiming to look to raise £5,000, should I say, for UNICEF. If you do wish to donate, it doesn't matter how small your donation is, go to racespot.wtf/CON donations. That's racespot.wtf/CON donations. We want to really get those donations coming in and make it a day and a weekend to remember. So we would appreciate you getting your hand in your pocket and giving whatever you can, as still Bonda coming under intense pressure now from Horsten.
Yeah, here we go. That Australian car pulls out to go the long way around at turn 1, is scrapping behind these guys as well as Australia. They might be able to pick up the position here. Lorenzo Bonda's going to slide back, but a little bit of a situation there with that number 34 just almost outbroke himself into turn number 1, but he's able to recover and solidify position ahead of Brazil. But I'm having a look back to the front of the field because Max Benecke has really worked at this gap for the race lead. Marcheno is now coming under threat. There they are up on your screens. A slight little error there. Just a slight deviation of the line through the S's for Marcheno. And it's just giving a little bit of time each and every lap to Benecke.
Steward's decision, by the way. The car 09 for a drive-through penalty. That's Mia Ott for causing a collision on lap 1, turn 1. So that was the car that you saw flying down and causing that collision for Van Loosenord. So, yeah, Mia Ott, drive-through penalty. And Mia, she's currently in 22nd place at the moment, so that's going to push her basically all the way to the back of the field. As Charlie Summers, by the way, is dropping down my timing sheet. I think he's had a little issue, but we'll keep looking at this battle here.
Well, for Mia Ott, at least there's a... She won't. I don't think she'll lose too many positions. Horsten's around. Horsten just went around for Team Australia. So hard work trying to gain positions, and he's just lost all of his hard effort. So a drive-through penalty for Team Australia.
Battle for the lead.
Team Australia, but go back to the race lead because you're exactly right, Paul. Benecke is making his move around the outside, late on the brakes, but Marcheno's able to challenge still.
Yeah, Beneke, though, holding that outside line, gets the position and holds on to it. But Marcheno has still got 6 minutes 15 remaining in this one to try and get to the front of the field. As big streak, and I can see why, because Thebe running out wide in that battle with Fluke. There's also the 4th and 5th place drivers as well. So it's Libert, Collins as well. Collins trying to make his way past Alexander Thebe, does, and here comes Jeremy Boutloop now around the outside for Team France. He's trying to gain positions, but Thebe with that inside line trying to hold on to it. They're 2x2 heading into the chicane right now. And around goes Lebert. Samuel Lebert carried too much speed into the chicane, and that has seen him drop down the order. 9th place at the moment, down to 10th now, as Boutloop finally is just a nose ahead of Thebe. They're still battling side by side, heading down towards turn 10, but Thebe finally makes it ahead and sticks it ahead. Although saying that, he runs wide. He's run deep on the brakes.
Yeah, gifted an opportunity for Boutloop to sense the opportunity. Door was definitely open there on the exit of the hairpin, but the situation with the Bear, which is the car that you saw go off at the S, is he just dipped 2 tires into the grass, and that just completely unsettled the car. Tried to turn in while still being on that grass, and well, there's only one way you're going to go if you try to do that. As we'll get to see the replay. There it is, just at the turn-in point, gets onto the grass, and out into the gravel he goes.
Yeah, so you can see how he waited for those 2 cars to go past before setting off again. That's the correct way to return back to the track after a spin there. But these 2 at the front, Beneke, Team Germany, Team Italy with Simone Maria Marcheno, the race winner from the first race. Marcheno looking to get 2 from 2. But if there's anybody who is difficult to overtake, it is Mr. 11K himself, Max Beneke, the first driver in iRacing history to reach an 11,000 I rating. So Beneke, he has got experience, he's got pace, he's used to being at front of World Championship races as well. So he has that experience that really helps you in situations like this.
Thing is, though, with Marcheno, you know what he's like on the offensive. He's one of the most aggressive drivers, anywhere near the top level in terms of iRacing. Of course, he hasn't got himself a pro license just yet, but I wouldn't be surprised in the not too distant future if he's able to get one, especially if he can give Beneke a run for his money here. But here we go towards the inside, the Italian down the inside of the German. Marcheno's overcooked it, though. The up and under's available for Beneke as he maintains the lead.
Yeah, he just went in way too deep there. He went, there's the braking spot. Right, I've gone past that. Now I'll brake. And he went too far, too deep. He was off the track there. So not good for him to be able to do that. But still, 2nd place at the moment. That's a good position for Team Italy to get some really good points. Team UK, by the way, really strong in this race. Jamie Fluke and Charlie Collins, 3rd and 4th. They'll be hoping not to get into any contact with each other in this race compared to the first race. But then it's Team Germany with Alexander Thebe and Jeremy Boutloop from Team France in 5th and 6th place. Antoine Higelin for Team France in 7th, ahead of Joni Olakainen in 8th place for Team Finland. So good position so far for the Finnish driver. Nicolas Ribler and Esteban Gini down into 10th place. So speaking of Team Finland, Joni Catalia is battling it out with Mia Ott. So Mia Ott has served her drive-through penalty, and that's brought her out in 28th position.
Yeah, she hasn't lost as many spots as we were fearing, so I think she was able to find a little bit of space, and I think she did have a good gap behind her, so she's able to slot into that, and then has now being involved in this little battle group that she's in right now. So it's not panic stations just yet here for Team Australia. They're still in that 2nd spot in Group C, so they still have automatic qualification into tomorrow. And if they'll be able to hold that spot into the after the next race, that will be them for sure qualified through into the next stage of competition. So Netherlands and Argentina haven't really showed up here today for Group C, allowing Team UK and Australia to really run away with things at the top of that 3rd group. But we've got about 1 minute and 25 seconds left in this race. I'm having a look to see where Beneke is on his lap. He hasn't taken the white flag just yet. He's coming through the final sector. So this will be the start of the final lap for your race leader.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're running through. We're looking further down your order then. The Team Italy driver, number 41, Matteo Ugolotti, the man who dropped down the order, down in 21st, behind Lucas Prada, also Bart Horsten and Fabio De Carmo as well in that little battle group up on screen right now. So it's Brazil, Australia involved there. So too is, I believe that is I can't even see the car from there because it was being blocked by the timing tower, but the 3 cars there all battling out through the final chicane. Not really close, but this is a chance for Bart now. Down the start and finish straight, looks to have a strong exit right at the point where he has a little bit of an internet glitch, but he's back with us and he's down the start and finish straight, starting his final lap as well.
Yeah, can Do Carmo hold on to this? So look at the weaving that he's doing on driver's right-hand side. Trying to do something about the very little draft that these cars actually give. But Horsten around the outside, but Prada hot into the corner. Somehow he's been able to avoid contact there. Oh my word, that could have ended so poorly for absolutely everyone there. But Bart's still in this battle with Do Carmo. We got a little bit of a replay of this as we're on the final half a lap for Beneke.
Yeah, it's a Czech driver then, a little bit hot into the turn 1. The thing is there, you can just keep it straight and dart off to the outside of the turn 1. But we're back to the front of your field. Max Beneke then, your race leader. He's got half a second between him and Marceno. There is a little bit of lap traffic in front of them, but that shouldn't come into play here because Julian Santero for Argentina is just far enough ahead to not get involved in this one. Just the final few corners then for Beneke. Final chicane. Avoid those yellow curbs. Onto the power. And well, Team Germany, Deutschland are going to come away from this one with the race win here in the second of your group stage races. Simone Maria Marceno for Italy in second place, and then UK third and fourth with Germany fifth. France 6th and 7th ahead of Finland, and then Nicolas Riblet in 9th ahead of Samuel Lebert. Round out your top 10. We've still got battling further down Argentina, Chile as well, and Hungary across the line, real close together, and still this battle going on further down. De Carmo and Horsten, they get in together to each other, really close across the timing line, and it's going to be De Carmo for Brazil ahead of Australia with Czech Republic. Well, it's Czechia now in that position down there. Matteo Ugolotti, disappointed he'll be with 21st. More drivers coming across the line here, but Connery, thrilling racing, and once again throughout your field it just goes to show how close these drivers are. And look at that, no rear end on the car, no rear wing, but still able to carry on and get a finish here.
Yeah, there we go, across the line they go. We'll get a replay up though in just a couple of moments. I think this is going to be with Do Carmo and the little battle pack that he was involved in. Oh, this is a little bit further back with the Chileans and the Argentinians. That's Esteban Gini there in what was in P11, and gets cycled all the way back now, and he's going to have to take that one on the chin, I'm afraid, as we'll stick with this one. That's what caused the whole almost 3-wide situation coming across the line and amongst that particular group. But we also had that close moment between Do Carmo and Horsten as well for Brazil and Australia. So those guys having some close finishes in the mid-pack and towards the back, but that's the racing done here at Catalonia.
Yeah, certainly thrilling racing and plenty for discussion. So let's hand it over to Will and Matt.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much, Connery, as yet another very exciting racer. We had heartbreak for the Spanish team when all 3 of their drivers had incidents all at once. We had possibly the best line of commentary we're going to hear all weekend. The Canadians apologizing whilst moving out of the way of an incident with some of the Americans. And yeah, we had lots of dive bombs. We're going to talk about that in a moment. But first, let's have a look at the result, because Team Germany's Max Benecchi claims victory by just under half a second over Team Italy's Simone Maria Marciano. So it's a first place and a second place for Marciano so far over the course of this weekend. 2 UK drivers. The UK bounce back begins. Jamie Fluke third, Charlie Collins fourth, then a second Team Germany car to round out your top 5. Then it's a duo of Team France cars with Jeremy Bouteloup and Antoine Higelin in P number 7. Joni Olikainen in P number 8 for Team Finland, the highest placed driver for that team. Team Chile's Nicolas Rubler in P number 9. And then rounding out your top 10 is Team France's Samuel Liebherr. Argentina's highest placed driver is Esteban Gini. Then your highest placed Hungarian driver is Norbert Liebner in P number 13. For Team Brazil, their highest placed driver is Neto Nascimento in P number 15. Talk about Team Spain, all 3 of their drivers involved in the same incident at the same time. Because of that, Marcos Nunez only P number 16 for them. And then in P17, you have your highest placed Belgium driver with Nicolas Pichner and the highest placed Australian in P number 19. Rest of those results coming up on your screen. We see Matteo Tolozzi there for Italy in P number 21. For example, Tom Abramates for P23 for Team United States of America. And this is the point where we're going to start waving and saying hello again, because those beautiful cameras will be back up in a second. Ignore P number 49. We pay him a lot of money, but our director of operations back at house, Randy, couldn't do the most basic of jobs, and that's not to join the session. So hello, Will Vincent again here. I've got Matt Gallagher from WTF1 to my right, virtually. Paul and Connery are still up top there. We'll say a wave to them up above. But I mean, we really got to start with that one, Matt. I think the curse of the commentators came through when it was asked, do you get an advantage running at your home track? And before you know it, all 3 Spanish drivers, same incident, turn number 8, oops.
Yeah, that was a big instant. I just realised I looked the wrong way when you mentioned me. It's actually this way. Anyway, right, lap 1 was huge, and I think that really does show the nature of the competition. What we've been saying is don't get caught up in those big incidents, especially every single one of your teammates. So that was a really big blow for Spain. It has to be said that France had a really great showing once again, all of them in the top 10. And the UK, just as I said, I'm not biased just because I'm from the UK, but I did say they had the pace. And P3 and 4, very strong. They seem to work together as well to be able to hold back the maybe 4 or 5 cars that were behind them. So they really worked well during that race.
Now, Australia, they kind of had a double whammy all at once. They were looking as though they were going to take P2 in their group, but then a drive-through penalty for Mia Ott for an incident on lap number 1 that was investigated, and then another one of their drivers having an incident almost simultaneously meant that Australia now are on the back foot in that group. The points come up on your screen. They are actually still in second place, so I thought they were going to drop down, but actually, because the Netherlands and Argentina struggled so much, Australia, they've lost the lead, and they're not at the top of Group C now. United Kingdom go to the top of Group C.
Yeah, huge showing. And that's exactly the nature of this competition. How many points you can score in one sitting. You can see with France and Germany, they are out in front. Goodbye. See you later. We're not going to see them in this final race in terms of being displaced from first position in their groups. But yeah, as you say, look, UK up at the top. They've got the pace. And what I found really interesting, because it was more of a normal setting for racing around Spain in the Porsches, was that there was a bigger skill gap. Considering it was a shorter lap, we saw the likes of Benecchi and Marciano really get into their own and pull away. And I was looking at the times, and between the top guys and the bottom guys, there was maybe 5 or 6 seconds between their pace at some points. So it's interesting how a more normal scenario for these drivers really show where the practices come in throughout their racing careers. So I know you haven't said what the next track is going to be, but it's interesting to see that difference.
Yeah, and I feel like I can do a bit of a CNN declaration at this point, where Group A, Group D, I can say quite safely that we'll be seeing Germany and France tomorrow in the semi-finals. I'm going to call that one now. Group A, Germany 452 points. Big gap then to Hungary. Actually, almost 200, over 200 points more than Hungary. Hungary second place, United States third, Canada in fourth. Group B, Italy and Spain. I think that they're going to have a good shot of getting the top two places, but the Czech Republic have been strong. And of course, I think Group B is becoming the group of death because Brazil, they just managed to get all of their drivers finishing the race. They could well leapfrog up a couple of places as well. Group C has all changed around. The United Kingdom, after a miserable showing in their first race, they are now leading Group C. Australia second place, the Netherlands in third, and Argentina fourth. And then Group D, France, bookend them, send them over to Sunday. Job done, they're through. Chile and Belgium could still scrap it out for second place. Finland, we're likely going to be seeing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway a little bit later on this evening. So that is your four groups, and their point so far is Acronis continues to present the VCO Cup of Nations in aid of UNICEF here on Racesport TV, on the iRacing Esports Network, across VCO's social media platforms, and also streaming live on WTF1's YouTube page as well. My name is Will Vincent, joined here still with Matt Gallagher. Last thing I wanted to talk about in terms of what we saw at Spain, a lot of dive bombs there, Matt. We saw a lot of people being very aggressive. Are we going to see that intensity go up as we head to our third, and for some people, final race of the day?
Oh, absolutely, Will. We are going to see some carnage. Paul and Connery, get ready. That's all I'll say. You'll need your peripheral visions to the absolute max to see what's going to be going on in this final race. I expect, there's going to be no sort of polite manners, I imagine, into especially lap one. Got to get qualifying right, as we've been saying throughout this broadcast. And if they don't get it right, they're going to have to make positions up as quickly as possible. It's not a long race. We're not going into 2 hours worth of an endurance race. They have to make the moves quickly. So for me, we're going to have some elbows out. I'm sure we're going to see some rear wings, front wings, whatever the cars are going to be missing. I haven't said anything, Will. I'm still leaving you to do the announcement of what it is. But I'm looking forward to this last race. It should be, if Paul and Connery both have their voices left, they haven't done a good enough job.
We train them hard. We do train them very hard. By the way, if you're wondering why my head's going around, it's just because 6 monitors, 7 monitors, trying to get things ready on my end. But let's actually then talk about our third race of the day, shall we? Because this is where things get really exciting. We're going to go to Suzuka, one of my favorite racetracks in the world, and we're going to be in the Nissan GTP ZXT for a 40-minute team race. So yes, this is old school prototype racing, Matt. This is the sort of thing that many people got hooked to motorsports on. It was either Formula One or seeing those amazing cars, those prototype cars of the 1980s.
Yeah, exactly, and that is exactly what we want from the final race, isn't it? Especially around Suzuka. It's one of my favourites as well. I imagine, and also we've got 40 minutes worth of racing. We had 20 minutes in Spain. We've got double the length now for maybe some drivers to make up lost positions on lap one. Spain, we've seen in the previous race, losing a huge amount of places and getting a lot of damage as well. So maybe not as much urgency in these amazing prototype cars, but it's the last race. I want to see some dive bombs.
Well, as we go to Suzuka, and seeing as you run a channel called WTF1, I've actually got a trivia question for you.
Oh, no.
In 1990...
turn off.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I had to. Because, of course, Williams and Williams Esports have been such a big part of putting this all together, I thought I'd do a Williams type of trivia question. In 1996, of course, Damon Hill at this track won the 1996 Formula One World Championship. He actually won it mid-race because Jacques Villeneuve's tyre decided to have a bit of a walkabout. Do you know what sweet treat the team celebrated with in the pit lane?
I feel like I do know this, but I don't know off the top of my head, and I don't feel like I should be the only one asked this. The commentators,
They think I know. I think I've told these people before.
I will. You see, no. So I will say right now, I have full knowledge of the answer to this one because Will went and threw this question at ourselves last week during a different broadcast. So
it's scarred into your brain now. Then
yes.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Matt. I'll give you until the end of the race. And then when we wrap this one up, it's actually hard to Google as well. But we are at Suzuka. This track is, of course, absolutely beautiful. We will get the track up, Matt. At the moment, the only figure 8 racetrack, that's ever been run out of Formula One. We've got the superlatives we can talk about forever. But this track combination, there is the track. 16 corners, 3.6 miles. That's 5.808 kilometers, actually 17 turns. Everyone forgets that downhill right hand at the end of the lap. But actually, in these GT prototype cars, you got to be really careful about turn 17. It is a corner where if you put that car throttle down just a little bit too early, the back end will snap out on you. And this car is incredibly hard to drive. And actually, I don't think everyone in this field has even driven this car before today. And at this point, I'm going to bring Paul Smith and Connery Maddock back into the conversation. Paul, I think I've driven this car about 4 times ever. It is a very, very hard car to drive.
I attempted to qualify for an event in this car. Not the word attempted, because it is my right foot has 2 positions, either completely off or lead weight on the accelerator. That's the only 2 positions that I have here. I'm a very binary throttle application there. So it is a very tricky car because you've got that turbo lag. As soon as you get the turbo, all of a sudden the car wants to just back end on you. So a very tricky car. These drivers will have spent probably more time in this than maybe a few of the other cars because it is such a unique car to get used to.
And therefore, Connery, adaptability is going to be a big part of this race. And also, as I've said before, bring the car home. You do not need to be battling for overtakes, but this track is so narrow. It's one of those old school F1 tracks that Matt and WTF1 love to harp on about because they're not a Tilkodrome. But at the same time, it means they're narrow. It means that if there is an incident on track, wave yellow flags. Remember, they were talking about this in the MotoGP race earlier. Be prepared to stop and let the incident finish off before you attempt to just blast through it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to require some decent heads-up driving from everyone involved in this. And if you're in one of those teams like in Group B and Group C, where it's still very much undecided who actually gets automatically qualified into tomorrow, you're going to push that aside a little bit because you always want to have this go-forward attitude. You want to be searching for every single opportunity, maybe even go for some moves that aren't quite on just because you're so desperate for points, especially in the late stages of this race if you don't feel like you've done quite enough. So it's going to be a pretty tough track for those reasons. It's not a lot of room for error, and there's a lot to gain in terms of the points for those teams that need them.
Of course, it is now a team event, and that means that there's new rules to contend with as well. The most important one to note is that drivers, of course, must do a pit stop. They have a 10-minute window by which they can do this from the start of minute 15 until the end of minute 25. So that will also add another bit of strategy. And Matt, strategy at a track like this has been synonymous with all types of racing, but if you get a little bit of a gap and you've got actual people as support that can say, okay, you pit now, you'll be in clean air, go pit early.
Strategy's huge for this, just purely from the amount of cars that are going round. So track position and a bit of clean air is huge because we've seen in the previous 2 races, people have the pace. Like mid-pack are lapping the same laps as the guys up in front if they can get a little bit of clean air and they're not going 4 wide into a corner, which obviously you're going to lose a bit of time. So yeah, the strategy is going to be huge. They're going to have someone in their ear just trying to find a point in the track where they can go, right, pit now, let's go early, let's go long. I personally would probably go longer into a race just purely because people will be desperate for the undercut to try and get a bit of track position. Go long, then maybe get a bit of track position. We see that in like F2, for example. That's where some drivers go forever in their feature race, and then they manage to get a bit of track position and gain with the overcut, which is something that you don't necessarily see, but could be good for these guys.
Go long just sounds a little bit like me playing American football, just making me run up and down the pitch. No one ever threw the ball at me. Someone just let us know from our race control. Qualifying's been delayed by just a couple of minutes. They're sorting out some small little gremlins to make sure everything's working as it should. So it actually gives me a really good opportunity to remind you that we are not just bringing you 2 days worth of great action, but also raising money for the charity UNICEF as well, who are doing great work around the world to save lives, especially in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And therefore, the organisers and ourselves are asking all competitors and viewers to make a voluntary donation, no matter how small, to support the great cause. And you can do that by going online and going to racebot.wtf/CON donations with an S. So that's racebot.wtf/CON donations. There is also a link in most of the YouTube description thingies as well. It's a different link, but it takes you to exactly the same place at the end. We just like short links here. In fact, we just want to be like WTF1. We just, couldn't actually have their domain. So thank you to everyone who has donated so far. We've had a couple of people: Simon Povey, Yoshi, Jeremy Bootsloop, done so in the last couple of hours, Eunice Warmeyer, Alexander Phoebe, Thomas Petgurin. So thank you to all those and anyone who is thinking of donating over the course of this weekend. It's great also to bring so many great partners together. We've got Acronis, of course, our sponsors of Williams F1 team. We have VCO, who's made such an impactful statement on the world of sim racing over the course of the last 18 months. And of course, Williams Esports is a part of this as well. I'll tell you one thing. I'm just having a look at this Team USA car. It's the most American thing ever at the bottom. Just a big Goodyear sticker, which just about sums up the brute and the majesty of this car. But in terms of what we've got to expect moving forward, Group B and Group C is really where we need to be focusing on now, Matt. Group C, it's going to be a case of, if both your cars finish, you might have a shot. And it means that, you've got to make sure that you don't make any silly mistakes. And after the horrific round United Kingdom had in the first race, recovering in Spain, now they got to consolidate that to make sure they don't have to run at Indianapolis in about an hour's time.
Yeah, you don't want to be going into Indianapolis, the playoff round, because we said earlier on that it is a lottery, but also it's not just a lottery, that playoff round, but it's how well you work together with the slipstreaming in the cars, because obviously that's the main thing. So we could see some very interesting strategies from some of the teams there, but focusing on this race coming up around Suzuka, yeah, it's going to be qualifying is going to be really interesting to see. They're going to have to go all out around here because it is such a single file circuit. You've got a few overtaking opportunities. I imagine 130R will be very hectic into lap one. We should see a few people running wide, I imagine. Maybe a few stewards' inquiries as well. I'm actually really surprised that there hasn't been more stewards' penalties than maybe I've heard, unless I haven't been seeing as many as have been going on. But it seems like the stewards are a little bit more lenient, perhaps, with what's been going on with a few shoulder barging. And I imagine with the prototype cars, shoulder barging is going to end up much worse.
Yeah, they have reviewed a number of incidents. There's 13 reviewed in race number 1, 11 incidents reviewed in race number 2. So the people have been doing quite a bit of work to review those incidents. But what I can now say is that qualifying is now live. So with that, we are going to wave goodbye to ourselves and to Matt, and we say hello again to our commentary team, Conor Maddock, but first, Paul Smith.
Yes, thank you very much. And this race is something that I'm looking forward to. This is a unique car and track combination. It's absolutely wonderful. Before we get into that, I just want to point out, by the way, whilst we're all talking then about everything coming into this race, I put a donation in, it took 2 minutes. So if it takes me 2 minutes to make a donation, and I'm not the best with technology, Connery will attest to that, that's for sure, then anyone could do that. So please do go donate. It's a great cause, and it's wonderful. Right. But with that one out the way, qualifying, Suzuka, it's vital around here because it's not always the easiest place to overtake at.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple opportunities, into the hairpin. If you're brave, you can get the run out of 130R and make something happen into the Casio Triangle. But apart from those two big opportunities, maybe a slight one into turn 1 if you're lucky, it's kind of going to be very restrictive here today. And of course, with this being simultaneously the last proper group stage round, and it's this team race where each country has 2 cars, and of course we'll have the driver swap at some point during the race. There is one mandatory stop here that these drivers will have to complete to get that driver swap underway. But we're on board with Team France number 1 at the moment, with Johan Haaf behind the wheel on this qualifying lap. So as we said, it's the same qualifying format as we've had for the past 2 rounds. It's just that it's going to be one driver from each team putting in a lap time for their car. Johan Haaf has that responsibility for France number 1.
Absolutely. Equipe de France is currently heading through the S's there. And Dunlop curve, this is tricky. It opens up part way through, so you got to be careful with the throttle and then get onto the power. Degners, this is unbelievably difficult as this part of the track. Get these 2 hooks up right and you've got pretty much a good car to work with. Now into the hairpin, around the corner, onto the brakes, slow it right down through the hairpin. Careful with your throttle application in this car. Wait for that turbo to kick in, and away we go through the long sweeping right-hander, and setting themselves up for Spoon Curve, an iconic curve. So many iconic curves around this track. Look at how he throws that car into Spoon there. Second part of Spoon tightens up and then opens on the exit there. Get up over the curb and then flat out down this back straight, heading towards 130R. Of course, some famous overtakes made around here. Absolutely nailed through that corner into the Casio Triangle. Get your line right, up over the curb on the right, then the left onto the power, as Will pointed out. Look at the wheel straggling, and around he goes, and that's exactly what Will pointed out in his comments, how easy it is to spin the car.
Yeah, these turbos, they're not modern turbos, are they? There's going to be a huge amount of lag, and coming through the final corner at Suzuka here, you just got to, even in modern cars, you got to kind of tiptoe your way through there because the track drops away from you a little bit and the car gets a little light. And when you add the turbo lag, when you add the boost coming in from these cars at the same point, yeah, I don't think Johan Haaf's going to be the last one to do that. Yeah,
there's no anti-lag on these cars. There's nothing to keep that turbo spinning up with this. And but still, we're on board with Pedro Albert then. Through the Degners, over the curbs. Don't run too far wide or you'll get yourself a 1x, an instant point, and that'll invalidate your lap. You're not careful now onto the brakes. The hairpin tight in, takes a wider exit than his French compatriot that we were on board with, but yeah, through the long sweeping right-hander again. And it's great to see this camera shot on board because you can see the amount of work that the drivers, well, some of the drivers put in. Some of the drivers are very, very smooth with this car, and you can see very little steering input coming in, but we'll see how they do out of the Casio Triangle once they've made it through 130R as to how they do getting the accelerator down.
Yeah, so as some thunder is actually outside my flat, though. I'm not sure if you can hear that on broadcast, but it is tipping it down with rain. Thankfully, no rain in iRacing just yet, so they'll have a track out there to get things done. But Team Spain now through the final corner and immediately onto the pit lane. So that was an in-lap for them, not feeling entirely comfortable. And now the Team Brazil out there yet to set a time for their first car here. So it's, I mean, there's still plenty of time, plenty of laps still left in the session. But, whoa, look at that. Nascimento, 2 tires in the grass at the S's there. You can see how unhappy the car was about that, but good reactions to be able to hold on.
Yeah, Michele Constantini up to pole position provisionally for this Italy 1 car. Germany 1 are in second place with the Equipe de France in third place. Team Spain 4th ahead of Italy in 5th. Germany 2, 6th ahead of the Team Spain 1 and 7th. Team Netherlands in 8th. And then it's the 2 UK teams in 9th and 10th place. Australia 11th with Finland 12th. Hungary and Brazil 13th, 14th as we go down the order. So a few teams yet to score lap times. Team Chile 2, both the Argentinian teams, Team Chile 1 as well, so that's both the Chile teams. Good if I actually checked this before I actually started reading them out. Equipe de France 1 and Czech Republic 1, Team Brazil 1 and also Team USA yet to score a lap time here in this qualifying so far. Cup of Nations 2, Charlie Summers working his way through the S's. This is such a tricky part of the track because but it's such a rewarding part of the track as well though, Conor.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the most fun parts of this track, and maybe even the best section in all of motorsports, at least if you ask me. Because, you know, the elevation changes, the apexes come at you one after the other, and anything with a little bit of downforce, and well, these cars have quite a bit of downforce, shall we say, it's just one of the most glorious sections of any racetrack anywhere. And you know, this is the track that I load up on iRacing if I just want to do some hot lapping, because it's you know, it is one of my favorite tracks. But a couple of changes there on the sidebars. You see Team Netherlands inside the top 5, able to improve position, but the lap times are characteristically close. It's a second separating, or just over a second separating your top 12 cars at the moment. So you got the 2 UK cars inside of the top 10 there. The 2 German cars are quite, well, up towards the top of the standings there. But Team Italy are only 26 thousandths of a second ahead of Team Germany for pole position. But here comes the second UK car coming through the Casio Triangle. And now, very careful through this final corner. You don't want to do what Johan Haaf did for the Team France number 1 car, but Charlie Summers across the line of 47.1 is not going to be good enough to challenge those teams at the very top, and the UK remain in P9 and P10. Here comes France number 1 though. Across the line they go, a 147 flat. It's a good time for France number 1 there, and that actually gets them inside the top 5.
It certainly does. Team Chile 2 then, Nicolas Rublet working his way through the hairpin, changing through the gears. And these cars just so alive are these cars. It's quite an analog car in a digital world. Pun very much intended there. But you come through that left-hander at Spoon, up over the curb, and this is what he wants to see right in front of him. Clear track. A 130R, absolutely flat through there, onto the brakes, and Chile working their way through the chicane then. And Nicolas, what can he do here? He's going to come across the line. He needs to set a lap time in qualifying, and that is going to be a 47.6, which only puts him in 14th place. Patrick Holtzman to the top of your standings. Germany 1 have now got ahead of Italy in the qualifying. So that puts them provisionally in pole position by 5/100ths of a second. So Germany, with the big drama there, getting up to the top of your standings.
Yeah, big effort there from the Germans. Patrick Holtzman was behind the wheel of that Team Germany car, able to put it on provisional pole position. We still got 4.5 minutes left in the session, but the reason why we're not looking at it right now is that most of the cars, in fact, I think all of them, have been able to complete their laps here. The only one that's really on a lap that will count is Johan Haaf for France number 1, currently in 5th place through 130R.
Yeah, so Johan Haaf, hopefully we can get to see him as he's bounced over the curbs at the chicane. And We'll see whether his time is an improvement. He comes across the line. No, it isn't. That's a slow lap time. So he is done for there. I'm just having a look through if there's anybody else. Czech Republic 17. They're on lap 3 at the moment. So the number 17 car. Oh, my OCD likes this. They're in 17th at the moment. They are just running their way through into the chicane right now. And Martin Stefanko through the right and the left. Onto the power. Oh, steering wheel working away there across the line in a 48.2, which does actually not improve their lap time. Argentina 1, Agustin Canapino as well, out on track at the moment here.
Yep, they are. So these are the last runners here in qualifying for group stage round number 3 of this, the VCO Cup of Nations, powered by Acronis, and of course Williams Esports helping to put this together as well, in support of UNICEF, as Argentina into the Casio Triangle. There we go, trying to wheel that car in. Very strong turn-ins there, and then tiptoe. The car starting to break loose through the final corner. And to the line he goes. Not well. It's going to be an over 2-minute lap time there, so it's not going to be in any way competitive there. So it looks like I'm just cycling through the field. I don't think anyone else will be able to improve on their lap time here. They won't get the opportunity to. So we have about 2.5 minutes to just talk about what we've just seen in qualifying here, because Germany able to get themselves to pole position by well, just about, in fact, exactly on my timing screens, 0.5 of a second over Italy.
Yeah, absolutely. 5/100ths of a second ahead into pole position. Of course, those two not fighting for their particular groups, and they're both actually pretty strong in their groups as well, as we go through in this one. But right now, as you see us once again on camera, we've got approximately 1.5 minutes, 1.75 minutes to just talk about qualifying. And we saw straight away with Johan Haaf the difficulties at the last corner, but not just him as well. Others were having to work the wheel through that last corner. So Will was correct to point it out as we went into this particular race.
Yeah, a lot of manual wheeling needing to be done there, as of course no traction control, no ABS, the big amount of turbo lag. It's going to be a bit sketchy there for those prototypes coming through the final corner. A couple of people having problems, but right now this qualifying grid looking like what we expected. Team Spain though bringing a good performance to haul themselves up into P4 in the starting grid. The Netherlands needing a big performance as well. They start in 6th place, so this has the potential to be a big points haul for them, and it's going to be crucial in that battle with Australia now, I think, in that same group.
Yeah, absolutely. France doing a very good job as well. 3rd and 5th place in the qualifying. Sorry, I was half listening to you, half listening to race control as well. At the same time, they were giving instructions to the drivers, reminding drivers. One of the things that was just touched upon at the start of this broadcast was, of course, 10-minute pit window. It's a 40-minute race, so they've got to make their driver swap between 15 minutes and 25 minutes of this race.
Yeah, so that's going to be the special little regulation that we have for this event involving the driver swaps. So it's another little change to the format, and well, we'll get to see more interesting combinations a little bit later on in the competition, especially coming into that final day of competition. So that's going to be an interesting one. But of course, we have this teams race just about to get itself gridded. We're going to be switching over into the race session in just a couple of seconds' time, so we can bring you the full starting grid for this final group stage round here in the VCO Cup of Nations.
Absolutely. So let's bring you the grid then. Germany pole ahead of Italy in 2nd place, and Equipe de France in 3rd ahead of Team Spain in 4th. 5th for the second of the French teams ahead of Team Netherlands. Italy 2 in 7th ahead of Germany 2 in 8th. Team Spain 9th, with UK in 10th place. Finland and UK in 11th and 12th. Got a lot of teams to get through. Team Chile and Australia, with Team Chile and Argentina 16th. Czech Republic, Hungary, Finland and Brazil round out your 20th place. Argentina, Team Belgium, Hungary, Team USA, 24th. Czech Republic, Team USA, Team Brazil and Australia. Team Netherlands, Team Canada, Team Belgium and Canada 2 rounding out your 32 car grid. And we've got interesting developments coming from race control here, Connery.
Well, they've set this up to be... Well, these cars usually, in the series that they run way back in the day, they would have a rolling start. But not in this instance, as we are going to have a standing start in these prototypes with those old turbos, which will kick in a couple of seconds after they launch off the line. So this has the potential to get very, very interesting indeed. We might see a couple of late stage wheel spin coming off the grid spots here for a couple of drivers. So it's going to be, you have to really, really modulate that throttle coming off the start here.
Yeah, absolutely. Modulate the throttle. Your clutch application as well has got to be careful. These drivers, now this is something that the drivers will not have practiced here. A standing start in this car. It's going to be absolutely crazy. And I don't know what to expect because I've never seen a standing start in these cars. Yeah, it's going to be an intriguing one. You can see the grid there on screen right now. Look at all those Nissans waiting patiently for the gridding procedure to finish. And, well, it's a question of who handles the clutch and the throttle application the best off the start line, which is going to make this one. But, I tell you what, this is going to be certainly an interesting one to watch here. Getting ready then for the start of the final group race, a team race, 40 minutes around the Suzuka circuit here in the VCO Cup of Nations, presented by Acronis. Green flag in the air, away we go. Great start from the second row of the grid. We've got a car upside down, further up, further back, but Team Spain, oh, Patrick Holtzman's around, he's been hit, he's into the wall. There's all sorts of drama going on further down as well. Cars absolutely everywhere. But the big drama is your pole sitter, Patrick Holtzman. He's facing backwards, he's now getting going with a severely damaged car.
That points gap that Germany had at the top of their group is going to be very, very useful in this one, I think, because Holtzman limping that Germany one car around. That started on pole position, but I think we called it, Paul, with the starts. Drivers not having practiced it in these cars, and a lot of them getting surprised by the turbo lag coming off the start. It looked like initially everyone got away well for the first 2 or 3 seconds, but as soon as that boost kicked in, wheels were spun, cars going everywhere. We will get to see the replay here in just a couple of moments of exactly what happens. We'll get the view from up above at the front of the grid. Look at that start though from Team Spain. That is absolutely incredible there. You see Holtzman across to try and block it off. He gets tagged from behind, in fact, so It wasn't a start error for that Germany 1 car. It's because they were tagged by Team Spain coming into the entry to turn number 1. But that is a huge moment there, and I think Team Spain will be getting a penalty from the stewards for that. It's going to be actively investigated. Whether or not we'll get the decision by the time this race is done still remains to be seen. Well, I think we will, and it might be a drive-through penalty, but we'll just have to wait for confirmation.
Well, I tell you what, that from Holtzman, he kept on moving across because he wanted to block off the Spanish car. So, yeah, this... it wasn't the best, shall we say, but what we can say is the best is that Michele Constantini, front of the field for Team Italy in the Italy 1, Team Netherlands in second place ahead of Team Spain in third. But what we'll do is have another look at that start then, and this is from the Czech Republic. On board, you can see they just the car upside down there before they even reached the start before they even reached the start line. More drama. A Finnish car around. There was more cars going through. You can see cars left and right. And this is what means that Czech Republic, great start, up 8 positions into 9th place.
Yeah, we just saw they're on board as they pick their way through that mess on the starting grid. And, well, as soon as we knew it was a standing start, I think it was a sense of inevitability about that situation there on the start. But continuing on, we've got the race well and truly underway. A bit of side-by-side between Italy and France into Spoon Curve, and Marcello, who's piloting that Italian car, has been able to squeak his way through over Samuel Leber. So that's Italy gaining yet more points. They are currently in P number 1, and they're in P7 as well.
Cars in the pits at the moment then. Canada 2, USA 1, Brazil, they're on the pits as well. Argentina, Germany 1, Hungary 1, Canada 1, Team USA 2, Hungary 2, and Cup of Nations UK 2 as well. Oof. On pit road. Hungary 1 actually has just come out the pits. We've got another look then at this. And this is UK, and that's what's happened with the UK car to send it to the pit road. Oh, they collect other cars in that one as well. Absolute carnage. Everyone's desperate here, Connery, to try and get a good result, and it's costing them.
I think the special relationship between the UK and America has now been ruined. So there we go. As back to the live pictures we go. Italy and France continuing on their close little thing they have going on here for P7 and P8. There's a bit of train of cars ahead of them, though. It's involving Hungary 1, Spain 1, and France 1. Hungary is actually laps down here, so they're going to have to get out of the way at some point. Of course, the blue flags, as far as the Racing Sporting Code is concerned, you don't have to give the position easily and open the door into the hairpin like we've just seen, but it's probably the better option considering how these guys have been racing so far.
Yeah, so it's Spain 3rd, Spain 4th, but Carlos Fenalosa coming under intense pressure here by Johan Haaf. Haaf running it out wide, trying to get the cut back on the exit of Spoon. Tyres should be up to temperature and pressures now, so it should be a little bit easier to try and control this car, but that's like wrestling with a dinosaur. It's not going to be easy. Round the outside of 130R, Johan Haaf, he's going to hold on to that position to the inside of the Casio triangle. We've seen that move done in the past, well, he's done it again around the outside of Fenalosa. Great move to move up a position up into 4th place.
Complete and utter brilliance there from Team France to be able to pick up that position. Johan Haaf showing why France are so strong in this event. He's not fearing anyone in this race. There's a bit of an altercation between Belgium, Argentina, and Australia are also involved. Both the Belgium cars actually involved in that one at the end of the day. But as we head back to the live pictures here, still in amongst this group that we saw go wheel to wheel coming through 130R. And now Johan Haaf in that France car is now starting to gap the Team Spain car behind him. So Haaf trying to now give chase to the other Spanish car that's currently in P3. So Team Spain are doing very well. Whoa, Chile. That was a huge moment there for Rodrigo Mies coming out off the corner just as they go under the crossover point of the track. As I think he was, again, it's another turbo lag related issue there. He was on the curb when it kicked in and it kind of spat him towards driver's right-hand side of the circuit. Yeah,
Degner 2, it is such a difficult corner to get right, and with these cars having so much power, but in such a narrow torque band, it really will cause them issues. Looking at the 17 cars, Czech Republic 1, currently in a battle with Max Benecke in the Germany 2. Germany just actually made their way past, so Germany 2 trying to recover some positions and some points for their team in this race, because of course the Germany 1 car is well, it's currently back out on track after spending 5 minutes on pit road.
Yeah, that's a large amount of repairs there. I think they might have just gotten the required done, and are back out there with a whole bunch of optionals to do and severely off the pace. I'll have to wait and see like how exactly the lap times are doing, but they're not exactly really near anyone to be able to pass for position. So they're hoping that a couple more cars drop out of this race so they can gain positions over those stricken machines. But of course, we still got that one scheduled pit stop to go for all your teams, and of course the driver change. So still a lot to happen in this race with the 32 minutes that we have to go. The closest battle is P5, 6, 7, 8, 9 all together in that big old group. Netherlands are trying to catch your race leader of Italy at the moment, and they actually gained a couple of tenths on that last lap, so they're making some good progress up there, but still not within striking distance, as things have calmed down just a little bit from that start. But I know how dangerous it is in saying that, Paul, considering the broadcast that we've worked on. Every single time I've said that, things just go to carnage again.
Yeah. Thank you, Connery, because you've just given us a load of more
You're
work
welcome.
now in a second. But Italy, yeah, as you mentioned, it's just over a second is that gap. Constantini and Alessandro Bicco are going to be in that car for Italy to go through 130R again. But Netherlands, Martin van Loosnord within striking distance. Now at the moment it's just showing Van Loosnord in that number 6 car for that team, but I can tell you that it's Bram van Putten who's going to be the other driver to join Martin in that car. So Martin trying to get as good a start to this one. Looking at the points tallies at the moment, as there's a car getting out of the way of your leaders. Germany still leading this one on the live standings, ahead of Hungary in second place in Group A. Group B, Italy currently leading that one against Spain in second, so they're ahead of Czech Republic. Group C, UK just ahead of the UK just ahead of Australian team, but pretty close between those two. And Netherlands aren't that far off of either of those teams either. And in Group D, France are still waltzing ahead of Chile in second place. Now, couple of decisions coming through. Drive-through penalty for the number 18 car. Which is
P3.
actually third place Spanish team. So the stewards must have deemed that they were the reason, the cause behind that incident with the Germany car.
Oh yeah, so that decision has not gone the way that I thought it was, but of course you had the opposite view of it, Paul. So I guess you have the 1-0 score between us on that one. But Pedro Albert is going to have to bring that car down on towards pit lane for a drive-through. And, of course, has still got his one scheduled stop to go. In fact, everyone has their one scheduled stop to do here. So it's going to be a bit of an issue, and that Team Spain car will probably file out, I guess, outside the top 10 at this point, looking at the time. It's going to be. But he might be slotting into the gap between Germany 2 and Team Brazil. That's probably what's going to end up happening there. But look at this, battling on circuit is all the way to the pit wall there. That's Team Spain car. Forces the Italians to go the long way around through turn 1. It was a little luck there from Marciano over Fenolosa, but nothing doing in that instance. Spain, they are going to lose points thanks to that drive-through penalty for their car in third place, but they should still be pretty comfortable here in this situation with the points haul that they'll end up getting, as long as they can get to the checkered flag.
Well, one thing that will happen is that the number 1 Spain car will actually move up a position, up into 4th place. So, that's certainly going to help them in that way. So, yeah, we'll see how that all pans out after they have their drive-through penalty. Can tell you the fastest lap in the race is a 1 minute 47.002. That's by your race leader, Italy 1, Michele Constantini, in the front of the field. Now, we are heading towards the pit stop cycle. There's about 3 minutes before the pit stop window opens, so about a lap and a half's time, these drivers and teams are going to start thinking, Connery, about the strategy call. What do they do?
Yeah, that's the big thing. If you're feeling you're getting stuck behind someone at the moment, you can't quite find your way through, then come down in early, get that other driver in. Of course, as long as they're the same lot better pace than the driver previously, then you should be able to get like a pseudo undercut here. I don't expect these cars to be changing their tires in the stops here. It's going to be yeah, it's still too short of a race to be considering that. But look at this, though. Team Spain, Italy, again, close coming out of the final turn. Team Spain all the way to the pit wall, trying to seal off that inside line for turn number 1. But Marcheno has a head of steam here around the outside into the braking zone for turn 1. Team Spain able to carry a lot of speed in on that inside, though. Italy looking for the cut back through turn 2, but there's no space to be able to do so, even though Spain has a lot of pressure. Italy want her out.
Yes.
That's your race leader. They were parked up by the side of the circuit. Constantini is out of this event. I don't see what has happened to them. Maybe it's a technical issue with Constantini's equipment. Oh, they blew the engine. They blew the engine through the first couple of turns.
We'll hopefully be able to see that on replay. But yeah, your new race leader is Team Netherlands then, Martin van Loozenhoord to the front of the field. And yeah, it was changing down gear too quickly through turn 2, which has meant that Constantini has had to take the tow back to pit road. So absolute heartache for the Italians, but it's gone to show here, Connery, just how easy it is to make a mistake in this car.
Yeah, Italy going to get cycled all the way to the back. There's no time to do a complete engine replacement in this race. On board with him, bang! Down too fast on the gears, over-rev the engine, and it's gone. That is heartbreak there for Team Italy, and this means that Group C, well, the door's wide open for those other teams now, and there's another car slow coming down the Kemmel Straight there.
Well, I've got to say, if we were Kemmel Straight, we're about a couple of hours late, aren't we? But the straight before 1:30 yes, absolutely. But yeah, it's a live broadcast, anything can happen. As you know, Fenellosa and the Italians of Marcheno, the remaining Italians are battling it out. Further down, Team Germany, Max Benecke, is closing up to Charlie Collins of the UK. So Germany versus UK for 8th and 9th place, and the clock is going to tick over in just 5 seconds, and then the pit window is now officially open here. So lap 9 is the start of your pit window here for these teams, so they'll be questioning what they do in this one. But yeah, Marcheno really close to Carlos Fenellosa here through the Degners. That second Degner really does dip down and give you a little bit of camber to help you out there. But yes, officially the pit window is open here, Connery.
Yeah, it is. So huge drama already. We're getting with that Finland 2, who's the slow car that we saw a couple of minutes ago down the straight. They also had their engine blow as well. So there's a couple of teams that now are going to be hearing word of this and telling their drivers, look, you got to be careful on the downshifts here because there's no proper over-rev protection on these cars. So you just got to be so careful. Otherwise, you're putting too much stress on that engine and it can blow like we've seen. But look at this, Team Spain around the outside of 130R, surely not. There's rather it was Italy there around the outside. But yeah, I mean, these guys are getting scarily close at the moment. Spain versus Italy coming through the final corners. Do either of them dive on towards the lane? There are a couple of visitors on towards pit lane right now. That was France number 1 coming down in early. Yeah,
so on pit road then, as you mentioned, Équipe de France 1, Équipe de France 2, both the French teams onto pit road for their pit stop here. We've got other teams who have been on pit road as well. Australia 2, they have come onto pit road. Hungary 1, they've been on pit road. Finland 1 are on pit road. Finland 2 are back out and away after making a pit stop, but we saw them with a bit of damage. Italy 1 is still on pit road at the moment and they won't be going anywhere. Canada, the rest of the teams are all teams that got involved in the shenanigans at the start of the race. I could tell you that so far there are 5 teams out of this race officially that are not continuing in this one. Argentina 2, UK 2, Brazil 1, Canada 2 and Argentina 1 all officially out of this race. But at the front, Team Netherlands 3 seconds in the lead of this race ahead of Team Spain 2, who I believe have not yet been for their drive-through penalty.
I'm just having a look. Team Spain number 2. I don't think they have.
No, they haven't.
Sure whether they have an actual time limit to serve that.
They'll have a lap limit.
3 laps.
Yeah, they have a lap limit of 3 laps.
Yeah.
Are they hoping to try and play the rules? They won't be allowed to take any service with a penalty. Or they shouldn't be allowed anyway, especially when it's a drive-through penalty. Oh, the number 1 car, I can tell you, has had an issue at the chicane. That's a Spain car, but Italy not taking advantage, feeling that they're getting held up there, and they're heading onto pit road, or Italy. There's a number of cars heading onto pit road. We've got a pit party. So Team Spain 2 onto pit road now. Germany 2 onto pit road as well. Now, Spain 2 are taking their drive-through penalty now, so they'll probably come through next lap and take their service.
Yeah, so that's the option that Pedro Albert has gone for. He's gone through the pit lane without stopping, and he'll be in for his actual scheduled
taking tyres.
Looks like,
there's
cars going up and down
tyres
on the jacks. So there's maybe a couple of teams that figured out with the driver change, they actually have time to at least change maybe 2 tires. You could maybe go for the all 4s here. It's interesting because this is what we see in the endurance racing on iRacing as well. Is some drivers and teams working out, okay, we can take rest of the fuel, for instance, take a driver change and maybe like 2 tires. So in these cars, 2 rear tires will probably be your best bet here in this situation. But out onto the track now, and Italy out there as Spain 02. I'm not seeing them on track. I'm not seeing them. I'm having a look. I think, do we have an instant limit here? I don't think we do. As Pedro Albert, he just disappeared in the middle of the lap.
So we've had more
no
drama.
Instant limit.
Yeah, so we've had more drama. So it must be a technical problem then for Albert. But Alexander Thebe running slow there. The number 11. Well, the drama just keeps on coming in this race. Now, Thebe in the number 11 spun in turn 1 into turn 2. He caught the AstroTurf. It's very slippy as that. And that sends him around. Now, that's the Germany 1 car. That's the car that got involved in the accident at the start of the race. So they're recovering anyway. They were probably trying to get out of the way, if nothing else.
Maybe did Spain leave it until late and then got themselves disqualified for not taking the drive-through? Because we saw them come down on towards pit lane to take the drive-through. That's an interesting one right there.
Yeah,
we'll have to figure that one out. Because it was a long time before they came down in after the penalty was applied, wasn't it?
It was. We'll have to hopefully get some confirmation of that from the race stewards about that. But more teams taking pit stops. Spain 1, where they're taking their pit stop. UK 1 is on pit road as well. Belgium 1 and 2 on pit road taking their pit stops. There's only about 6 cars now that have not taken a pit stop, and time is running out. 4 minutes remaining in the pit stop window here, Connery.
Yeah, a couple of cars coming off of pit lane. Canada 2. We see Team Spain's 1 as well go around the outside of a couple of cars. But there's Team Germany out there into the first couple of corners. A massive gaggle of cars. There's a car that doesn't have a front end at the moment. That's one of the Canadian machines. That's Canada 2, as they've had a horrible day here today, all things considered. They are in Group A and amongst the likes of Germany and, of course, Hungary at the top of that group as well. So I think the Canadians are going to end up being bottom of Group A here, and they're going to be one of the group of the first teams out of this competition. But Spain and Italy, well, they've both had driver changes, and they're going at it again here in the same cars. So Team Spain 1 and Italy 2, scrapping for positions inside the top 10. They have a car behind that's looking to get themselves involved as well, as that is Team Germany. Yeah, exactly. So this is getting pretty spicy between these.
Yeah, 3-car scrap them.
Especially, with how close the points are between them in Group B as Italy down the inside.
Yep, so Italy making the forceful move to the inside then, and that's Matteo Ugolotti moving themselves up into 7th place. Team Chile 1 and Brazil 2 are onto pit road for their pit stops now, so they're taking their pit stops now. Germany with Jonas Vollmeyer trying to make the move to the inside of 130R, not happening. A drive-through penalty for car 11. Germany 1 have got themselves a drive-through penalty. It goes from bad to worse for them.
I'm not entirely sure what that one was for, but on towards pit lane they come regardless for that drive-through. Meanwhile, these guys on the live circuit, they're still going at it. Team Spain, Germany 2. It was a dangerous rejoin after being warned for Germany 1. So they had a dangerous rejoin initially, and then they've done another one, and that is the steward's not too happy with them and giving them a drive-through penalty for ignoring the warning.
Well, there you go. So the German team, German 1, not having a good day at all as they come through. Pit stops nearly done. We're waiting on 2 teams, Team Netherlands and the Czech Republic. You would imagine that those 2 teams are going to be heading onto pit road this time by. In fact, Team Netherlands are onto pit road. The number 1 car of Spain, off goes Xavi Ross, and that allows Jonas Vollmeyer and Jeremy Boutloop in the Equipe de France 2 car up into 5th and 6th place respectively.
Yeah, so the order just keeps on shuffling here. Netherlands finally in for their scheduled stop from the race lead. They'll get their driver change underway. So it was Martin van Loosnoord behind the wheel of that car for the opening stint. Now for the second half of the race, Bram van Putten will be in that number 6 Netherlands car. And Czech Republic are also in as well. I mean, this is the last lap that they'll be able to pit before the pit window closes for the scheduled stops. If you pit past this point, then you'll be on for a penalty. But everyone in now, everyone has come in towards the pit lane for their scheduled stop and driver change. So we'll get to see actually where Netherlands and Czech Republic actually file out here, because I think Netherlands have just come out ahead of everyone.
Yeah, they have, but they're only a couple of seconds ahead of the Equipe de France number 1 car. And Antoine Higelin is an extremely quick driver, a world championship driver behind the wheel right now. And if there's somebody you ever wanted behind the wheel, then this is going to be incredible. The points are updating.
They're close
and they are really close in Group B and Group C. Look at that, 3 points between Spain and the Czech Republic. There's only 1 point between Australia and the Netherlands. This is incredible.
Yeah, Netherlands, they're leading the race at the moment, and they still haven't quite got enough points to surpass Australia for that automatic qualification spot in Group C. So they're really in danger if they're not able to get 2 more points at the end of this race. Then they're going to have to go through that last chance qualifier at Indianapolis. So that's going to be a big issue for them. The second Netherlands car is currently in P14. So, I mean, the Team Netherlands 1, they can't improve position. They just have to roll on to the race lead. But it's Team Netherlands 2 that need to improve position from somewhere. And they're 4 seconds off their nearest competitor of Australia. So they need someone to make a mistake up ahead, get a pass done, and then that will be Netherlands in the automatic qualification spot over Australia.
Well, I tell you what, the first Netherlands team, though, they are coming under increasing pressure from Antoine Higelin behind, because across the line, Higelin then a 48-1. Team Netherlands, that lap won't count in terms of how we see in terms of their pace, because they did just come out of the pits. But Higelin now doing a fantastic job reeling in Bram van Putten.
Yeah, it was a relatively slow lap from Netherlands, in the 151s, but of course outlap situation for them, so I can't read too much into it. The fastest team last time around though was Germany 2 in 4th place as they tried to close in on Italy, number 2 for that 3rd spot, so the final step of the podium. But 13 minutes left remaining in this race. Group B, automatic qualification spot between Spain and Czech Republic. So this is another reason for a lot of the, well, where's the Czech Republic teams? There's one down in 19th place and one in 10th place. So Czech Republic, I mean, the best chance for them in this group would be, again, a similar sort of situation to the Netherlands. They're relying on people having problems.
Oh, there's a car with no front end that the leader has caught up to at the wrong point. It's a Team Canada car, and that allows France just to get in alongside as, well, they make their way through, but the Netherlands will have had their heart in their mouths catching up to that Canadian car at that point. Don't forget, it's the top 2 teams from each group that automatically qualify for the finals day tomorrow. So at the moment, that's Germany and Hungary, Italy and Spain, UK and Australia, France and Chile. However, there is a last chance saloon race for the teams that do not automatically qualify. One more opportunity to make themselves get into those finals days tomorrow. So we will lose 6 teams and 6 nations this at the end of today, as Team Spain and UK number 1 Jamie Fluke down the inside of Xavi Ross trying to hold it around the outside of turns 1 and 2. You can hold it around the outside there, but Fluke to the inside, decisive, but now they're caught up to that traffic. Oh, they're tripping over each other almost here through the S's, but they managed to get through that one, Connery.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that Canada car is actually still running because they are way off the pace. I wouldn't be surprised if the stewards actually tell that car to pull on towards pit lane because they're so dangerously off the pace with that damage. But right now, this is big implications here with these 2 cars in Group B. Spain wanting to try to extend the gap back to the Czech Republic. So they're not going to care about the Team UK's progress in this race because Czech Republic are so close. But their gap is going to extend anyway because we haven't quite had the points updated just yet after one of the Czech Republic cars came on towards pit lane. So that one's not quite representative just yet, but we'll get an update of the points as soon as we are able to do so. But heading in towards the final 10 minutes then, the closest battle on track is actually for P1 and 2.
Yeah, so we say that, but it's about 1.2 seconds. It's actually pulled away as Bram done a really good job for that Team Netherlands car to just pull away, eke out a little bit of time. And on that last lap, 48.6 for the leader, a 48.5 for Antoine Higelin in second place. He's just caught up a 10th of a second thereabouts for the French team. So that's first and second place. Italy 2 are in third ahead of Germany 2 in fourth place. Germany 2 are actually catching that Italy team. So that'll be a potential battle later on in this race. The French 2 car is about 4.5 seconds ahead of the UK car for 5th and 6th place. Team Spain we saw just lose that position to UK in 7th. Team Chile number 1 in 8th. And Team Brazil 2 in 9th. And Czech Republic rounding out the top 10 of the field at the moment. So that's how things stand here. But still, there's a few cars have actually come back out of pit road after taking long repairs, and they realise that every point matters in this race here, Connery.
Yeah, I'm seeing a couple of cars, 7 laps down, 11 laps down, in the case of Canada and Brazil, still out there trying to log laps because they don't know if there's going to be more incidents at the end of this race and maybe a couple of points that they can pick up over their competitors. You can see the French car, though, flashing the lights in through 130R. So Higelin is doing all he can to try and distract Van Putten. And whether or not that's working, well, that remains to be seen. There's a bit of lap traffic ahead of these guys as well to contend with. That will be the car of Finland 2, so Katila in P20. He pulls off to the side of the circuit, lets these leaders go. That's what you like to see. But Netherlands would have been hoping they'd impede France a little bit more.
Absolutely. Now, we've got about 8 minutes remaining in this final group stage race. And don't forget, this is all in aid of raising money for UNICEF. We want to raise £5,000 for UNICEF, and we would ask you to do that. Easy to do. Just go to racespot.wtf/CON donations. That's racespot.wtf/CON donations. Go on there. Takes 2 minutes to do. I did it whilst we're on the broadcast. So if I could do it, you can as well. As little or as much as you like. Get those donations in and let's raise a lot of money for a great cause here. 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this race. It is still Team Netherlands in the lead of this one. 0.8 of a second between them and France in second place. Italy and Germany, the two cars, are close together in third and fourth place as well. So we're going to have a couple of battles at the front of your field here, and Team Netherlands desperate. They'll be desperate to hold on to this race lead heading in towards the end of this race. But France getting ominously close. Whoa. And a mistake there from Bram van Putten has meant that Antoine Hijla is right there with him.
Yep, he is. Tight up to the back. Trying to go around the outside through the final corner. He's carrying a lot of speed. He comes to boost as well. So there we go. That's France just about not clear into the braking zone. The Netherlands still had a nose in, but they have to fall behind, so that's points lost here for the Netherlands in Group C with that all-important battle with Australia. They were already trailing, and now they have lost more points to them. So we'll get updated points soon, hopefully, so we can keep track of what's been going on and what each team, each country needs to do to secure themselves into one of the automatic qualification spots.
Equipe de France then are at the front of the field. There's been an issue for one of the UK teams, and I believe it's going to be the 2 car. Is it? Because there's been a spin for them, so that's been a bit of drama for them out there on track. But yeah, Equipe de France is at the top of the standings right now, ahead of Team Netherlands, and they're pulling away. Antoine Hijla showing his class out there at the front. Now Italy 2, Matteo Ugolotti and Jonas Wallmeyer for Germany 2 are there battling it out. Half a second between these two, and Connery, as the clock ticks down to 5 minutes remaining. Germany 2, I mean, they're secure into tomorrow's finals day, but they'll just want to try and really seal it with a really good podium spot.
Yeah, they they'll carry some momentum into tomorrow. That would be the ideal situation. Italy have performed very, very well here today. Perhaps a little bit better than we expected them to. We knew they'd be pretty strong coming into this event, but not able to take multiple race wins and multiple podiums. But they'll be challenged towards the end here by Germany 2, with Jonas Wallmeyer behind the wheel of that car. So this is basically the closest battle on track. There's another one between Belgium and the Czech Republic. That is also potentially going to be a thing by the time this race is done. But we don't have a lot of time left, actually. 4 minutes left to go, and 2.5 laps, I think, for Team France at the very front. So there's the updated points, though. And let's see, Spain ahead of Czech Republic in Group B. Australia are still ahead of the Netherlands in Group C. So that's the situation there. Spain and Australia are going to be very, very happy at the moment.
Belgium and Chile have just swapped positions, by the way, for 10th place. So Tim Klaasen's moving ahead of Lucas Prada. So the Czech Republic dropping down to 11th place now in this race. So they're going through. But yeah, the point standings, as you see, updated. The Czech Republic just losing out to Spain here. So Spain, even though they've only got 1 car in this one, remaining in this race, they're going to be still scoring themselves some good points because they are up there in 7th place. The Australian-Netherlands battle has really settled down, especially with the Netherlands losing their position at the front of the field, so that will have affected them. But with 3 minutes remaining in this one, it is Équipe de France up at the top of the standings with Team Netherlands is second place, Italy 2 and Germany 2 third and fourth place. They're still pretty close together out there on track, but this has been a really intriguing team event, just unfortunately marred by what happened at the start there, Connery.
Yeah, it was, like I said at the time, as soon as I saw standing start, I had that sinking feeling of, oh no, this has the potential to be very, very messy, and it kind of was. So there we got a lot of teams falling out of favor because of that one. Both the Argentinian teams are last and second to last, so they'll finish dead last in Group C. They will get another opportunity, though, to come back from the ashes in the last chance qualifier at Indianapolis. For now, though, USA, Canada, Czech Republic, Brazil, Netherlands, Argentina, Belgium, and Finland will be those competitors in the last chance qualifier. But for those teams at the tops of their groups, they just need to get to the checkered flag without any drama, and they'll be secure into tomorrow.
Hungary versus Finland. This is a battle out on track there for 17th and 18th positions, and these two wanted to try and sort themselves out towards the end of this particular race. And Hungary, one of those teams that I am actually a little bit surprised that they're in that second spot in Group A, but it is a pleasant surprise, I must say, because it's great to see such a strong team coming from the country of Hungary and competing out in this event here.
Yeah, it's of course I've heard of the driver of the Hungary #1 car at the moment, Václav Remenyik. That's a driver that I'm used to, have commentated on many times. But the rest of the team have really put in an absolutely massive effort to bring Hungary into that second spot in Group A, second only to Germany. And speaking of Germany, they're still involved in this battle with the Italians, as Ugolotti tries to hold off from Jonas Wallmeyer, but that clock is ticking down very quickly, and France are on their final lap here, so it's going to be the final lap for Italy and Germany to sort out their differences as well. France are on their last lap. Italy and Germany, they're still duking it out, but I don't think Jonas Wallmeyer is close enough. I think he's going to have to rely on a mistake there, but Jeremy Bootloop is actually catching up to the back of this battle for third place, and all of a sudden Équipe de France, the #2 car in that one, they are up to the back of this battle. So a 3-car train heading through towards Spoon Corner for the final time in this race, because the white flag is out here as they head on downhill from the exit of Spoon, then head back uphill towards 130R. Spectacular venue. It is one of the tracks that I do have on my bucket list for me to visit, but I can tell you that your race leader is heading through the final chicane. Antoine Higelin, fantastic effort. He had to work for it, and he's won this race for Équipe de France, #1. There is a contact further back. The timing screen is jumping backwards and forwards, and it is that Team Italy 2 car of Matteo Ugolotti. Équipe de France end up in third place as well. Jeremy Bootloop jumping both Germany and Italy. So something has happened at the Casio Triangle on that final lap, and France have come from 5th to 3rd, and Italy are not happy with Germany there. Yeah, we'll get to see, because it's Wallmeyer into the back of the Italians there, through the apex, spins the Italians around. As the French car also got a piece of that as well. Sketchy rejoin from the Italians. The Brazilians had to avoid that, but yeah, that's going to be pretty dramatic there. Italy had absolutely nothing to do with that. They were running the normal line through the corner. It's just Wallmeyer got, in the German car, got a bit too close for comfort, and they tangled.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the final few cars to come across the line. There's still a few out there rotating, finishing their laps here in this race. But again, we had a really dramatic start, then it all sort of calmed down, and then towards the end here, it all just picked up again in this race and certainly gave us some drama right at the end there, Connery.
Yeah, it's incredible. Well, we haven't had a race without drama at the moment. This has been a brilliant event here today, and we still got one more race to go because we have the last chance qualifier at Indianapolis coming at you in just a couple of moments' time. But yeah, that's again, we had a little bit of lull in that race, but again, drama at the start, drama at the end.
Absolutely, and with all of that, the group stages are done. We know who the automatically qualified teams are, but let's take you to the race results and Will Vincent.
Well, hello. That's an interesting graphic there. You move to left, you move to right. There we are. Antoine Higelard and Equipe de France, they win. They actually did a fantastic pass around the outside of Team Netherlands. About 20 minutes to go to get that victory. Netherlands come home in second place. The second Equipe de France car come home in third. Germany. Well, I need to talk a lot about Germany because they've had a mare of a race in many regards, and they are going to be lucky that they got all those points early on. But Germany 2 come home in fourth, and the Italy 2 car rounds out your top 5. It is the Cup of Nations UK number 1 car, and Jamie Fluke bringing it home. That gives them a Group C victory after their second car had so many issues. Team Spain come home in 7th place, with Team Chile in 8th, Team Brazil in 9th, and Team Belgium rounding out the top 10. Rest of those results coming up on your screen now, as Czech Republic in 11th place, Australia in 12th, Belgium in 13th, Netherlands 14th, and Chile in 15th. It was really close, a number of points, by the way, between Australia and the Netherlands. Australia, their second car coming home in 16th, Hungary 17th, Finland 18th, Czech Republic 19th, and the other Finnish car rounding out your top 20. And from then on in, basically, it's all those teams that have had incidents or involved in the issues at the start of the race. And we've got to talk all about that because these teams, well, a lot of them were scrambling to get back on track just to make sure they could pick up a couple of crucial extra points at the end. I'm sure Race Control might be looking at the lap times for some of them to make sure they actually stayed within 107% and were not impeding other teams. But there's the final 2. Look at that. Disastrous there for Argentina. P31, P number 32 for them. And with that, here are a look at your point and guaranteed to be running tomorrow. Germany, 583 points, and Hungary, 318 points from Group A. From Group B, Italy on 487 points, Spain on 406. Group C, United Kingdom, 380 points, Australia with 337, and Group D, France with 652 points, and Chile with 426. And with that, we have some of our semi-final matches lined up. Semi-final number 3 will be Italy versus Hungary. Semi-final number 4 will be Chile versus Australia. And this one, well, scares me as a UK fan, but it's going to be so entertaining to watch. Semi-final number 5, Spain versus the United Kingdom. And these points are not confirmed. We just need to make it clear because, of course, Race Control are doing a lot of things behind the scenes. And the reason why they're doing a lot of things behind the scenes, as I welcome back Matt Gallagher from WTF1, is because that race was, as I called it, a standing start, WTF GTP.
I wrote down absolute carnage at the start. It was ridiculous. We were mentioning how difficult the cars are in terms of handling, and we saw that right from the get-go. The clutch bite points, some people getting great starts and literally just mowing into the back of whoever it was that was starting in front of them. We saw cars flipping. We saw Holtzman from pole position getting taken out by the Spanish car. And, that was a complete stonewall penalty for me. There was a slight bit of contact, which, to be fair, I was actually very surprised to see. It was just very much just drove straight into the back of him. So there were lots of incidents, which, as you mentioned, the stewards are going to be looking through probably for quite a while. But yeah, still quite an amazing race to watch. We didn't really know how it was going to unfold, and we saw lots of mistakes and a huge skill gap, it has to be said, from the top to the bottom.
And I've got a couple of notes. First of all, turn number 17, I actually, for once, know what I'm talking about. Ironically, the first one went on board. Car turns around at turn number 17. But in many ways, the good, the bad, and the ugly, that's kind of what that race was, because there was a lot of people who were pushing for favourable seedings in their semi-final matches. And I saw a lot of drivers being very determined to get themselves as many points as possible. But I did see a lot of unforced errors, Matt, and there were a lot of teams I was worried about down the line, thinking, why are you actually doing this? I think Germany were one, but there are a couple of others along the way thinking, okay, you're probably not going to get much of a better seeding now. Keep your cars on the track, guys. And girls.
Absolutely, yeah. I think the biggest unforced error for me was the Italy number 1 car, just downshifting too early into turn 1, I think it was, and out the race. And it is so easy to do. I'm not going to have a proper go at them. I've done it many times on iRacing. You get a little bit too carried away. You're pushing hard. You're trying to get that engine braking, downshifting earlier, and boom, that was it. There's no pre-warning, and that was a huge thing. But fortunately for them, it didn't really make much difference for them. And because they're still through to the semi-finals. But I think, those kind of unforced errors we cannot see when we go through to tomorrow, where the points mean so much more. There isn't that buffer that you'll expect to see from today. And Germany, for example, what a torrid time they had around Suzuka. If they hadn't the 200-point buffer, then they would have probably been looking in their mirrors. Well, to be fair, 2 of them probably weren't, because they were out of the race pretty much, but one of them was.
Yeah, we also saw the pass of the event so far. Johan Half for Equipe de France, as they like to be called, around the outside of the 130R. And that's, again, pass of the event. But why would you pass a car on the outside of the 130R? Come on.
Highlights reels, I guess. That's the only thing I can think of. There was lots of flashing as well, which I'm not a big fan of that. It's a little bit cheeky, isn't it, to just try and put your opposition off as much as possible. But this is clearly how much that it means to these guys. They're trying to get every minimal bit of advantage they can, even if it is going around the outside at 130R, which is that is definitely getting the highlight reel, and, as you say, overtake of the broadcast so far. But yeah, it's good to see they're still going for it, and maybe that's because of the buffer that some of these teams had, that they would go for it. I don't think we'll see as risky moves going into tomorrow, but if we come back to today, I think the Indy race we've got coming up will be nothing short of chaos. Yeah,
and I think I put a similar point. More flashing than nudist beach pre-COVID was going. Ironically, there is a rule about flashing your headlights too much, and I'm surprised that Race Control didn't pick up on that. But with about 15 minutes to go, Group B and Group C, they were really close. There was 3 points separating 2 of the teams in Group B. There was Spain and the Czech Republic. Group C, there was 1 point separating Australia and the Netherlands, leading to one comment on social media saying, "France, please pass the Netherlands. Sincerely, one concerned koala."
Yeah, it was great to see how it developed, wasn't it? And that's the beauty of having the live tables, and the drama of even a move for 13th place can potentially change it. I don't think we saw that in the end, but at least we had that concern for something. We on social media, a few concerned fans as well. But interestingly, from that race, I know that Germany have obviously been amazing in the first 2 races, but the momentum going into tomorrow, after having such a difficult race, I'm looking at France now that have been pretty much flawless, it has to be said. 652 points, I think it was, from the 3 races. So surely they're going to be going into tomorrow with huge amounts of confidence, and it just shows they've got that adaptability that they'll need again for tomorrow.
Yeah, you're completely right. And momentum, I always talk about in motorsports, is always one of the most important things. And I think that some of the teams, and it will be one of the 8 teams who are running through the playoffs, will be facing Germany in their semi-final tomorrow. I think they might have learned a lesson. Ruffle their feathers early, and they might not be as unstoppable as what other people say. But we'll talk about the semi-finals more in detail tomorrow, because we don't know who the last of those 2 teams were. Very quickly, I do have it on my notes, and I'm going to get a chuckle from Connery here. I did some working out whilst you two were commentating, and from the Kemmel straightaway down to the back straight of Suzuka is 11,980 miles, or 12,980 kilometers. And you'll be pleased to know, on our Dropbox, Connery, I provided you with walking instructions.
Oh, okay. I'll go on that then. I need the exercise anyway, so.
Yes. And for those of you who are kidding, you don't know who I am, there are literally, I think it's 145 pages, thanks to our friends at Google for that one. But we've done the first 3 races. As I say, we've now got ourselves 8 teams who are going to be running tomorrow, and the semi-finals, well, we know who 8 teams are running in the semi-finals. We know that there are 8 teams who have got to race again. They are the United States of America and Canada. So both of the teams from North America are having to run again. From Europe, we've got the Czech Republic, Netherlands, Belgium, and Finland all having to run again. And then from South America, we've got Brazil and Argentina. And with that, it's time for our playoffs, and yet we are going back home again to Indiana, and it seems that I should see. I could do the entire song, but someone will shout at me. But yes, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the track that needs absolutely no introduction, 2.5 miles in length, 7/8 of a mile straight away. See, normally over 300,000 people that line the racetrack for the Indianapolis 500. Of course, has hosted over the years NASCAR races since the mid-1990s. It's hosted MotoGP races, hosted Formula One races, including the most exciting Formula One race of all time that took place in 2005. But here today is playing host to our playoff. So, if he's got back home again in Indiana, Tyler, you're more than welcome to play it. Just let me know.
Please, no. I don't want to hear Will singing again.
I won't sing it, I promise.
Oh my god.
Please say we actually have the copyright.
I'm gonna take my headphones off.
You're about to get a WTF1 channel deleted.
Yeah, let's.
And it seems that I can see.
We're going to be doing this, apparently.
Candlelight still burning bright through the sycamore.
It is royalty free, if you're wondering, so we're not going to get a copyright strike.
The new moon hay sends all its fragrance.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so you stopped
to do
it.
there.
There we go.
When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash, how I long for my Indiana home.
Well, that's where we are.
That's
so
the weirdest 30 seconds of my career.
You've not worked with Will very often, then, have you?
Not an Indy 500 week, and it's all going downhill from here. So, okay, this is the situation, because the rules are different for this race. All 4 drivers will be racing 25 laps, but laps run under caution do not count. That means that there's also going to be single file restarts. Lap cars go to the rear of the field. And what the caution laps not counting means is that we might end up in a situation, Matt, where we have my favorite word at Indianapolis, strategy.
I'm looking forward to it. It's when we go from prototype cars Suzuka to Indy, and it's completely different. It's going to be a completely different viewing experience for us and everybody watching at home. I hope you guys have enjoyed the broadcast so far, and obviously it's been amazing to raise money for UNICEF. But I think this one is a good one to end the day on, because it's going to be chaos. I think we can all pretty much agree that. but it's going to be how well the teams work together. It's not about pure pace. It's not about individuals. It's about positioning within the pack. Can a team get together and somehow break away from the pack? That's what we're going to have to be watching for, because as soon as you lose that slipstream, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, you're completely right. And also, if there's going to be more than 2 cautions, you might get to the point where you have to think about maybe taking a splash of fuel as well. I think 3 cautions would make it borderline. So if there is a couple of cautions early and you see some drivers at the rear of the field come on towards pit road, well, maybe, just maybe, they might be the people at the front at the end. However, qualifying is underway. It's closed course qualifying once again. These drivers going out to do 3 laps for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And with that, it's back to those guys up there, Connery Maddock and Paul Matthew Smith.
Thank you very much, Will. And we are getting ready for qualifying then. 30 drivers will be competing here to try and qualify their nation for finals day. Just 2 nations will end up in the finals day tomorrow, the semi-finals and then the finals. So this is going to be a really intense time out here, Connery, and qualifying normally we'd say is absolutely key, but around here it doesn't have quite the same effect.
Yeah, I mean, these, if you know how racing goes on with these cars at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, if you've watched any Indianapolis 500, then there is ample opportunity for you to work your way from the mid-pack to the front of the field, some well-timed slipstreams, some working together perhaps with some of your teammates as well, getting the slingshot after slingshot coming down these straights. It's going to be a big strategic race for that purpose as well, even though we don't have a lot of time to decide things here. Only 25 laps are scheduled here. It's still going to be a bit of a interesting one with how the teams can get themselves organized. But before we get to the race, we do have qualifying here. We're on board with Lorenzo Bonda. Of course, these are the new Indy cars, the IR18, so you have the aero screen there, as you can just see how loose these cars are coming through these corners, and Lorenzo's found a barrier. We're not going to live that one down. He is a commentator here as well at Racesport TV, so he's kind of binned his qualifying lap here. But this is where I expect the North Americans to be particularly strong. It's oval racing, it's Indianapolis in the Indy cars. Surely they're going to be good, right?
You would imagine so, but not everybody from North America is an IndyCar fan. Let's not forget that, as Dallas Pataska nearly ended up in the wall there. This man on second place here. Fabrice Cornelis is currently heading that qualifying at the moment, but really, there's some names here. Now, there's some names that are actually waiting before they head out onto, oh my goodness, big drama there. There's some names actually waiting to see what times are coming in here, because of course 12 and a half minutes remaining of qualifying. 3 laps of qualifying around here doesn't take that long. It's a 40-second lap, well, it's not for me, but for these guys, it's a 39-40-second lap around here. So you can afford to sit back, wait and see what happens, and then come out.
Yeah, we have currently Fabrice Cornelis from Belgium at the top of the timing sheets right now, but it's a USA P2 and P3 at the moment, with Pataska and Abromaitis there in those positions. Martin van Loosenhoort for the Netherlands in 4th place at the moment. Hectus from Canada in 5th place. So, it's kind of the trend that I've been talking about is looking to be correct at the moment. The North American team's really, really strong in this type of racing as we are winding down the laps here in qualifying. No one able to surpass Fabrice at the moment. There's a bit of shuffling further back, but look how close all those times are. We've got 15 cars within 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, that's what you get around here. It is really, really close stuff around here. There are drivers who have yet to put in a lap time yet. So Philip Schiff, Martin Stefanko, Yoni Catalia, Tapini Linaluata, David Prada and Lucas Prada as well. I told you it was going to be a challenge of me butchering names. I apologise to everyone Well, I have got your names wrong here. But Van Loosenholt we're on board with here. Coming through turns 3 and 4, I believe. Down onto the start-finish straight. Trying to get the slingshot out of turn 4 to get the best run along there. Look for that yard of bricks. Across the line they go. 39.6 puts him second place above Dallas Pataska.
Less than 100th of a second behind Fabrice Cornelis as well. So just a slight bit of time separating P1 and P2 here. We've still got 10 minutes in the session, but not a lot of laps for the rest of those guys that are still out there. We've still got those 3 flying laps that you can do here in this one. We're on board with Lucas Prada from Team Czech Republic. Yeah, he's just outside the top 10 in qualifying, but he only needs, again, a handful of thousandths of a second to be able to improve position here. Let's see if he's able to do it. Into 3, into 4 now. As you wind things up, just careful not to hit that wall on the outside there with the 2 right side tyres. And now it's just the run to the line for Prada. It's a 139, excuse me, over 139 for Prada. He remains in P11 there, so not able to improve. He was only about 5 thousandths of a second. No, actually, he was 9 thousandths of a second off of Michael Morley's time, so there was potential to improve position there, but unfortunately didn't happen for him.
Well, a couple more drivers have just come out of pit road, so looking to start their laps as well. So not everybody has set their final lap times or positions yet as we're heading through. So down the start straight once again. Moving away from the wall just a little bit, then getting onto the right line for turn 1. Get it nice and low. Avoid that curb on the inside. It can unsettle the car and send you flying up into the wall there too. Absolutely flat out into 6th gear now. And Tapani from Team Finland looking to get his car and his team to as high a position as possible. Through 3, get it right up to that wall. Through 4 now. Carry that speed through the final corner and then onto the start straight away again. Look for that gantry. What's the time going to be? A 40.0 on 1. That's the first lap though. He's got enough for 2 laps to go here, Connery.
Yeah, he can still wind this up as he goes into turn number 2. One of the you might be forgiven for thinking that all 4 of these corners are absolutely identical, but it simply isn't. Turn 2 is one of the toughest of the 4 corners on this circuit. The car just behaves very, very sketchily through there. Sometimes it does so in the real world as well, so it's not just an iRacing thing. But the laps winding down now. The vast majority of people have completed their qualifying laps, but like you mentioned, Paul, it's these guys that have waited to get their lap started that are now out there on circuit. And there's a bit of shade coming in for the front straight and turn 1 and turn 4 at the moment. And these cars can be relatively sensitive as far as the track temp is concerned. So if you have that sun beating down on the track, raising the track temp by a degree or 2, that could make a difference. Yeah,
well, he's pulling over. One driver who isn't pulling over is Santero. Although he's on lap 4, so his lap will not count there. I'm just looking here on my timing screen. Bernie Lava as well looks to be out there, although he's just pulled over as well.
They're all done, I think.
Yeah, everyone is done here. With 7 minutes of time to fill here, Connery. It's our favourite time here is when we start to fill time. But the thing is, as Will mentioned, laps behind the yellow under caution will not count towards the final lap total. The lap total of this race, by the way, is 25 laps. You might think that's not that long, but throw in a couple of cautions here, and we're going to be here for a while.
I've never actually commentated a race where the caution laps don't count. So that's usually a thing that happens in North American oval racing, for example, where they have only a couple of laps, but they still have cautions, but those caution laps do not count. So it'll be interesting to see how this works out here at Indianapolis. So we'll be learning firsthand, I suppose. But at the moment, there's actually a representative from Team Finland actually asking for the session to be advanced, and I think we'll be supporters of that, so we don't have to fill for another 6 or so minutes. But we'll just have to wait and see, because I think everyone's done. There are a couple of people on circuit, but they're not on laps, shall we say. Canapino is out there on what is called his lap number 3, but I don't think this one's going to end up counting if it's especially so if it's an out lap. But in this situation, it is Fabrice Cornelis pole position. Van Loosenhoort also on that front row as well. For Team Netherlands. So it's basically, if you're aware of the iRacing clubs here, you get assigned a national club when you sign up to iRacing, and there are a couple of countries that are grouped together in individual clubs. So like Belgium and the Netherlands, they're all, and Luxembourg, they're all grouped into a club called Benelux, and the front row.
Yeah, absolutely. So really, really close times though. But as we said earlier, it's what you expect around Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But quarter of a second covering first to 23rd on the grid here today on this particular race. And it's going to sound a bit unusual having a Yorkshire voice calling an IndyCar event around Indianapolis, because it's normally Mr. Vincent who calls these events, but it's usually the 500 that he calls. But it's still an intriguing event. It's a sprint race, effectively, is this one. You got to have a bit of a sprint race mentality to this one, Connery, because every position counts in this race for your team. So these drivers, they have got to be absolutely on it. And we've seen in previous 500s, for example, how after a few laps, if you get stuck in that queue of traffic with that aero wash, you start just spreading out into a single file.
Of course, there are a couple adjustments you can make on these cars throughout the race. You've got the weight jacker, so you can change the center of gravity up and down of the car. You've also got the anti-roll bars as well, front and back, to be able to change throughout the race. So that there are some tools at your disposal to be able to deal with dirty air, which would be a massive, massive issue, especially in the mid-pack here, because you've got multiple cars running out in front of you. Even if you try to get your nose into some clean air, there's still a lot of turbulence out there, so it's going to be very tough for those guys. So expect a lot of actually swapping around at the very front of the field. Fabrice Cornelis probably won't be able to hold on for the race lead too long, so Loosenhoort will be all over him. Ptaska as well will be in contention, and that group will just keep swapping the race lead if we get any good amount of green flag running.
So race control just giving a few little bits of confirmation to the drivers in the server, just to remind them that restart's a single file around here if we do get any. Do you know what I would love? I would love a completely green race, but we've seen how the first couple of races have been in this event here. I'm sure there'll be at least one issue for somebody somewhere which will bring out a caution here today. But with about 2.5 minutes remaining for us to vamp and to fill a bit of time here, it reminds me to just once again remind everyone, if you have been enjoying this event and you've been enjoying what we've been doing here, we do like to remind you that this is all in aid of UNICEF and their support around the world, helping people throughout the world to be able to support people dealing with not just the COVID-19 situation, but also various other things. And Acronis and VCO partnered with Williams Esports and ourselves to put on this event, and we want to encourage you to go and donate to this event. So it is racepot.tv racepot.wtf, racepot.wtf/donate. So racepot.wtf/donate is where you can go and donate to this wonderful charity that do amazing stuff around the world, not just in the UK, but around the world. So these drivers are taking part in this event to try and raise awareness for this charity, and we would encourage you to go and donate to that charity. So as you can see, the lineup for the semi-finals at the moment, France and Germany are waiting the results of this race to see who they're going to be facing off in the playoffs. And Italy, Hungary is going to be one, Chile versus Australia, and Spain versus UK. Those are some really mouth-watering events that we're looking forward to. That's all coming tomorrow. But right now, in about 45 seconds, we're going to be getting the playoff, this final chance here, Connery, for these teams to qualify for tomorrow.
Yep, it's a last-ditch effort now for these teams. Just 2 teams going to go through to tomorrow from this last chance qualifier, and they actually go up against either Germany or they go up against France, which are the 2 strongest competitors in this competition. So they're going to require a massive upset in their semi-final races, whoever comes out on top here in this one. But just to say that they got through to the final day of competition will be enough for some of these teams that might have had even lower expectations, to be honest, especially considering the amount of roster changes that we've seen over the past couple of days, with some drivers having to back out of the competition because the timings didn't work out for them. So yeah, for these teams, it's leave nothing. Give it your all, give it a massive a go, and see where you end up at the end of 25 green laps here as we're gridding up.
Right, well, we are, as you say, going to be gridding up here, so let's give you your starting grid then. It is Fabrice Cornelis from Team Belgium, pole position ahead of Martin van Loosenholt from Team Netherlands, second place. Dels Pataska, Team USA, third, ahead of Martin Stefanko from Team Czech Republic in fourth place. So USA, Canada, row 3, with Brazil and Finland, row number 4. Row number 5 is Brazil and Canada, with the Czech Republic and the Netherlands on row number 6. Row 7, it is Belgium and Argentina, the first of the Argentinians, on row 7. Row 8 is Czech Republic and the USA. Row 9 is going to be Brazil and Finland, with an all-Finland row number 10. Row 11, it is Argentina and Canada, with Belgium and Argentina rounding out row 12. Row 13, Belgium and Canada, with the Czech Republic, and that is Fernando Borda, who it's not coming up with the country there, I believe it's Chile. Netherlands and Brazil, with Team USA rounding out your 31 car field here. So a big field for us, Connery, to commentate on. They're pretty much all lined up behind the iRacing.com pace car here, the Ford Mustang, and these drivers getting themselves prepared, making sure they've got the correct setups here, because they want to put, nothing worse than having a qualifying setup on your car going into the start of the race.
And I don't want to worry anyone here. Look at this gorgeous shot there of the drivers. But I don't want to worry anyone, because I see this on my timing screen. My timing screen allows me to see the license level of every single competitor in this race, and there are a lot of rookie oval licenses. As 24, Van Loosenholt, he's backing up the entire... Oh, he's just about got going. But that was a scary moment there, because if he wasn't able to get that car off the line and had to take the toe back, that means everyone on that line actually gets promoted up one spot. But thankfully, he's been able to get going and catch up with the rest of the front runners. But a scary moment there for Team Netherlands.
Yeah, he was sat there, and it's a come on, give me a gear, let me go, come on. No worse feeling than not being able to start the car and get it going when you're at the front of the grid. But he is able to do that, and they're heading down the back straight now. And these drivers getting set then for 25 laps of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Well, I'm looking forward to this one. I've always loved Indy. I've always loved Indianapolis. I've always thought it's a great event as the 500, and getting a sprint race in these cars around here is going to be sensational. So yes, 25 laps is what we are looking at here in this race. Fabrice Cornelis He has got a bit of experience in ovals. He is currently on pole position. Race control giving the messages to the drivers, wishing them luck for the race. I think we'll need that. Van Loosenholt just dropping back on the outside, but now bringing it up alongside Cornelis for the start of this one. The iRacing.com pace car is going to pull in to the side, and we're waiting for that green flag, and Cornelis is going to go early. He's seen the opportunity to get the jump, and he goes on the green, and here comes Pataska then, up into second place on the inside, the low side of Van Loosenholt, but Van Loosenholt holding that outside line through one into two. Very tricky to do. Cold tyres, don't forget, at this point, but Pataska just a nose ahead, and everybody's made it through one and two. Here we go, run for the inside, and that's going to be Stefanko. Three wide into three. Can they make it work? Yes, they can. Cornelis drops back to third. What a ballsy move from Stefanko there.
It's going to happen again, though, coming across the pit straight. Then Stefanko's lost a bit of speed. Here comes Cornelis. He went from first to third in the first lap, but now he's back to the pointy end of the field. We briefly go three wide again into turn number one. Cornelis is back to the race lead with Pataska second, Stefanko in P3. And everyone else further back still shuffling for positions. We are still somehow green, but there's a car off at the back that's going to drop off the circuit. And that might not bring out a yellow, depending on where he's ended up.
He's ended up on the inside. Oh, we've got a caution. We've got a caution. Lap 2, we've got a caution. And that was actually thrown by the admins of this race. So they decided that that was not a safe situation for them. And they are going to go to caution. Here's the replay then, the Acronis replay. And we're going to be looking at this one. Oh, that was very close through 1 and 2. Compromised line for that Belgian driver, and look at that contact between them two. Around they go into the wall. Tim Claessen's ended up there, and that is why we have had the caution called here. The pace car is picking up at the front of the field, so everybody's going to just calm themselves down and get themselves sorted here behind the pace car. But Connery, it was an aggressive start, shall we say?
Yeah, I mean, in that instant though, we had, I think it was Dane Verano on the inside, the American car, just got a little bit of twitch on entry, washed up through the middle of the corner, and the car on the outside, Claessen's had absolutely nothing to do with that. Not a lot you can do to try to avoid that, but you can see the front of your field, the Americans lead. Dallas Pataska in the front spot. You've also got Cornelis, second place, Stefanko in that third spot there with Van Loosenholt in fourth. Hectus, the fastest of the Canadians so far in P5, but we're seeing an angle towards onto the lane there. That's Cornelis. Oh, he's trying to fake people out. Okay, I see what the situation here is here, because the commitment cone, those yellow cones, are actually, past where the pit wall starts, so you can actually fake people out there and not get an unsafe pit entry. But yeah, Cornelis, I mean, we're 2 laps into this race. I doubt anyone's going to come down in, although I'm seeing a couple of cars, maybe with a bit of damage, start to trickle their way down on towards the pit lane. And, I mean, if you're at the back of the field as well, you might as well come in and get something done, because you're not going to lose spots.
This is what I was thinking. If you're at the back of that pack, come onto pit road, splash of fuel, tyres, get out again. You've got slightly fresher tyres. You know that you're going to be pretty good for the race. It's giving you a different play here. As we saw Seppänen, we saw Stevenson on pit road, we saw Wayne Hutchison on pit road as well. So those 4 drivers all headed down and got themselves services. Verano did actually make a service just at the start of the yellow caution to get some repairs done, so that's why he's showing further down, who was involved in that incident. But yeah, it's a strategy play that could pan out towards the end of the race, potentially.
I mean, Yeah, if we get a couple more green flag running, and we're actually putting a proper heat cycle through these tires, then maybe, just maybe, those cars at the back will be able to get a bigger benefit from the fresher tires. But as you can see, we're still technically on lap number 2 because these caution laps do not count. So it's not like you usually see in NASCAR and IndyCar, and of course safety car periods on the road racing side of things. These laps right now are not counting towards our total. So we'll have 25 green flag laps here in this race, no matter if we get 2 cautions or 15. It's going to be 25
please don't
laps
say
of green.
15. Please do not say 15. We had a broadcast a few weeks ago, and we had 8 cautions in that race, and it was only going to be something like a 40-minute race was that. But yeah, so hopefully we don't end up like that. Hopefully we only have that 1 caution and we can get going. But the difference here now is that it's single file restarts here, Connery, and that's crucial here. Compared to the start of the race where they were double file, we're single file with the lights out, as you can see. So we're going to be going green this next time by.
Yep, we will be. So due to that single file restart, usually the IndyCar drivers like to go right up against the wall because you can only pass before the start-finish line on the right side. So you want to just make sure that no one can make it to your right-hand side by going right up against that wall on the restart. Let's see if any of these drivers, have that bit of knowledge in mind. I know the North Americans will, but maybe some of the other cars are not aware that you can actually do that and deny the route around the outside. But we'll get to see in just a couple of moments' time. They're coming towards the end of the back straight now into turn number 3, and soon we'll get this race restarted.
Yep, so turn 3. For these drivers, nice and calm. They'll have turned down their fuel mix during this caution to save themselves as much fuel as possible. They've had it in 6th gear just to go around on as minimal revs as possible. But now they'll turn those engines back up, and when that pace car dives down onto pit road, Dallas Pataska will lead these drivers for the restart here. There goes the pace car. Is he going to go early? No, he's going to go now. So Pataska is away. Look at drivers looking to the... Well, it's drivers looking to the left-hand side before the line. As Connery just pointed out, that's not the way to do it. Battle for second then. Stefanko is making the move early here on Cornelis. If these two fight too quickly too soon, they could allow Pataska to pull away.
Yep, and there's already a complaint from a driver saying they got a black flag on that start because someone didn't go and they passed them before the start-finish line. But here we go, we're almost going to go 3 wide again into turn 3. That's almost 3 times in this race they've done that now. And Pataska leads. Stefanko looking around the outside there and won't be able to get any progress, but back into the slipstream he goes, brings it wheel to wheel once again. You can see the snaking further back in the pack to try and break the draft of the cars behind as well. So Stefanko down to the inside through turn number 1. Pataska shuts the door on Cornelis behind us. Cornelis actually had a very terrible apex of turn number 1. So he comes under threat from Van Loosenord. You got Hector, Stocamo, all in that train as well. You see Stefan go all the way to the left-hand side of the circuit to deny the inside from Pataska. And now Cornelis has a big run of steam to challenge at least P2.
Yeah, he does. That's the head of steam that he got there, but Cornelis not able to get alongside Pataska as they're heading through 4 now. Another lap is going to be completed, and the run out of the corner from Pataska. Great run out of 4. Down into 1 then, and still the side-by-side are the lead 2. Once these two sort themselves out and get into a rhythm, then the ones behind will be struggling to get any draft from a 2-wide situation. We have got updated points on the side of the screen. It's currently Czech Republic and USA qualifying, but anything can happen in this race. And as the great Murray Walker used to say, it usually does. We've got big drama further back. One of the Canadians running a bit slow there at the final corner. Oh, we're still going though, still green flag racing across the line. Cornelis now trying to make the move, trying to make it 3 wide into 1. Not going to happen though, Connery.
Oh, they lean on each other coming through to turn 2 though. It's frantic fighting here at the front of the field. You can see the points there. Those are not live updated, and it's changing all the time, so those points are probably not accurate at this point. Still wheel to wheel for the race lead into turn 3. Again, Cornelis, big run. He splits them down the middle through turn 3. He's not wanting to hang around in 3rd place, but he'll have to stay where he is for now. Stefanko on the inside, and then Bataska on the outside. The American try and get one over the member from Czech Republic. Belgium involved with Cornelis as he'll split them again. Now this time into turn 1. You can see how Cornelis is so desperate to gain positions, but he still can't do anything in that 3rd place.
Yeah, he had to get off the throttle, just breathe off the throttle there, because they were going to go 3 wide into 1. But this is great. We're getting a good batch of green flag running. Lap 7 of this event.
USA and Brazil, same points.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting race and an interesting run here. Cornelis looking to the inside, looking to the bottom. Not going to happen for him. We've got battles further down as well. I believe that's... Oh, it's a huge accident! A huge accident at the middle of the field, out of turn 4. We've got a yellow flag, and, well, Canapino, a huge accident. We'll surely get a replay in just a few moments, but Connery, we were just getting nicely into a groove there, and all of a sudden, bang!
Yeah, big wreck coming out of 4. And it was Canapino running into the back of Morley. They were both really tight to that inside curb coming out of turn 4. And, well, Morley was starting to lose it all on his own before he even got the contact. So we'll get to see it on the replay. You can see a couple of cars heading their way down through. Here, you can see car stuck on the inside. There's the Canadian just getting a bit loose, and big impact from the car behind, as that was Hector. So 2 Canadian cars have been taken out of this one in an event where they were looking so strong. Now they're going to be losing a ton of points. Hector's had nothing to do with that. He was coming up on that. He tried to pick the outside. Car slid up into him, and he went for a wild ride. Seppanen's out as well for Team Finland. Canovas from Brazil is also stricken. Tim Claessens as well is going to be out of this event. And wow, there's a lot of damaged race cars out there on circuit, and a lot of damaged hopes in the points.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to hopefully get ourselves updated once our timing screens all catch up with what's happening here in this one. But there's been that is a huge accident to happen right there. I counted at least 9 cars involved in that one, Connery, just from watching the replay there. Everyone's trying to sort themselves out here in the queue, so we'll be able to give you an order once we've actually got that all sorted. But yeah, that was about 9 cars I just counted just watching the replay there.
Yeah, and obviously we are seeing a couple of cars decide to come down in towards pit lane and at least get some damage repaired. If you've got minor damage to the front wing, for example, you can get that changed pretty easily. But any damage to the floor, any damage to the side pods, then that is going to be much bigger of an issue. Same with the suspension as well, as we'll get to see a replay of this incident that has caused this latest yellow. On board with, I don't know who at the moment, it's the number 21 car, and the resolution on our production feed isn't too great, but he's going to come up onto that, straight into the back of one of the Finnish cars there, I believe it was. That happens so quickly for those cars behind, and that's what we see in these sorts of incidents in the IndyCars. It's just such a high closing speed when people are crashing that you have a split second to try and react.
Yeah, so these drivers are still trying to sort themselves out, by the way. And really, they're just trying to get themselves all arranged in order so that we've got ourselves a correct line of who's in the lead. I believe it should be, the race leader should be Dallas Pataska. They've got a bunch of cars in front of him, though. Hopefully they're getting way... Well, where's the pace car? Because that really should be picking up our race leader. Rather than this group of cars. It's picked up the wrong car as the pace car.
We'll get to... I mean, there's still a couple of cars passing each other at the moment, trying to get into order. like the wonderful Speaker of the House, ex-Speaker of the House used to say in the UK. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's Banfield that's currently in P1. Mark Stevenson, then Borda, then Milinar. We'll have to see. Those guys aren't laps down either. So usually the situation that you see is cars that are ahead of the leader but are laps down get themselves the wave around. We're seeing a couple of those come through actually. That's Nascimento just went through on the pace car, and everything is just getting sorted out now, I believe. Yeah, Banfield will get waved around the pace car. Mark Stevenson probably will as well. It's just that timing getting a little bit confused here, I think, Paul, about the order of things. So we'll get to sort this out
Pataska is
soon.
definitely showing in the sim as being the leader right now. So yeah, it's sorting itself out at the moment. Is all of this. Race Control are in communication with the drivers, letting them know that to follow the on-screen instructions, and if they need to, then they will step in and resolve any cars
Lights are
out
on
of
the pace
place. So yeah, we should be looking at about one more caution lap, really. But the admins can manually do that. They can set the cautions to restart again. So that's not a problem. So yeah, whilst all this is getting sorted out here, Connery, I'm just looking at my live timing, and I'm counting. Well, Canapino's definitely out of this race because he's stuck on pit road at the moment.
Yeah.
Tim Claeson's is also in pit road, not moving anywhere fast. Everyone else that sort of dived down onto pit
Pace car
road
in.
is
We're going.
back out. Oh, well, the pace car is in. We'll have to wait and see. Well, it's gone green.
Gone green, but they're not going. I think
But
they're just
they've not
taking
got
this time to sort it out.
Race control are trying to sort this out.
What's the border done? He's just gone. And
Wow.
now people are just ignoring the rule. And wow, this is a bit of a mess that we'll have to get sorted out.
Yeah, race control will need to sort this out. And I don't envy race control right now. If you ask me, this is a part of it.
Yeah,
and there we
yellow.
go. The yellow is being called. So yeah, race control have now called it to try and get this all sorted out. But yeah, as I was saying, Connery, then, so we've seen a number of cars onto pit road. Canapino and Santero are not going anywhere. They are out.
We're going to have to do a situation here. The admin's probably going to go back and, if you're familiar with NASCAR and IndyCar in the real world, they freeze the positions at the moment the yellow came out. So it might be a manual process for the race administrators to actually go back and look exactly who was where at the moment of caution, and then sort out the order from that point forward. It might be a long process, so we might be on the yellow for quite some time, but I mean, we've got myself and Paul here, so we'll try and not make it as bad for you guys.
Well, that's it. I mean, we managed, 40 minutes of filling last year in December?
Oh, yeah.
So we managed that. I think we can manage this, that's for sure. But yeah, we did not. So we did have the big one then. I finally get my point out here. I'm showing basically half of the grid have been on pit road at some point in this race here.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of black flags being cleared for the people that jumped the gun on the start. So the admins and the stewards are working overtime to try and get all of that cleared and try and figure out this order here. Well, thankfully, we have caution laps that don't count, because otherwise we'll be taking laps down here and wasting a bit of time. But the field is frozen on lap number 9 at the moment. We'll get to see who gets picked up by the pace car.
Pataska has got the pace car.
Cool. Right, that at least is correct, because I think Pataska was leading at the moment of caution.
Yes, he was. That is correct. So we have got the race leader out there at the front of the field. Now we've got a couple of cars getting wave arounds here as well. So the
car that's logged in the race lead right now is Stefanko. So we might end up seeing a situation here where a couple of cars actually go one lap ahead, and then everyone else gets to wave around to try and sort out the order. And or we can do like some EOL penalties.
It's something that the admins will have a somewhere in the rule book. There will be something there that the admins will be working to right now. But Stefanko has dropped back behind.
We're getting close to a proper
Tasker.
order, though, to what I remember it.
Yes, absolutely. Just to remind everyone, caution laps do not, I repeat, do not count towards the race length. So we will have 25 green flag laps to be able to get ourselves a race result here. I mean, we could be here until midnight. I'd rather not, but we could be at this race.
Yeah, my timing screen's going a bit crazy at the moment with all these wave rounds, with all these changes of laps. But we're working. The admins, the stewards, they're working quite diligently to get this race back started. I'm actually seeing a couple of people on pit road, which will complicate things somewhat, I think, for the stewards, unless they've been ordered down on towards pit lane. We're still under yellow, of course, here. In this situation, the admins had asked if anyone had a black flag that wasn't cleared on that false start, and they're getting that sorted out. We're also seeing some end-of-the-line penalties coming through for actual infringements.
Bruno Canavas.
Yeah, Bruno Canavas has been given an end-of-the-line for not slowing down for the wreck. So that's a decision being made for the instance to bring out this caution.
And that's after the yellow had been called as well. So he didn't slow down after the yellow had been called. That's why he's been given an end-of-line penalty there. Now, of course, we're on lap 8 or lap 9, sorry, should I say, of this race.
We did get one extra from the false start, though.
Yes, they did. Yes. So we have lost one lap to yellow flag racing right here. But these drivers, the yellow flashing lights on the pace car still on at the moment.
I'm seeing Stefanko still in the race lead at the moment, and that can't be right because he's in second in line.
It'll be the admins will be sorting that out. That's not a problem. Yeah. It is worth mentioning, by the way, that the admins have got have done a fantastic job so far, organising everything, getting all the teams to be able to get to where they need to be, what they be in the correct sessions, in the correct cars, and all of the organisation that's been going on behind the scenes, and then having to steward the events as well. Hats off to them, because it is not an easy task, and it's a thankless task sometimes.
Yeah, it really, really is. So we're trying to sort this out as fast as possible. Pace car lights are out, and I haven't seen a continuation of the yellow here with everyone still mixed up. I think people are still on the wrong laps at the moment. We might even get an extension to this caution in a little bit, or we'll get another little false start for them to sort out the order. It might be what they're doing is they'll allow the race to go green, but like they tried on the last restart, try to get everyone to just stay in their positions, and that will be a lot easier to try and get things back in order. Instead of having to deal with the caution laps not counting and the yellow flag rules and things like that. So that might be the option that they're going for here. It would be the option that I'm thinking about in my head, that's for sure, if I was the head steward right now. Whether or not you can get all the drivers on the same page when it comes to that is a completely different issue. There's the extension
of the caution. Yeah, sometimes trying to deal with race drivers is like herding cats, unfortunately. Yeah. I've found out from experience in the past. We're just getting word. Thank you to one of our producers here who does a lot involved with the IndyCar and races the IndyCar as well. Arjuna, he has said that they will definitely at some point have to go down onto pit road at some point. We are getting a number of end-of-line penalties for not following instruction from the admins. So the 75, the 23, the 26 and the 29 all getting end-of-line penalties here. So again, still having to sort out things, but the lights are off again. Whether we go green flag racing This time, well, we'll have to wait and see.
This might be go green here with Stefanko in the technical race lead of the race, even though they're on the same lap here. So it may be the iRacing timing just being a little bit weird at the moment, because it says Stefanko's leading by 0.000 seconds that last time by. So that might be a little bit of a little glitch there.
Yeah.
So it might be that Pataska, yes, he is in the race lead right now, but my timing software that I use and the iRacing timing hasn't quite realized that yet. Maybe I'll get it sorted when we go green here eventually. But yeah, I mean, I never expected this to be talking about these issues coming into this event. Maybe the caution laps not counting has complicated things somewhat.
And we've got an extension of the caution.
Yeah, we got another yellow, so at least another lap. But we'll be getting things going shortly. I would have suspected. I think they're just waiting on people for the end of line penalties that had come through just then. A couple of drivers complaining that they weren't able to hear orders from the race control because they had the chat muted. Well, there's one solution to that. Don't have the chat muted, especially if you're in a race with race control. And in this situation here, I mean, we've still 9 laps to go. I mean, I think we might have been done by the race by now if these caution laps had counted. But yeah, Pataska behind the pace car. Then it is going to be Stefanko, then Docamo, then Cornelis, which were similar names to what was running at the front before the caution, so I don't think I would complain if we restarted like this.
Well,
we got someone removed from the server.
Yes, we did, yes, for not following instructions. So,
border.
I mean, it is, you know, it is harsh, but the race stewards and the race control have that option open to them that if somebody just does flat out not follow instruction, well, they're disqualified from the race, and that costs their team. And that's the thing we've got to remember here as well. You've got to follow those instructions because if you don't follow those instructions, you'll end up, you know, bang, out the race. Away you go. Bye now.
Nascimento is asking, where is car 98? Well, it's at the front. That's at the front couple of cars of the train at the moment. So that's Stefanko, second in line. So Nascimento is saying that the automatic race control is saying to let him go, but obviously he's further in front of the train than where Nascimento is. So I think it might end up that if Nascimento gets a black flag, he'll be cleared immediately by the race administrators.
Yeah, they'll do that. But we've got the lights out again. Hopefully, we can go green and get some action for you here. Let's see then. Are we going to keep it and go green? So, race control are looking to get this one going. So hopefully we'll get some green flag action, because the pace car, still with the lights out, is going to head on down to pit road, and we are going to get a green flag action here then. Pataska leads the pack away. Green flag is in the air. Across the line then. Side-by-side action further back. It is Docamo and Cornelis, but they've sorted themselves out. Lozenord and Abramatis are also working as well. Our timing software has sorted itself out, and we're good to go for the rest of this one then. Side-by-side action further back, and up at the front, Stefanko and Pataska, well, they're battling it out, and they're going to go too wide, but sort themselves out down the straight now. What about turn 1 here, Connery? Because Stefanko has got the low line.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to carry momentum through the corner, but Pataska is still there, still on his outside. Now coming through turn 2. Overlap of tire, basically, is the situation through turn 2. Pataska will have a run of speed here down the back straight, thanks to coming off the corner a little bit wider, a little bit higher than Stefanko was able to, but it's still wheel to wheel between these two for the race lead. Pataska almost scared into the wall a little bit there, with Stefanko still trying to hold on that inside. It's always threatening to wash up, is that car, but still, they're going to be fighting neck and neck all the way into turn 1, and now here comes the cavalry, because here comes Cornelis again down the middle to try something, but that's 4 times he's tried that throughout this race now, and none of the times have actually worked.
Yeah, it's not working out for him to try and go dive to the middle, but here we are then, all fanning out. We've got a car off in the background. I saw on the screen Simon Halkin has gone off in a big way, and we've got a caution. The yellow is out. Now, who's at the front of this field? Was it Stefanko? Was it Pataska? We'll have to wait and see what the order is. But yeah, it was Simon Halkin who went off. We'll get a replay here, Connery.
Yeah, I think maybe to get this race done in a timely fashion, we might have to stick with the green flag racing, because he's well out of the way there, down on the... he's
come back up onto the road. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was an automatic yellow.
That's an automatic yellow, yeah.
So at this point, I would have thought they would have all manual cautions for this, considering the situation that we have with the caution laps not counting. And, well, there we go. I'm not the one running things. As on lap number 11, we got a couple of laps under green there, but we're back pacing around. So have you got anything else to do tonight, Paul? Because I don't think we're going to get an evening to enjoy.
Well, I'll tell you what, I am starting to get a little bit hungry, because I only had a sausage sandwich for my lunch, and it's getting a bit late here, so yeah, I am getting a little bit hungry, but we'll be fine, we'll manage on. And it is rather warm in here, so people have been commenting, by the way, on the chat, commenting about how I've been keeping myself hydrated. You have to do that as a commentator. You have to keep your voice clear and lubricated to be able to continue talking, or else basically I will lose my voice if I'm not careful. So that's why we do that. When will people actually make a pit stop here? Because we do reckon that they do need to make a pit stop.
Well, there's a couple at the back thinking about doing so. Ross Banfield in, Linja-Lotto in for Finland. So there's a US car and a Finnish car down towards pit lane, and I think those are the only people that have decided to come down in. Maybe a couple of stragglers towards the back as well. But that's the points as they were as the caution came out. So Czech Republic leads with 171, then USA 160, Brazil in 3rd place on 134. Belgium 4th, despite Cornelis' best efforts. Netherlands, Finland, Canada, and then Argentina in those bottom couple of spots there. So hopefully the order behind this pace car is okay for this restart. Otherwise, we'll have to go through another 20 minutes of trying to sort out the order.
Oh, please no. That's all I'll say. But we should be having the lights come off this time by. So yeah, so we'll see how this all goes. But at the order at the moment, it's Stefanko in the lead for the Czech Republic. Then it's Dallas Pataska for the USA in 2nd place. Brilliant drive from Fabio De Carmo for Brazil up into 3rd place for him, with Fabrice Cornelis in 4th place. Matt van Loozenhoord for the Netherlands in 5th. And then it's the USA with Tom Abramitis in 6th place. And then Finland. And then another one of your Czech Republic cars further down. So a really mixed up bag of positions here in terms of your nations at the front of your field. And that's what we want to see. We want to see a mix up of these cars and nations to give us that exciting end to this race.
Yeah, I think it would be an interesting thing to keep an eye on, especially with how tight the points still are. A couple of the Brazilians will especially want to move forward throughout this race, considering they're not too far adrift off of the Americans for that 2nd qualifying spot into tomorrow. So you can see the top 2 in the point standings will be able to go through to race tomorrow in the semi-finals, but then the bottom 6 positions, they will be, unfortunately for them, out of this event before we head into finals day. So there's still a lot on the line here. We're still yet to hit the halfway point in terms of green flag laps as well.
Nascimento has headed down onto pit road to get a service, and away they go. 10.3 seconds on pit road, so they have got themselves a bit of a service. Fresh tyres, and yeah, we've got the lights out on the pace car. You can see at the front of that queue, and that snake of IndyCars, of course, with the aero screen new for this year. And I have to say, I do like the look of this IndyCar with the aero screen.
Yeah, it looks pretty slick. That's what I think. I mean, of course, there's mixed opinions on the halo in the Formula Series, in Formula 1, F2, F3. But IndyCar going with the aero screen as their solution to debris entering the cockpit. So you're able to protect the driver. And, of course, with the aero screen, it protects against a lot smaller debris than what the halo is able to. And we actually saw at the last real-life IndyCar race just how important that aero screen is, because there were 2 instances of potentially a bit of debris hitting the driver in the cockpit, and it was just deflected off of that aero screen. But we'll get back to green flag racing in just a couple of seconds.
Yep, absolutely. Pace car pulls in. Stefanko going now. Going at the end of the pit wall. Green flag in the air. Hopefully everybody gets a clean start and we could get some green flag racing here. Round 1 and 2, there we'll go. And we've got 2 wide action further back. Canadians involved in this one.
Oh, race lead, 3 wide.
3 wide for your race lead is absolutely right, because it is Brazil who are coming to the front, and Pataska almost ended up in the wall as well. So race lead is getting pretty close here, and action all the way through your field as well. Well, there you go. Takamo to the front of your field, then we get to see it, and Cornelis down the inside, and Stefanko third. What has happened to Pataska? Because he has dropped down the field. I said he might have been in the wall.
Oh, he's in front of one of the Canadians that had to really slam on the anchors coming through turn 2. There he is, dropping back through the field. This is points that the United States cannot lose to Brazil. Because just hemorrhaging them. They're still trying to challenge them in the standings here, and Brazil have gained a whole bunch of points. And in that situation, heavy into the wall there, the Americans, as the drivers try to stream through on the inside. Pataska's car getting more damage by the corner, it seems. You can see a little bit of contact there. That was just enough to send him up into the wall. You can see the suspension being pushed in there on that front right. So that car is not going to handle as it was at the start of this race. But back to the live pictures, no yellow for any of those contacts. Here comes Fabrice Cornelis then to the race lead into turn number 3 at Indianapolis. Okamo slots back into P2.
Yeah, of course, the Brazilians always seem to do well for the Indy 500. The iRacing Indy 500, sort of getting drivers up and involved in that event. So, yeah, they're looking good here with Takamo at the front, looking to move back ahead, down on the bottom side. Lap 15 of 25. So 11 laps remaining in this race, and we've got a good chunk of green flag racing at the moment. That's easy for me to say. I need to put my teeth back in. But Belgium with Cornelis moving back to the front. And the thing is, you want to be at the front on the exit. Well, you don't necessarily want to be at the front, should I say, on the exit of 4 on the final lap, because you can get that run down to the yard of bricks.
And we've seen, at least in iRacing Indianapolis 500 history, we've seen multiple photo finishes over the last couple of years. So that could still be on the cards here for this one. And it looks like it might be a possibility with the amount of cars still scrapping for those podium positions. But, you know, the race win is one thing. getting the most points possible is another for the rest of your teammates to try and secure your slot into tomorrow. Only the top 2 teams from this race will be going through to the semi-final stage. Brazil gaining a couple of points on that last restart. I'll be very interested to see what the point situation is for them now, if they've been able to secure themselves into second place. But look at the weaving going off turn 4. Cornelis, he'll be challenged by Docamo here into 1.
Well, Brazil have lost Lorenzo Bonda. He had a technical problem which has dropped him out of this race. So that's one less driver to score points for Brazil there in this event. You've got the look at those points. Czech Republic and Canada now up into second place. The USA have tumbled down the order with this one, even though Abramatis is up in 4th place. So it's currently Czech Republic and Canada who are qualifying for the finals tomorrow. Time is running out for these drivers. The laps are counting down. We're going to spinner, and they've got a yellow called, and he's into the wall. Well, we've got a bit of a shootout for the end of the race here, because lap 17, that yellow flag was called on. And that means that it was Cornelis at the front of the field.
There's number 2 car involved in that incident. I think he did it all on his own as well. He got onto the curb through turn 4 and car didn't like it, decided to go for a bit of a freestyle move, 360. He wasn't able to hold on to the car though, so no points scored there, unfortunately, in the style department. But it does bring out the caution, and another yellow. And Lava, we'll get to see the replay of it. He's classified P1, that's because of the quirk that our timing has. But he's going to be out of this event after this spin here. Going to go up over the curb, and there we go. Yeah, well, don't do that.
I said it in qualifying, didn't I, that you want to avoid those curbs because it unsettles the car. And he's gone onto that curb, and it's just got the back end out, and it's just around she goes. Almost held it. Would have been good if he'd held it, but unfortunately ends up into the safer barrier on the inside of the corner exit there. So we are under caution once again. And Cornelis then for Belgium at the front. And is he playing that game again of faking? No. Yes, he is faking. One driver that isn't faking, though, is Abramitis. Heading down to pit road, and there are a number of drivers heading onto pit road here. Now, this is where the strategy comes in. I always think of Alex Rossi winning the 500 on fumes, but he did it on strategy. Could we be seeing the play right here from Cornelis at the front and Dakama?
It depends what the fuel situation is in this setup, because of course under normal circumstances in Indy 500s and things like that, you can go well more than 25 laps on a fuel tank. That's not going to be a problem. But remember, we have caution laps that don't count here, so you're using fuel behind the pace car here, not getting any laps done. Arjuna, who's our IndyCar specialist that isn't Will Vincent here, says that he can go 33 laps under green flag without saving fuel. But due to the fact that we are running behind the pace car here, not getting any laps towards the end, that means fuel might be a sketchy situation.
Yeah, so fuel will be close. Drivers coming out of pit road then. And we'll be able to get you the order once they come across the line to see where they feed out. But it is to the back of the queue. I'm just trying to find out where.
While you do that, I will just say the drivers that did not come into the pit lane at any point during this race: Cornelis, Docamo, Stefanko, Lusnord, Ollikainen, and Prada. Those are the only drivers that have not come down on towards the pit lane just yet, and they all are P1 through P6. So those are the cars that are going to be more questionable on the fuel if this gets another yellow.
So drivers have been commenting about the fuel situation, and one of the admins has pointed out and saying you are getting the full 500 miles out of a 25 lap race. So Abramitis, I believe, has come out in around about the high teens in this field. So we'll have to wait until everything gets sorted out. But we should be going green the next time by. The lights are out on that pace car. So it is going to be interesting to see who is the lightest right foot on that throttle pedal to be able to get the mileage out of this car. It's an intriguing one. And getting fresh tyres as well for those cars. Okay, we've not had the full 17 laps at full, as you said, the full heat cycle through them. But we did have a relatively long, compared to the rest of the racing laps that we've had, we did have a relatively long green flag period. So those guys at the front will have used their tyres up a bit more than those who have headed down pit road.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be marginal due to the amount of yellow running that we've had, but it still might make all the difference, though. Just that extra half a tenth, extra tenth of a second, it could really work out for those drivers that have come down in. But then again, by coming down in, they get cycled towards the back of the field, and they have to make up the same amount of points, if preferably more, on those fresher tyres, or hoping that these top 6 cars have fuel issues.
Well, you are watching the VCO Cup of Nations in aid of UNICEF here in association, powered by Acronis, in association with Williams Esports. It is Paul Smith and Connery Maddock. I just felt that we should remind you of who you're listening to here. And don't forget, donate racespot.wtf/donates. That's racespot.wtf/donate to donate money to UNICEF. Let's raise that $5,000 total that we want to get. But the green flag will be coming out, and Cornelis going low side, which is unusual. As you mentioned, you can pass on the right hand side, but he does get a good jump on the rest of the field as they come around turns number 1 and then 2. Rest of your field cycling through there. A little bit of side-by-side action a little bit further back, but here's Takamo then looking to the bottom side, wanting to get himself to the front of this field.
Yeah, absolutely. So a bit of shuffling for positions, but you see some separation in the pack already. I wonder if that's a couple of people trying to fuel save and backing up the pack behind them. So this is really an interesting development here coming towards the end of this event. I think if we get one more yellow, then the top 6 cars might just have to come down in. No question about it. But in this situation, we're seeing a lot of cars into turn number 1. Ollie Kind has been tagged around. He's in the middle of turn 1. He holds it, though, but we still go yellow.
Well, we had a car in the wall, and I think that might have been Lucas Prada who ended up in the wall there. That was a big crash. You mentioned about maybe getting enough of yellow. These guys at the front having to think about pitting.
Hectus again is involved in that.
Yeah, so we'll have a look from up on high. Oh, just getting into the back and then bang into the wall, upside down. Everybody else avoiding it. Whoa, they split him further down your order. But unfortunately here, Connery, we're getting a lot of caution flags and not a lot of racing.
We will, I mean, a lot more wasted fuel as well. So pit lane will be closed this time around. Pit lane will be open once they get themselves back around, I think. Although I did see a couple of cars make motions towards pit lane there. But still, lap number 19 of 25 is the lap that we are going to be frozen at. The question now, once these guys catch up to the pace car, are any of these top 6 cars going to come down towards pit lane because they're scared about getting to the end on fuel? So it's a big gamble, because if you think you're marginal and you're going to have to save a bit on this final green flag run if we get one, then you're going to get swallowed up by the pack behind that don't have to save fuel, and you're going to have to try hard to hold position. But if you do come down, you lost all the points. You lost track position. So it's a huge decision. It's a huge decision.
Well, I could tell you, drivers on pit road out of the race. Julian Santero, Agustin Canapino, Fernando Borda, Lorenzo Bonda, Bernie Lava, who caused the previous caution, Yuri Milinar as well on pit road. Joni Olakainen is back out on and away, so he did spin it full 360 and kept going. But Lucas Prada on pit road right now. Be interesting to see whether he has to do any pits. But look at all these drivers coming down onto pit road. Cornelis onto pit road. Takamo, big call, staying out.
Loosenord
Van
as well.
Loosenord, yes.
Yeah, Loosenord was also the one of the driver that has not stopped so far this race. So Dokamo and Luzenord, P1, P2, those are the drivers that we're looking at on this potential final green flag run. They perhaps in this situation, I don't know, what do you want?
They're rolling the dice
at the front? Do you want another yellow?
They're rolling the dice right now. They don't want a yellow. The front two do not want another yellow right now.
Even if we go green flag, they're still going to have to manage the fuel, and they don't have a big buffer of cars on the same strategy behind them to prevent them from getting swallowed up.
Yeah, but and that's it. But the thing is, you got to remember that they don't want enough of yellow, because if they get enough of yellow, that's extra laps added on top of their race, which means more fuel wasted. And if they're close on fuel as it is now, then if they get enough of caution, they will have to head down onto pit road.
Wow, I feel like we should insert the maths meme, like the GIF of just like equations going on everywhere. I'm not sure if Tyler can do that on the street.
No, let's not do that.
That would be hilarious, but yeah, don't, because there's probably copyright issues with that.
Yes,
but,
exactly.
But that's what I feel like right now.
I'm
There we go.
listening to race control, just confirming to everyone what's going to happen on this restart. Yeah, this is unfortunately what can happen, but this is also the reason why we had it so that the caution laps didn't count towards the actual race time limit.
Yeah, because you probably won't get any green flag laps.
No, exactly.
Let's be honest. So we're kind of lucky to even get some at this point. But a clean 6-lap run until the end here, that would be favourable. Whether or not some drivers would agree with that is a completely different issue. But we're not too far away from seeing, as it's been a very long day here on the Cup of Nations by Acronis and VCO and Williams Esports in support of UNICEF. It's been a great day of racing, though. I mean, we have this situation here at the end, though, but like for the rest of the races, it has been an absolutely brilliant event. And thank you to the guys at VCO and, of course, Williams Esports for putting this together. And, of course, with the support staff here at RaceSpot as well, helping them out and working on the broadcasts. I mean, we still got one more day of this to go, but I think for a first day, this has gone really well. And thanks to everyone involved.
Well, can we have a race accidentally break out of a fight right here? Because that's what I'd like to have happen here in this one, and get us green flag to the end here. And, well, I mean, good luck to the guys wrapping up. They'll basically just say, yeah, these two are the qualifiers. Bye. I think that's basically what the wrap up of this race will be. But anyway. In all seriousness, though, this is for the final 2 qualifying places in the finals day tomorrow. So, how can this play out? Well, we've got Dokamo and Luzenord, Brazil and the Netherlands. First and second have not pitted at all in the race. Third place, incredibly, is Tim Claessens, who was involved in the first caution. He's in third place, up 10 places. Max Stevenson up 22 places. But the green flag is going to be in the air. Away we go then. Dokamo gets us underway. And we've got another race restart, single file restart. But Claessens and Stevenson are going side by side into turn 1. Through we go. Can we make it through 2 cleanly as well? Oh, they're getting close! There's contact between the two of them! We're going to get another caution! And Stevenson, the unfortunate one in that one. Well, we're on to lap 20, Connery.
We are.
We're slowly getting there.
I mean, we can have 5 cautions until the end of this race at this rate, but... yeah, I mean, it's at the point where it's go time for these drivers, so you can understand the aggression here. Look at this between Belgium, Canada, side by side, and it's going to be the inevitable here. A little bit of contact between the two. Yeah, I mean, it's close through turn 2, and it's the trickiest corner on this circuit to get absolutely perfect. No,
he collected one of his teammates there, actually, so that won't help the Canadians' cause.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to help their cause, and Well, we're yellow again, and we're pacing round once again here. But, I mean, now, ball is in Dokamo and Lusenord's court. Do they decide to come in, or do they try to stretch the fuel? I think they're going to have to come down here, I think. Like, staying out here, probably not the best call.
Well, we're heading towards... Bearing in mind, this is a 25-lap race, and a lap at full racing speed takes 40 and a half seconds. We're getting closer and closer to an hour of time in
there's
this
a 3-hour
race.
limit on this server, so
Yes. Please, we can't hit that limit. It's impossible to hit that limit. Yeah, this is just... it's unfortunately... This has not gone to plan. Now, here we go. Dokamo heading towards pit road. Is he just faking, or is he definitely making the call? He's definitely making the call. He's having to go to... Oh, Van Loosenhout then. He is putting on a display of fuel saving. Good luck, Martin. That's all I'll say for this one.
Yeah. As Dokamo, you can see him coming down pit lane now. He's going to go for the splash of fuel to finish this race. And might even take tyres here. Yes, he is going to go up on the jack, so he's going to take tyres as well. It's not just the simple splash of fuel and off you go. It's fresh tyres on that Brazilian car as well. You get cycled back to 24th. I think he'll come out in 24th or 25th here. Did he just come out ahead of that driver? Not quite sure. We're having a bit of disagreement about it right now.
We'll have to wait and see how this all pans out here. But yeah, we are on lap 20 of this race, of a 25-lap race. We are nearly at the end. Stick with us, folks, because we want to find out who are going to be the two nations who qualify for the finals day, should I say, for tomorrow. And we are looking forward to some incredible racing tomorrow. And I don't know if we can bring up the semi-finals sheet of what's standing so far in terms of what races we know are definitely going to happen tomorrow up on screen. But you know, it's definitely these teams and these nations that have qualified already. I mean, Germany and France are sat there watching this broadcast, waiting for the final two teams out of this race here. The rest of them, they are all set, are those semi-finals. The one that's really keyed my interest is that Spain versus UK race. I think that's going to be an absolute thrill fest, is that one. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a brilliant semi-final. Of course, the only one that's completely confirmed at the moment. One of the only ones that's completely confirmed. But the France and the Germany, both of those semi-finals are going to be the top two teams from this race. So we don't know who's going to go up against those two teams for the moment. It might even be Czech Republic. It might be Brazil. And it might even be, I mean, if everything goes wild in these last couple of laps, then it might be anyone at this point. Who knows? But probably not going to be Argentina, probably not going to be Brazil due to the amount of cars that they have fallen out of this race. Maybe the same for Chile as well. But for the rest of them, I mean, never say never.
Absolutely not. If is the biggest word in motorsport, and if we get to the end of this race under green now, then I will be absolutely delighted, because it would be a great finish to this race, and it would be a reward. So hopefully, well, I know the drivers won't be listening to me, but hopefully the positive energy from me will mean that they will be able to make it to the end of this race with no more cautions. That is my positivity, and I am sticking with that. But the pace car lights are out. Martin van Loosenhout, the only driver not to have been on pit road, is leading this race. Lap 20 of this event. When we go green, we'll have about 5 laps remaining in this one. Looking back from Van Loosnord then. Got Tim Claessens in second place. Pace car pulls in. Waiting. Now he's going. Gets a great jump at the front there. Green flag in the air. Lap 21 of this race has been started. So 5 laps remaining in this one. Through 1, through 2. So far so good. The front 4 making a bit of a breakaway. Van Loosnord getting reeled in. Here comes Team Finland now. The 14 car and Tim Claessens as well for the Team Belgium to the low side in towards 3. And it's now Belgium and Finland to the front of your field. Man Van Loosnord down to 3rd place. And here comes Brazil, Nascimento, trying to make moves, but in the lead, it's going to be Team Finland to the front here, Connery.
Something that we didn't expect to say coming into this race. Tim Finland to the pointy end of the field. Tapani Linjaluto leads this race with 4 laps to go. Hopefully 4 green ones as we see Tim Claessens now go for the race lead down the back straight. And you'll just about be able to get ahead there for Team Belgium. So Belgium now in the race lead from Finland, from Brazil, from the Czech Republic, or rather, excuse me, from the Netherlands there, as is Martin Van Loosnord, as he's still trying to save fuel and keep himself in contention in this leading pack as well. He's got the draft to be able to fuel save, so he's going to be a bit better there. But now, going to be wheel to wheel through turn 1. Linjaluto around the outside for Finland. Here comes Nascimento looking for the inside of 2 on Claessens as this. No, this is going to be an absolutely amazing finish. It has all the makings of it. Here comes Claessens again.
Well, look, just at the back of this gaggle as well. The USA, 2 cars from the USA moving forward. Pataska and Abramaitis as well. They're trying to make some moves here towards the end of this race. And if people know how to run the end of a race like this, it's those 2 right there. So don't count those 2 out. Oh, we've got a yellow. We've got a yellow. Lap 23, that's been called on. 3 laps remain, so it'll be a 2-lap shootout when we get the caution call. When we get the caution finished. Who was it that had the accident? I didn't see.
I'm seeing Stefanko involved. Hector dropped all the way to the back as well. I'm just trying to see who instigated that particular problem. We'll get to see it on the replay here. Is there a car washing up in the middle of the corner? No, not quite. Coming off the corner.
Oh, it's Belgium.
So the entry at turn 4, 3 into 1 doesn't go.
So it was Bram Van Poten who's ended up in the wall. But it was the Belgian car going to the inside that instigated that. There was a little bit of contact with the middle car, and that sent them up into Van Poten, and they are out. So, we've lost another car from this race here. And Van Loosnord, now he's in a tricky spot here because he's not taken any pit stops here in this one. He has to stay out now, surely, Connery, because if he pits, he goes to the back of the field.
I doubt he has the fuel even to do these pace laps at the moment. He's coming down in, it looks like. Yeah, you can see him at the back of the shot there. I mean, it was basically the only option that he had. It was a big gamble. You could see he was fuel saving on that previous run as well. You know, letting cars by, sitting in their slipstream, trying to do as much as possible to make those fumes that he has get to the end. But he's going to have to bring it on towards pit lane, get a splash of fuel. He's going to be pretty frustrated as well. He was thinking maybe if that went green all the way, he might have been able to make it. Maybe not inside the top 5, but still in some decent points-paying positions. And now he has to bring that Dutch car back on towards pit lane, get cycled to the back end. Well, it's going to be basically 2
Oh, he didn't get it into the pit stall.
Oh, no. He
didn't get it onto the pit stall.
Oh, no. He's got reverse.
Yeah, he's not able to get the service here. Now he's got the service. My goodness. Well, Fabrice Cornelis, whilst all this has been going on, has been given an end-of-line penalty because of causing a collision. So I said it was a Team Belgian car that dove to the inside which caused that collision, and it must have been Fabrice then who caused that incident, and that's why he's been given an end of line.
Yeah, so if you're not used to the oval side on iRacing, we will, if we get the white flag, if we get to the start of the final lap, then we'll be green to the end. We'll be racing to the end no matter what happens. The entire field can crash, but it'll be still green flag until the checkered flag comes out. So we have to get to that point before we can call this race to the end. I'm not entirely sure, though, the interaction between the caution laps not counting and a caution very near the end of the race, like on the second to the last lap. We'll have to see that. I think we'll still get a one-lap shootout if that happens. But in this situation, pace car light's still on. We'll get to see if they turn off as they come across the start-finish line this time around.
Finland driver coming onto pit road. So they're having to take a second pit stop. Sepinen, yeah. And I think Sepinen was one of the drivers who... He's pitted 5 times now, Sepinen.
Yeah.
So something must be up with his car.
You would have thought. The pace car lights are out now.
Yeah.
So we will be going green next time around. So you can see that Claessens leads this race. He will take the restart as the leader. Linulotto. Then you got Nascimento, Abramatis, Pataska, Banfield in that order. Still big question marks about the points here in this one. The last updated points that we had was the USA and Belgium going through to the next stage of competition, with Finland in 3rd and Brazil in 4th. Not entirely sure if that is completely up to date, but yeah, this is going to be a crazy, crazy finish. And there's still, like I said, big question marks about who's going to go into tomorrow.
So then, Belgium, front of your field, Finland second. And yeah, USA and Belgium are going to be the two that progress through to finals day. I said about the USA coming through the field, the 4th and 5th at the moment. You never say never with those two working together there. In fact, Ross Banfield as well. That's 3 USA cars, 4th, 5th and 6th here. But we're getting ready for the restart. The final restart of this race, he says into his microphone, hoping and praying that that is the case. But pace car will duck down onto pit road. Tim Claessens then will be the man to set it, and away they go again at the front. Green flag in the air. And we have got 2 laps remaining in this race. 2 laps.
Yeah,
through
laps
turn 1 into 2. And this is Finland's opportunity, but don't write out Brazil or the USA here. Here we go.
Here we go. We're going to go 4 wide. 4 wide into turn number 3. How are they going to be able to make this one work? They squeeze through the American, through the middle. Pataska, 3 passes, 1 corner. He's in the race lead. Confusion behind. But do we get to the white flag before the yellow? No, we get a yellow. We're not done yet.
Oh, my goodness. Can you believe it? That was almost, I was going to call that move of the day right there, to go down the middle. Oh my word, that I was holding my breath. I had my head in my hands. I could not believe that. We've got a caution. This is a caution. Massive, massive accident. The Czech Republic involved in that. Canada involved in that. Oh wow. We're going to have a 1-lap shootout.
Yep. So if you thought that restart was crazy, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do it again. As this will be confirmed, the final caution, though. I bet people are glad to hear that at this point. But we'll get the replay of the 4 wides into the turn 3. Into turn 3. Look at that, 4 wide. And you can see the American second from the left-hand side, Pataska. Just the confidence to hold on to that and commit to it. My words.
Claessens did get a little rub, by the way, in that one. He did get a little touch from them, and then the caution was called. Now, Clayson's, for some reason, has taken up position at the front of the field. But to me, that was Pataska who was in the lead when the caution got called out.
Well, Pataska just had black flags cleared, so I'm not sure what that situation was. Interesting. So we might have more.
We're basically in the same order right now as we were at the start of the restart, the last restart.
Yeah, I think we are. So it might be with how the caution's not counting. Maybe it's not. If we get like cautions in quick succession, it's just counting the order as what it was on the last restart.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how this one pans out. But we've definitely lost Martin van Loosenhood and Gregory Hectus, Michael Morley as well from that one. And yeah, people have been asking how many laps have been completed. I don't know is the answer.
Who's counting at this point?
Nobody's counting that one. We're over an hour into this race. 25 lap race, everybody. But we're over an hour into this one. And yeah, this is definitely going to be, well, at least one thing. As long as I don't wreck before the start of the final lap.
Don't start, Paul.
We will get this be the final restart. Somebody, I think, will have to wake up Will and Matt after this, because they've not been involved in this broadcast at all for over an hour. But hopefully we will be getting to the end of a race. Yeah,
A race, isn't it?
it's been a race, that's for sure. But should be seeing the lights go off the pace car at this lap. But I've kept on mentioning it throughout this broadcast, and I'll mention it one final time here. We are doing this for charity, everybody. And I think if everybody has been through all of this and has survived this, I think you all deserve to go and donate to UNICEF. It's racespot.wtf/donate. That's the address that you need to go to. racespot.wtf/donate. I donated during this broadcast. It is really simple to do. It takes 2 minutes of your time. If you are based in the UK, you can also gift aid that donation, which adds an extra 20% onto your donation. So please do that. It doesn't matter whether you're in the UK or not. We want to raise £5,000 through this weekend. So please go and donate for it. And it's a great cause for the work that UNICEF do throughout the world.
Yeah, an absolutely brilliant cause to be supporting in this event. But we're drawing to the end of this Saturday group of races. The group stage here in the Cup of Nations. It comes down to a one-lap shootout here in the last chance qualifier. Decide who gets their ticket into tomorrow to join those teams that had automatically qualified in the first 3 races of the day. The USA have a good haul of points at the moment. They have 3 cars right up the front of the field there, but that second slot is still very much up for grabs coming to the end of this event. Just one more corner to go behind the pace car. We won't get any more cautions from this point forwards unless we get one before the start-finish line. As soon as that white flag comes out, we're going to be racing into the end, Paul.
Right, here we go then. It's felt like I've said this every time, but the restart pace car will duck onto pit road. From Tim Claessens will hold the drivers. He's holding them a long time as well. He's not going early. He's backing everyone up. There's a bit of contact further back in your order. The green flag is out now. Everybody was anticipating the early go, but we're here. We're racing. It's Belgium in the lead. Finland trying to go outside. Brazil trying to go inside of turn number 2. And here comes Dallas Pataska here for the USA. Oh, we've got a big crash further back, but we stay green because it is a white flag lap. Huge accident in the back, but it doesn't matter. We stay green to the end. At the front, who is it going to be? Nascimento, or is it going to be Claessens? Oh, here comes Pataska. Abramitis is coming through as well for USA. Belgium, Brazil, USA. Who's it going to be at the line? It's almost a dead heat across the line. And who is it that's got it? It's Belgium that get the win ahead of the USA. Brazil are in third place. Well, we got there in the end, and it was a grandstand finish to the end. But my goodness, Belgium, Tim Claessens, the man who was involved in the first caution of this race, wins this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't ever give up in these sorts of races. As long as your car is clean, you can still challenge for the front couple of spots. So Claessens wins for Belgium, but is it enough for them to get through into the next stage? We know the USA is probably pretty clear through, considering they had 3 cars basically finish inside the top 6. So that's them basically confirmed to the next stage. But we have to still run the numbers as far as that second qualification spot is concerned. We just do not know at the moment. So there's your order for the race results, but we still don't know who's the extra team going through into the next stage that will join the USA from this race.
Well, there's your results. Bye, everyone. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Proof that I was listening to both Connery and Paul the entire time. Thanks for all the commentary today to Paul Smith and Connery Maddock. There are the results up on your screen. Team Claessens from Team Belgium claims victory by 44 one-thousandths of a second. After all of that, it wouldn't be Indianapolis without an almost photo finish. Then you've got Team USA in second place, Dallas Pataska, and then Neto Nascimento for Team Brazil in third. Team USA fourth, Team Belgium in fifth, Team USA in sixth. Now, I am going to agree with Connery at this stage and say that it will be Team USA going through, and my math is very bad, is going to say that Team Belgium are either going to be there or losing out by a point at most. There's the rest of the results coming up and through on your screen as well. And another thing, just before this broadcast, I berated our WTF1 expert pundit, Matt Gallagher, for drinking a sugary, caffeine-based drink. I can't call it its real name for obvious reasons. I'm actually now glad that he did so, because otherwise, Matt, I'd probably be picking you off the floor after a kind of sugar crash.
Yeah, wow, goodness me. I can't believe it's over. I've forgotten my name. It's been that long. But yeah, I mean, obviously we had a grandstand finish right at the end. So many cautions. I'm blaming Connery. I'm pretty sure he said before we begun that we could have 1 caution, we could have 15. It felt like we had 15. And well, I'm looking forward to seeing who are the 2 teams to join the guys tomorrow. I'm sure they are looking forward to it as well, because I'm sure they need to get some sleep at some point. Yeah. Paul Smith and Connery Maddock need to get some dinner. I actually managed to cook a pizza in between that, so thank you to one of the cautions. But yeah, I mean, I've thrown my notes out the window. That was more than chaos. I don't even know what you can call it.
I know who it is. USA and Belgium are through. So Team USA will be going up against France tomorrow in semi-final number 1. Belgium are going to go up against Germany in semi-final number 2. Semi-final number 3 will be Italy versus Hungary. Semi-final number 4, Chile versus Australia. Semi-final number 5 will be Spain versus the United Kingdom. 5 very interesting semi-finals. It is worth noting that at the end, it was Belgium who had 204 points, USA with 198. Then a bit of a gap to Brazil and Finland. And I think a big part of that, Matt, was all the chaos and calamity that we saw when we finally got to lap number 25.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any notes in terms of the addition, because who knew until the last lap? There was no point. The amount of live standings we had where pretty much every country was going through at some point during that race. But yeah, I mean, my goodness me, I can't even remember half of what happened because of the amount of cars flipping. I think maybe if that race was to ever be run again, we would turn off the caution laps not counting towards the final one.
Yes.
Because that was a long one.
Well, actually, I think Connery also made another interesting point. We have, through the power of our live timing software, the ability to look at people's iRating and also their license class. And of course, a lot of these drivers specialize in road racing, not as much in terms of oval racing. And a lot of people, they might have only ever run the iRacing Indy 500. It's one of the biggest sim racing events of the year, but it's a very different race to 500 compared to a 25-lap race. I'll say that as someone who's commentated and raced in more Indy 500s than I would actually care to do. We have got a couple of things to do before we wrap up, but I will say, bringing these two, Paul and Connery, back in one more time. Connery, we had a very close, fantastic move. USA, 3 wide, lap 1. If you remember all the way back to lap number 1, I know you've aged a bit since
3
then.
days ago.
But I think move of the day was very almost USA going 3 wide in lap 1 on turn number 1. But then that all changed with the second to last caution.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 4 wide into turn number 3 with the American coming out on top there, just passing 3 cars in one corner. You don't often get to say that, especially not on road racing, for example. Maybe you can pass 2 with the 3 wide, but on a 4 wide, that was an absolutely incredible move. Of course, the USA, they weren't too threatened. Of course, there was Belgium getting pretty close in terms of the points, and they didn't really look too threatened in terms of dropping out. But at one point in that race, though, the Americans, we commented on it at the time, they had dropped to 8th place, or 7th or 8th place at one point, and they were able to haul things back, and that is a massive, massive team effort there from the Americans, and they booked their rightful place into tomorrow.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, though. They're going up, as we said, against France, and that's one that we're going to talk about tomorrow in a lot more detail, the implications of all these semi-finals. But Paul, it goes to show that, we've been testing these drivers out across multiple disciplines. Indy is a challenge. Like we've had with the GT prototype, like we had with the GT4, like we had with the supercar. These are 4 very difficult cars to drive, but Indy, possibly, I'd say because of the fact there's 0 room for error, possibly the hardest of the day.
Yeah, it's an incredibly difficult car to race and to handle around that track, especially when you're going through that cycle of slowing down in the cautions, getting back up to speed, and before you know it, we've got another caution. And you don't get the chance to get into that rhythm that you would normally get to in, say, a 500, where you get that nice sort of rhythm going under green flag racing. But tomorrow there's going to be a huge amount of challenges thrown at these drivers, and I'm certainly looking forward to it because it's going to be incredible racing.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm going to talk about what car and truck we're running for the semi-finals in just a moment's time. But first of all, I want to have a chat with one of our partners from Acronis. That is Bertil Benedeke. And reason why we want to talk to him is because Acronis are, of course, the presenting partner of the VCO Cup of Nations in aid of UNICEF. And Acronis are a global leader in cyber protection, known for its support of global sports teams, more so during the COVID-19 lockdown period. Their clients include those in Formula 1, Formula E, NASCAR, IndyCar, the Premier League, baseball, and esports teams, who all benefit from Acronis' cyber protection when setting up remote work environments and securing their data during the lockdown. So, Bertil, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. And I know it's about an hour later than I said we would be doing so. But VCO and Williams Esports have launched this unique country-based competition in aid of UNICEF. So, could you just explain to us why Acronis decided to get involved with that?
Yeah, well, thanks to all the listeners and all the viewers. We had incredible racing today. And yeah, we continued actually during the COVID-19 restrictions with the support of esports, because as you can see, we do a lot of sport technology partnerships around the globe in motorsports, but also in other top sports industries. So everybody has data. Data needs to be protected. There are hackers out there who want to steal your data. And we actually think we have cutting edge technology like the Formula E sports teams to protect and to help these teams perform better.
And the combinations, it's raising money for the child welfare organisation UNICEF. Can you talk us more about whether Acronis supports community initiatives such as this?
Yeah, well, actually, a good question. We do actually take our social responsibility very seriously. Our founder Sergei Belousov, has actually created the Cyber Foundation. And we've built already more than 8 schools in those areas of the world which needs more education. And we try to actually build more schools this year, so anybody can donate there as well. So it really fits our strategy of getting boys and girls who need it to get the best education in the world, to get them out of their poverty. So we truly believe that knowledge is the way out of poverty.
Well, great. Acronis, they provide fast, efficient, and secure cyber protection for teams, clans, and esports gaming environments. And this weekend, Acronis is offering 6 months free of its award-winning personal cybersecurity solution, Acronis True Image. So to try that out, just need to go to go.acronis.com/Cup of Nations to secure your copy. We're going to talk to you again, Bertil, tomorrow. But before we let you go, any words of advice for those drivers taking part in the semi-finals and the finals tomorrow?
Well, first of all, stay safe, stay fit, stay cyber fit, and use our technology to improve your performance. And I wish the winner the best of luck tomorrow, because next to the fact that you need to be top-notch and cyber fit and mentally fit, you also need to have your data to be fit, and a little bit of luck never harms, I would say. So thank you for a great event today, and we are looking forward to partnering tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much, Bertil. So we'll talk to you again tomorrow as we head ourselves towards day 2 of our coverage on Racesport TV, on the iRacing Esports Network, across VCO social media platforms, and of course on WTF1's YouTube page as well. We're almost at the point now where we're going to wrap things up for day number 1. But before we do so, let's talk briefly about the semi-finals tomorrow, because after going from the mecca of American motorsports, we go back to Europe and we go to Italy's cathedral of speed. We are going to Monza. And, well, you can't really go to Monza without being in one of the greatest Italian cars ever made. It is the Ferrari 488 GT. Oh, I'm not allowed to say that.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say that.
Well, you know what? I thought you told me. So you know what? Let's hope no one's listening to that. Let's hope no one's listening to that. We're going somewhere tomorrow. Somewhere. It could be somewhere else. You never know.
They might have to change it now.
Yeah, they might have to change it. Who knows? I'm just looking at the guide in front of me, and I was told it's all being announced. But Matt, to get this one back on track, shall we, a little bit? Thoughts from day 1 of this competition. We saw the teams who we expected to get through, the likes of Germany, the likes of Italy, the likes of France, all punched their tickets early. We had some close battles between the likes of, for example, United Kingdom, Australia, Netherlands, and then also Spain, the Czech Republic. We had the little battles going on between Chile and Belgium at points as well. But what we've learned is that even though there's been dominant teams at point, no one's truly dominant.
Yeah, I think that Germany was our hot pick coming into this, and we thought they'd be bulletproof. They haven't been. I think, if anything, France would look the best team at the moment in terms of consistency and getting results on the board every single time. UK, they didn't score hugely in the group stages and seeded quite low going into the semi-finals, but at the same time, they had raw pace in qualifying and they did convert it in a couple of the races. But it just shows that you have to be performing in every single one of those races. Consistency is key, and I'm sure Germany especially will be going back to the drawing board, looking at the races that have happened today and go, how can we minimize the losses that we had today going into tomorrow?
Yeah, only, 20-ish hours before we're back on the air again. Been a long day for all of us, Paul and Connery. Paul, I think you're in a similar situation to me. I'm in this kind of makeshift hot box. I was looking at my PC computer temps. PC number 1 running at about 50 degrees, PC 2 at about 67. I think I've gone for about 1.5 gallons of water, but the key thing to note is when we head towards tomorrow, these teams have got to be even more physically and mentally sharp.
Absolutely, we've got to make sure they're well fed, well hydrated. That's just us in the commentary box, that's for sure. But no, these drivers, they'll be well prepared. And when they do find out the car and track combinations for tomorrow, whatever they may be, I'm sure that they will be thoroughly well attached and well prepared for that one.
I just had a ping come through on our little Discord server that with all the drivers in. And so one of the organizers has said, we will reveal the combos for the finals day at 5 p.m. CET tomorrow, which we might have to change now. Thanks, Will. So that's the official word from the organizers.
You never know. It could be 5 p.m. CET now after that IndyCar race, Connery. I've completely lost track of time. It's dark outside. But in terms of tomorrow, I said those semi-finals, France, USA, Germany, Belgium, Italy, Hungary, Chile, Australia, Spain, UK. Is there anyone which you think could cause a major upset?
Is that to
the
me?
Chileans. I would say the Chileans, actually. I think they're going to. If that question was directed at me,
that was.
Let's all answer it.
You all
UK for me.
Yeah.
I'm not biased.
So you're thinking the UK is going to upset Spain?
I think so. Yeah, I think that they. As I say, not from a biased perspective, they have shown amazing qualifying pace. If the right tracks pop up tomorrow, not that we know what car or track it is, then maybe they'll be able to perform. Who knows?
Personally, I think it will be. I agree with Connery. It's Chile for me. I think they've got the ability and capability in that team to be able to defeat Australia.
Okay. Well, with that, it is time for us to. Very sweaty at this point of the broadcast. Say thank you so much to everyone who's been a part today, of course, working behind the scenes. And I'm hoping I haven't just made them work for another 14 hours. To Rani Cheneth, to Jerome Kaiser, to Arjuna Kantapati, and to Hugo Louise. Of course, our executive producer, Tyler Maxim, for doing all the cameras and all the fancy graphics, working late into the night. And also to our fantastic commentators, Paul Smith, Conor Maddock, and that guy, my camera's been the wrong way around all day. So that guy, Matt Gallagher from WTF1. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, and that will be for the semi-finals, followed immediately by the finals. You will catch that all across VCO social media platforms, on WTF1's YouTube page, also on the iRacing Esports Network and RaceSpot TV. Don't forget, if you haven't done so already, you can visit racespot.wtf.com/donate, and you can then go and give some money to UNICEF, a charity which is the presenting partner of the Acronis presenting the VCO Cup of Nations. And also, don't forget to like us on social media as well. My name's been Will Vincent, and we'll talk to you all tomorrow. Goodbye from day one, and good night from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.